Hello everybody, welcome back to the channel. We have a update to Race Room. If you've missed the live stream, well, you should have clicked the subscribe button, you should have clicked the like button, and you wouldn't have missed the live stream. We are going to be checking out the new DTM cars in this live stream, and we're also going to be checking out some other stuff. Why not? I'm also trying out some new settings again. We're maximising bit rates and everything, so the computer's probably going to burst into flames. We're using all the bits ever known to man. Full on max out. I'm expecting YouTube to have issues. I think we've got Twitch dialed in. We'll see though. We'll see. It's hard to know. Battle of the Bits. That's what this is. That's the new name of the film. Battle of the Bits. Just installed the update for Race Room, so quite fun to see. 'Cause they've got new physics as well as these new cars, or updated time model. I'm not sure where do you draw the line between update and new physics. How's it going, Johnny? Yeah, I forgot to change the title on Twitch. Hang on, let's just adjust that. It is good body paint, though. I mean, we can leave that title. Yeah, that's fine. Sim racing in realistic body paint. That's fine. There we go. Change the game, though. Yeah, I'm well good at body painting. I've been, I was worried I was going to get banned for being too good at body painting, because, you know. But then they changed the rules and they changed them back, so now I'm just confused. now I'm just confused. We had a tidy as well yesterday. I streamed and then I couldn't sleep, so I just tidied up for like 3-4 hours after the stream, which was good fun. Right, loading up Race Room here. See what happens. Elvis H, hello. Yeah, I've sorted cables out, but like basically, I have one of those electronic back to front Hoover things, and then I hoover and blow and suck at the same time. There's some good advice for you for the for people out there. Blow and suck at the same time. That's how you clean your sim rig. We did. We were driving yesterday. Look at this. We got Santa Claus. Look, the illusion breaks though. You read it? Look, he's behind me. He's behind. Look, mini Santa Claus on the shelf, dancing along because he's trapped. Do you like him? Very festive, I thought. Problem is, if I put my hand here, the illusion breaks. Look, he's behind us. He's behind us. Oh no, he's in front. Ah, but we don't break the illusion. Can put him on our hand. I hold Christmas in my hand. If anybody dare upset me, I will destroy Christmas. Mitchie, it probably has to recompile shaders or something. Finish him. Finish. Oh no, my XLR didn't work. I wanted that with an echo. Let's just fix that. No. There we go. Finish him. There you go, that was good. Nailed it. Are you hearing static? Hang on. No, you're not hearing any static. No, you're not hearing any static. It's a song. Oh, on the other streams, yeah, there's a problem with my the static builds up on the rig, and I have to touch the cable to discharge it. Hang on, what's going on here? I don't want this. Back, owned, back. No, back. I don't go back. Back. Hang on, how do we go back? Oh, back to game. Here we go. We need to set the controller up. I don't think I've played this with this wheel. Oh, yeah, we have. Got steering. We don't have an accelerate and brake there. That's weird. Controls. Steer left, steer right. Accelerate. Oh, here we go. We lost all our controls. Why not? Bind, brake, clutch, shift up, shift down, DRS. What do DTM cars have? Do they have push to pass? They don't anymore, do they? Right. Look at this. What else do we need? Got brake bars forwards and backwards, old traction control, TC override, TC next level and previous level. Okay, TC previous level. Pete, we need your opinion on Niels' latest video. What opinion? There's not. I don't know what you mean. I've had comments of people going, have you seen the video by the developer of Automobilista 2? And it's like, well, first of all, Niels isn't working on Automobilista 2. Secondly, it's Automobilista 1. Thirdly, I quite like Automobilista 1. Yeah. I think Niels had his actually had the dampest on the force feedback though. I think he said in chat he had the what's it called? What's it called? The dynamic damper, the gyroscopic damper setting, which with older cars and slower cars is really like gloopy in Assetto Corsa. So, yeah. So it's a shame that he did the video with that because it feels quite different with it off. So it depends on the car though. I think I quite like the gyro effect on faster cars, but the default settings for some reason not very good. How's race room force feedback compared to AC? I don't know whether they've just updated it, so we'll see. Yeah. Yeah, I've always thought that iRacing and AMS1, the cars behave as if they have a more open diff. That's the best way I could describe it. A more open diff coast and a more closed diff power, which I actually like that aspect of AMS1 and iRacing. It's the one because I really like lift off oversteer. You need to be able to control the car afterwards, which I think you can do in AMS1, but in iRacing, you're buggered if you go. The pace car is out of control. But the one thing I really like about iRacing's handling is how easy the cars rotate. I'd say even R Factor 2 is actually stiffer. Like the cars don't rotate as easily as iRacing. So I don't know what's more or less realistic, but I like. This is why I really like Porsches, because I really like lift off oversteer. Yeah, the Astro turf in AC is like really weird, isn't it? It's really, yeah. I don't know. I thought Neil, the whole point of Niels' video was just him doing some side by side, just looking at how the handling is different. I don't know why people are drawing like like really weird conclusions, like, oh my god, it's really weird. Because I would, but no, I like AMS1 as well. Like I would say AMS1 and AC are both very forgiving simulators and perfectly drivable. Same as Race Room. And like R Factor 1, G Motor 1 with the right settings is really drivable. What do you mean? You hear static now? Where's the static coming from? Oh, hang on. There you go. Are you happy? Is that fixed it? Have I fixed it for you? Fixed it. Do you know what it was? Oh, hang on. Was the one of my cameras has a microphone on it, and it was being picked up as a source. There you go. There you go. Fix that. That's weird. Yeah, because I was looking at the input for the other stuff, and I was like, well, there's no audio going in. And I scroll up through them. There's one input on the left channel. So we could turn it up. We could make the whole stream that. Hang on. There you go. Well, at least we worked that out. Look, I'm on it. I'm like an audio engineer. Live stream audio engineer. How does LFM on AC work? Well, you'll have to go to the website. It works very well. Just go on the website. Right, what have we got here? Factory ABS, factory TC, manual, get real, race line off, show ghost cars, that's good. AI cool down. Okay, this is all good. So we could just try, we could jump in and just try a car here. Is the stream running smooth on YouTube? I've gone like absolutely, oh no, it's not recorded at the same time. Oh, maybe it is. We'll see. I've gone absolutely all in on the, we're using 12% CPU. Surely this is going to have some issues. We'll see. I've gone a bit too far on the settings, I think. Five Kipling pies a day will be enough. So, are there any multiplayer servers you think running with this new DTM car? DTM Norse Ring, here we go. Quali, okay. Go race. Let's get in there. I mean, I prefer 2012 DTM. These are just GT3 cars rebranded. What do we go for? Should we drive Verstappen's Team Verstappen.com's car? Let's go for the Ferrari. They just got this new update. We'll check it out. Oh, well, camera. Man, I absolutely blitzed the cleaning yesterday. Like there's cleaning and then there's like extreme cleaning. I was sweating. Oh no. I went full clean mode. Full clean insanity. Oh, here we go. Like, I'm talking disinfect everything, blow everything, suck everything, wipe everything. Like 3 hours of intensive cleaning in a room that's only 4 by 3 meters. Don't know what happened. I was so tired. Oh, what's going on here? Right, okay. I always liked Race Room. Probably pregnant. Not again. I was just talking today. Is the stream running all right? I'm surprised if it is. Is everything smooth? Oh, amazing. We're streaming to YouTube at 12 megabits, to Twitch at 7 megabits, and I'm recording at 22 megabits. All on absolute max quality. Oh yeah, this seems really good. That was really nice on the brakes there. There's like a nice little bit of play. Sounds good as well. Oh shit. Okay, so this is what I mean about. I mean, it's probably car setup, but I've actually walked it in real life. This is crazy. This is so weird. This is what I mean about diff settings, or the different sims and how the diffs open or not. It's not really the actual diff though, because it doesn't. I think it's the amount of friction. I don't know what it is. Like it's like the amount of it's probably more to do with like how stuff overcomes grip of the tires to then allow the car to rotate. There's probably like but the closest thing I don't think it is the diff. But as I say, that seems to be how it would. If a real car was rotating more easily from lift-off oversteer, you would generally assume that maybe the front, maybe there's more downforce in the front or something, or maybe casting or whatever. But you would, that if it was really loose on rolling into the corner, you'd probably, well, I would assume that's from the diff being more open, because that's normally what happens in most sims when you open the diff. So it's really weird or interesting that every sim or different sims seem to have that different character, that willingness to rotate. But I don't think it is actually coming from the diff, because you can change the diff settings either way, but it then still operates within its own range. So I don't know why would iRacing and AMS1 be particularly rotating compared to, I mean, even R Factor 2 doesn't rotate as much as iRacing. AMS2 doesn't rotate as much as AMS1 at iRacing either. So it's interesting. I wonder, like, it's probably to do with tyres. I don't know. Good evening, sim racing fan. Yeah, so this track's awesome. Like, I accidentally found myself at this track in real life when we went to Sim Racing Expo in 2022. It was here, and because I just got the train from the airport. Well, I got the train from the airport into town, and then got a train from town to here, and the stop was the North Ring stop, and I just got off the train, and I'm like, hang on a minute. I'm like, hang on a minute. I'm on North Ring. It was so weird. It was so, like, there's no time, never before in my life have I got off a train and found myself on a racetrack, which I knew North Ring's in Germany. I didn't really know it was in, I didn't know it was in Nuremberg. It was super weird. Hang on, why does it say time left 59 seconds? What's going on here? Okay. Oh, we missed the start. Why does it say 59-minute race? Or is the server messed up? I need to set the car up anyway, so let's quit this. Why would the, oh, maybe it's set to laps and then it's just, race is 15 minutes. I don't know what's going on there. Where's the No, Niels isn't an AMS2 dev. Niels has done car physics for Automobilista 1. He might have, like, consulted on AMS2 or done stuff, but he doesn't work for Reza. I imagine, he comes in the chat sometimes, maybe he's here, I don't know. But I'd imagine he's probably very busy with other stuff that he does, like, his old pedal business, and I don't know what else he does, but he's more just a mental person with a spreadsheet, and then a sim hobbyist, and then I guess he just cars in it when he feels like it. Oh, Donington Park. Oh, Mr. Git's got a server. There we go. Let's get on Mr. Git's server, guys, if you want to join and try this out. Yeah, but also AMS1 is a completely different physics engine to AMS2. So it's a whole different ballpark. And also, unless I'm mistaken, Niels' general view is it's probably the same as mine, in that it's probably, well, you have advantages and disadvantages to more complex tyre models, but in a sense, more simplistic tyre models, although that's probably not the best word to use generally speaking, but like a tyre model that's controllable by the person that implements the car by adjusting parameters and having those parameters affect things in very clear and obvious ways, that's not using like a monstrously complicated tyre model with a billion different variables that have to be pre-compiled. Having so let's just call it a simple tyre model is often better, quicker to work with, easier to work with, easier to refine, and as a result you can generally get the desired end result quicker or more predictably. So yeah, no, so yes, they are. What do you mean that's not true? All physics engines are, and oh no, that's just stupid. So why would you type "that's not true" when it clearly is true what I'm saying about the type? Like, so yeah, that's like me going. That's like me saying if I was to type or if I was to say, oh, Half-Life is its own graphics engine, and it's got its own quirks because of that, and it's got more complex or whatever, all the nuances of the Half-Life engine, and then someone goes, "That's not true. It's built off source code that's Doom, so that's not true." Come on, man. So that's such a Reddit comment that you wrote. Do you often write on Reddit? What you do is someone says something, you purposefully ignore the point of what they're saying to then you leverage what you know, the more sort of nuanced view of it, ignoring the fact that the person that said the original thing obviously knows that, and then leverage that to try and insert yourself to then go, oh, no, actually, you're wrong. I know better. And so what's the point? What is the point? Come on, that's such a Reddit comment. I'm glad. Why would you type like that? Can you apologise for the Reddit comment? Can you apologise? I'm expecting an apology for that comment. Chris Bailey, I'm calling you out, and we want an apology. And I don't know if you're correct about the biggest issue is the calls between the old G motor code and the setter code. I don't know if that's the issue. No, maybe it is. That doesn't excuse the Reddit comment though. Come on. But this isn't even the point I was making wasn't even related to AMS2 necessarily, or it's the same can apply to like R Factor 2, ACC maybe, I don't know, any, or even with flight sims, the more complex flight sim physics as opposed to more simplistic models. Yeah, that wasn't even the point. Ah, dear. I can't remember what I was saying. This is why you can't say anything on the internet. Drives me mental. Like, the effort to try and ignore the point of what's being conveyed to try and make another point. Yeah, I accept that. But yeah, anyway, so what I think what I was saying was, I think Neil's, his general view is that a more simplistic tyre model that a car designer or implementer or other people in a dev studio can get a desired result from without having to do loads of subtle stuff to the tyre model is arguably better or faster to work with or more likely to produce good results, or just has certain utility And so I can't remember why we were making that point. But yeah, but I think both AMS2 and R Factor 2 are a lot harder for a car, as far as I understand, for someone that's making cars to get desired results with quickly. But I mean, look at AMS2. I mean, the cars still don't drive like cars. Like, well, they do, but like they hover, they float all over the place, and it feels like they've had to do a bunch of stuff to mitigate the undesirable components, but then that results in really sloppy vehicles. Whereas with R Factor 1, with Race Room, AMS1, for dry conditions, you can get very similar results to real life. So yeah, I don't know what that was about, Skyworld. There's quite a few people. Oh, it's because there's AMS2 fanboys, I think, because Neil's is generally positive, and there are aspects in that video that with that car that are nicer than AC. So like with that specific car, the lift off oversteer is more pronounced. Like for my personal preference, I prefer that. I think that's good. I like lift off oversteer. I'm not saying it's realistic or not. Personally, I like that. So yeah, I think it's interesting. As I was saying, why it's weird that iRacing and AMS1 seem to be more sensitive to, like, as if they've got a more open diff. I don't know what causes that. As I say, it's probably not diff. It's probably some like weird overcoming friction of the tyre values and stuff, versus front versus rear. I don't know. It's really interesting. But then, yeah, it is a shame that Niels didn't have the force feedback set up. Ironically, it actually, the one video where he didn't have the force feedback set up, so that would really colour a lot of the comments about him saying it feeling delayed and stuff, because that's exactly what a damper and the gyro default gyro settings will do. Ironically, normally someone saying, oh, your force feedback's wrong, is actually just them. The force feedback isn't wrong, but in that case it actually was, and Niels even said so. I would still say, even this is great. I would still say, even even with the force feedback set up perfectly, as far as I'm concerned, with AC or like no damper or whatever, iRacing and AMS1 do feel more direct in the force feedback. Wouldn't necessarily say there's more detail, but it does feel more direct. Like Live for Speed feels more direct than AC. But I'd also say, like, Race Room, for example, now, even with its physics, this feels less direct than AC though, or you know, yeah, the update's great. This handle's fantastic. And then I'd say, yeah, I don't know. Like, so the thing is, though, it's kind of moot. It's like, if you can feel what the car's doing in accordance to the physics, it's way too easy not to lock up. What do you mean? But what do you mean by that? Like, it's hard. It's actually not. It's not. It's quite hard to lock up in a real car. No, less direct, just in terms of if you've got more damper, or if there's more damper, or the force feedback is less, like less of a consistent, continuous, strong force, so that can make it feel less direct. So if you have like more inertia, maybe in the force feedback, or there's the physics, if there's more inertia, or if there's more flex, or if there's more suspension travel, that can make things feel less direct. Like, so, like for example, with a real car, if you drive a road car, it feels less direct than if you drive a race car, because it's got more suspension travel, and the tyres, road tyres, don't purchase the road in the same way as slick tyres do. So it feels less direct. You know, it's less tight, it's less sharp. But yeah, locking up is not okay. There are certain cars in real life where it is easy to lock up, especially there's like certain GT cars and stuff. That's why they put lights on the dash to make it even more obvious, so they don't wear the tyres out by accident. But you really have to stamp on a brake in like a Radical or like a Formula car. The driver's pushing the brake as hard as they physically can at the start of the braking. Even a rental car, most people can afford to do that. It's hard. It's not hard to not lock up, or a bicycle. The point is, it's not the point isn't how hard or easy it is to lock up. The issue is, can you feel the point or know the point at where it will lock up, and then how do you can you feel that, and can you respond to that? So on a mountain bike, I imagine everyone in chat, like, so, because there's people that haven't driven a nice car, or don't even go-karting particularly. If you are on a mountain bike on a loose surface, even though it's really, really, really easy to lock the rear up and skid, it doesn't really matter if you do. Surprise, surprise. Even locking the front up momentarily is not the end of the world. Like, you're not just going to fall off the bike instantly. But you can feel the point at where that you feel the deacceleration, the deacceleration, the speed at which the deacceleration is occurring, or the inverse acceleration, diminishes, and then as soon as it locks, you continue at the same speed, so you don't feel that G-load change anymore. So that's the point. The point is being able to feel where the lock-up point is, not when it locks up. Yeah, I'm supposed to be on holiday, but Race Room's just put this out. We're on Mr. Git server, by the way, guys. Well, deacceleration is not really a thing, is it? But that's why I say it's more like inverse acceleration. Acceleration in the other direction. I don't know what word you would use to describe it. Slowing down. Yeah, but you're still probably speeding up relative to something else. Now this feels great. And we do have TC on here. It's lower, weaker. Yeah. So this is it's really weird to me. Well, okay, that's TC off. Did that on purpose. It's really weird to me when you get ACC fans and iRacers arguing over the braking. It's like, well, it's moot that both those sims have completely shit force feedback. Well, ACC more so than iRacing, but it's like iRacing, the tyres don't work if you do lock up, so you can't experiment at bringing the car right to the limit properly. You have to use the game audio to know where you are at the limit. And ACC, you obviously just stamp on the brake and let the ABS do pretty much all the work, and you go deep into the corner. But it's like, it's irrelevant in both cases, because you have to drive both those sims like a robot, so who cares? It's like arguing something inconsequential. that's not a Reddit comment, is it? I'm just saying that. I was just making the point that you're always probably speeding up. Yeah, you're always moving in some direction relative to something else. What does Race Room offer compared to other sims? I don't know. Good netcode. It's not the most active online at the moment. Runs nice. VR's alright with it. Sounds good. Yeah, well, Slick Jim McGill, you're wrong, so I don't even need to drive it to know. ACC's totally broken. No, it's not even about it being slidey. ACC's just absolute garbage. Their physics engine's knackered. I've had enough of ACC. I'm done with ACC. I've given it like 600-700 hours. I just don't need to play it. It's like a more forgiving iRacing with annoying graphics. Yeah, LFM's really good for ACC, and it's nice that they've got endurance races. But I mean, look, good point of view. It's a well-rounded point of view. Look, go and drive a GT3 like RSS GT3 car, and then go and drive. Now, I've probably got like 400 hours in ACC. Go and drive an RSS GT3 car, and then go and play ACC. And if you come to the conclusion that ACC isn't really weird, i.e., like input delay, blurry, lacking detail in the force feedback for where the limit is, really like mushy response to everything. It's horrible. I think the cars drive more. I don't think the data's wrong in it though. I think it's some like weird Unreal Engine thing, because the general sort of grip levels of the cars it seems pretty good, and like the way you can the tires don't get stuck in slides like iRacing. Like you can just catch anything, as you should be able to. So I think it's Unreal Engine's basically ruined. Like, so I feel like Kunos have put all the correct data in. They've done an amazing job with the car systems. But ultimately, there's something technically massively wrong with ACC, which anybody that plays Race Room, R Factor 2, Live for Speed, like. So with iRacing, I think there's something massively wrong with the data for the tires.
I don't like ACC, but I do like the normalist.
The normal one.
That is amazing. So it's probably one of the well, one of the or not the best simulation to practice, like even F1 or GT mods. It's really good.
Santa Claus dancing. Yeah, that's my view on ACC. I need to restart this. We're on Mr. Git server. Everyone else needs to load in. Oh, I tell you actually. Hang on, no, okay, we've got Jansen's in here. Is that a developer? Guys, if you want to join, we're on Mr. Git server at the moment. In Race Room. Okay, let's go. Yeah, I really do hope, and I really do think that Unreal Engine might be the problem with for ACC, because Netcar Pro, absolutely superb. Fry Virtual Academy, absolutely superb. The original Netcar, absolutely superb. Assetto Corsa, mind-blowing. And then you look at all the games that use Unreal Engine, all the sims that use, like, that kart game, the Black Rock Studio, whatever it's called, the kart racing game. That seems to have really nice physics, but then it still, even when you run it at really high frame rates, it feels delayed. It feels like there's something weird going on. And then like, other games I really enjoy that use Unreal Engine, like Hell Let Loose, has like, it's blurry even when you sharpen it up, and also has like a weird like the stutter, shader cache stutter. Then look at WRC. Even like WRC's got nice force feedback and the physics are quite fun, but I mean, that game's so broken. Like, weird areas broken. Obviously, they released it a year too early, but it's so broken. Hell Let Loose is blurry. Yeah, so you have to run. It's not blurry if you run the you run the TAAA and temporal AA and other AA settings, and you run it at really high quality settings. But you, relatively speaking, to other game engines, yeah, you have to compensate for how blurry Unreal Engine is. G-Hammer. So Unreal Engine is really good for third-person platformers and chase cam games, and it's really good for, like, if a developer's really careful, like if they don't put too many details in the game and they keep it really simple. But there's what a lot of developers do is they sort of get sucked into the Unreal Engine marketing thing, where Epic are like, oh, you can just stick a billion assets in and it'll all work. Giant environments with photorealistic lighting and ray tracing, all this shit. It's like, no, it won't. It never does. Yeah, the new shader patch fixed that taskbar thing. It was to do with pinning. Yeah, you'll notice in ACC, it's like iRacing. The process is the same as iRacing. The only difference is, in ACC, when you go over the limit, you can catch you can catch the car really easily. But if you do go slightly over the limit in ACC, the car gets stuck in like a physics turned off slide that you can stop the car from rotating and crashing. But you are basically in a completely unproductive, useless slide if you go slightly over the limit. In iRacing, if you go slightly over the limit, you're probably going to slide off the track or like you're dead. So it's the same, ignoring like the ABS system and how hard you can brake and everything. The process for iRacing and ACC is the same methodical Guitar Hero process for getting faster. Do a lap, try that line. Okay, do a lap, adjust it a little bit. Okay, do a lap. Right, try that line through the corner. Okay, do a lap. And you have to just go through it and see what the end result is. Whereas when you're playing Race Room, R Factor 2 and Assetto Corsa, and especially Assetto Corsa, as you are driving the lap, it's like you have a really high resolution feel of, okay, I'm just going to move the car a little bit here. I'm in a little bit of a slide. I'm just going to hold the slide a bit further to the left. Okay, I'm just going to balance this slide a tiny bit more through that corner. Okay, I'm balancing the throttle and the steering really gradually on purpose to hold this degree of slip through this corner. It's it's a completely different process. AC absolutely exhausts me. And I do a 12-hour live stream in AC. I've got tennis elbow from playing AC like the last 2 months. I never got that playing iRacing, because in iRacing, once you get reasonably fast, you know, you're like, okay, that's the corner. Oh, do this. No, that. You just drive like a robot, so you're not actually having to drive. In AC, you're constantly trying to like really balance. That's what makes it so compelling. But I think, right, so very few sim racers are at the skill level. Oh, look who it is! Are at the skill level to... So, I think ultimately you can drive any simulator in that Guitar Hero way, and it's also a totally valid way to approach driving. It's completely valid. There's nothing wrong with driving like that, and it's probably a very good way. It's how you would train someone to drive, in a good way for a pro to approach driving something as a methodical process, and it's how aliens, I think, break down a driving sim to find the absolute best thing, right? So I'm not saying it's necessarily totally wrong. Like, it's a process, it's fine, but shouldn't be the only option. You should be able to sort of feel your way up to what's fast. What should you write in your high school yearbook? I don't know. the slidey tyre scale. Yeah, AMS2 allows you to drive like it's a hovercraft, but it is controllable. But yeah, then it's not got any bite. So I think there's that weird balance, isn't there, between it being controllable slip, realistic controllable slip, fun controllable slip, and then like initial grip, initial bite. I manually blip in AC, but you do technically get a shift penalty if you a time penalty for shifting with sequentials if it's a H pattern car. This is really good though. This update to race room. We're on Mr. Git server, guys. If you want to join it. Unrealistic. Well. No. So AMS2, the cars drive as if you're on like road, like the cars with racing slicks drive as if they're on like really low grip road tires or something. It's on a track that's slightly damp or something. You know, I don't know. It's really weird. I've actually been lucky enough to go around a racetrack in with GT4 cars that were on road tires, and I've been around a track in a GT4 car on slick tires as well. So, and you can really the difference. The large difference is that slicks just have that initial sort of more like a flatter. I don't know what words would describe it, but much more like AC. Like if you're driven a rental go-kart tyres are very similar to like full-size car slicks in the behaviour. If that makes sense. Well, we just started. We're just trying out the new physics here. Yeah, so with slick tyres, the progression from they have more grip initially, but then they will go into the into.
I don't like ACC, but I do like the normalist. But that is amazing. So it's probably one of the well, one of the or not the best simulation to practice like. Even F1 or GT mods, it's really good.
Oh man, the cutting's well harsh. Yeah, slick. Thanks, Max. The slick tyres will go from grip to like quite an aggressive slide really quickly, whereas road tyres will like be kind of grippy. Well, compared to sims, they'll feel very grippy, but like they'll be kind of grippy, and then you'll kind of slide out like the skip barber in iRacing, and then you know, and it's not as an abrupt state change from absolutely grooved in to now you're in a slide where you have to like with road tyres you're not likely to have to go do you know, so on this track in a Radical SR3 in real life this corner here as the Radical turns in here, the tendency is for the back to slip out quite aggressively because there's also a little bit of a divot and then an uphill part and you're turning. So a driver would have to, on slick tyres, would have to quite quickly correct that. Whereas on road tyres, the car would probably start sliding before that and that divot part anyway, and it would just do it way more progressively, like a skip barber would go around a track, if that makes sense. That's the best way I could describe it. I mean, someone that's driven more regularly with other cars could probably describe it better. This cut penalties well harsh. Merry Christmas. Hello everyone. Thanks everyone for clicking the like button. I mean, have we been going for an hour yet? I don't know. If everyone clicks a like button on YouTube, we'll get 100 likes per hour. We're on Mr. Git's server in Race Room if you guys want to join it. But this feels great, to be honest. Like, this is so much better than... This is way better than AMS2 and iRacing. It doesn't feel as raw as R Factor 2's GT3, but this is DTM GT3. But I'm going to assume it's the DTM GT3 car. I'm just going to assume that it's basically the same. It's just a GT3. It's the new Ferrari, isn't it? I mean, I don't think there's anything particularly different. I do want to open the diff, though, because it's a bit stiff. If you want to join, though, Mr. Git server, here we go. It's filling up. Cool. I don't know what we can change here, though. Drive line. Oh, here we go. Diff settings. Reduce the preload. That should help a lot. Take some fuel out as well. What's the best chocolate for Christmas? Probably Terry's chocolate orange, isn't it? That's the Christmas chocolate. Or dark chocolate gingers are really nice. Yeah, maybe the aero package difference. I honestly don't know. So you'd have to ask someone that actually knows. I'll be honest though. Terry's chocolate orange. You know you not had one then. I'll be honest. I think we can all agree that the 2012 DTMs are better than GT3 cars. They're not. They're more. They are more silhouettes, aren't they? Well, oh my goodness. Oh, there we go. That's better. Oh. Just need to move the brake bars further forwards now. How do they have the license for the cars but not the screens? I don't know what you mean. Well, you know, not everyone knows about chocolate orange. Is the stream running all right? Because I last night, so we did like an 8-hour live stream, and oh man, after eights are well nice. Yeah, I always feel sick after I eat them as well, Doofer. Yeah, so we did the 7-hour live stream yesterday, or maybe it's like 8 hours, and that was after having done a 12-hour stream the day before. And then yeah, and then I was like, the room's a mess, and this is annoying me. And then I was like, you know, YouTube live stream could be much better quality. And I'm like, I'm paying £65 a month for bloody internet, so we need to use up all our bandwidth. so then I was like, okay, we can stream to Twitch. We're maxing out Twitch at exactly the limit, and then it turns out YouTube at 1080p accepts 12 megabits. So yeah, so I was fiddling with all those settings. No, I turned it down too much. Here we go. Let's go racing. Oh, thanks for subscribing. Welcome. I would say by default, or in general, race room's force feedback is quite muted. So it's not as like punchy. The detail's there, but it feels like how you'd expect it to feel if it was going through like power steering or something. So I'm not saying it's unrealistic, but it definitely I think if you have lower end wheels, you probably won't get as much detail through it. But we can I've not fiddled with anything. We can do that. What's auto deploying? I can probably turn the graphics up here. I don't think I've got everything on max. I actually I quite like Race Room's graphics as well, to be honest, myself. Hello, King Carrot. I quite like Race Room. As I've always said, my personal preference outside of... Well, I mean, I'd say it's probably realistic as well, but my preference is... if you can feel what the car's doing, and it's controllable, then that, but then as tight as then as fast and responsive as possible. That's kind of what I gravitate towards. Oh, come on. That's so harsh. I'm used to flying over those. Yeah, it's a shame KW should really... Because the guys at Race Room are really good developers. They have been for like years, you know. The work they put into it is insane. And it's a shame that KW don't invest enough into like a proper online competition system, or, you know. I think KW like doing the live event things, and they like their presence in motorsport, and they like having the simulators to promote their suspension and stuff. But it's not, you know, they had those centres at tracks, but I don't think it's like I think K Klaus I think he's sort of somewhat more in the culture of traditional motorsport. I've never met him, but I get the impression that he's outside of the sort of general cultural understanding of sims, in a sense. This has been, I've noticed this in sim racing in general. Like motorsport's insane. People that are in motorsport as well, and motorsport companies and car companies, Porsche are on the ball. But outside of Porsche, I mean, and only then, because in the last like 10 years, I think they've, you know, had like sim races get into the company and stuff. But like, I don't know, it's really weird. Because I mean, you have to kind of think that the car industry is basically an industry that exists to service very moderately wealthy people that want to do race driving. So everything's geared around that infrastructure and that market, whereas gaming is geared around the culture of, first of all, it's a general artistic mass market consumer product and an artistic endeavor, but then it's also something to appeal to poor people. Do you know what I mean? It's totally different from what the average person, and I didn't know what it was like, doesn't understand. So I think a lot of people understand the general car industry for, like, you know, buying a road car, family car, servicing it, those kind of things, because that's what people go through in life. Most people don't understand the sort of structure and the nature of the industry that surrounds motorsport. I mean, I barely understand it. My stuff is just from having been around it over the last like 5 or 6 years, more and more. And it's insane. It's like it's exactly the same as like boat culture, yacht culture. Like but none of us. I mean, I really don't know anything about that. But the same kind of thing where you'd have to go to like boat trade shows where you have like someone with like hundreds of millions of pounds. They're like, oh, I'd quite like to get an 80-foot yacht. You know, it's a completely different way of thinking, a completely different market. And then asking those people in that industry, in that market, to understand a boat racing game. Do you know what I mean? They're going to be like, what? Yeah, it's really nice. I was just saying how it's a shame that KW, I think, has some incredibly talented developers that work at KW. So from my view of what I've seen in the games industry as a whole, from my experience of the games industry in general, I've done game development work years ago, so I've been around games development for console games, and then obviously follow a lot of sim racing stuff, and then done YouTube and a lot of VR stuff. From my experience of different dev teams, dev studios and all that kind of stuff, indie dev teams, the developers behind Race Room are very good developers. Like if I was an investor and I'm like, right, I need to get a dev team together to make a type of driving game, you would be really bloody lucky to get the talent that Race Room has at their studio. Like you'd be like, so I don't know if KW realizes how much value they have in that talent, which is a shame. So, you know. Got 11 minutes to go here. You're a studio that don't know motorsport. Your tyres are bold. What was it? Your tyres are bold. Pit now, your tyres are bold. Oh, I mean, I'm so my bitterness. My bitterness for turn 10 is that you had. I know a lot of these people ended up working at turn 10, but you had the guys that did the. Who is it that did PGR games in the UK? Bizarre Creations and PGR, and that studio basically got shut down. From what I understand, this is back in like 2000s, because Microsoft wanted to just basically do their own like Forza thing. So, and Bizarre Creations, Bizarre Creations were fantastic. Like, just they seem like genuine. I don't know. Whereas turn 10, well, to be fair, is it Playground Games that do? It's Playground Games that do the Forza Horizon, right? They that's good. Forza Horizon's fantastic. But I mean, you don't. The other thing is you don't know what resources the dev team gets, the time. For all we know, if Microsoft could just not care about Forza, which is very weird. But I think a lot of problems arise from large. Anytime you have a very large business, a large corporate entity, it just stifles artistic development. It's pretty much universal. Well, it's a bit weird, isn't it, that like if you add Race Room physics, basically Race Room as it is now, and you then put in Forza Motorsports multiplayer system for like your practice, and then you go to a race, and you release that with Microsoft, with advertising from Microsoft, with using marketing where you have real world drivers come in and promote it, and so most of it would be buying Race Room, paying for about a year or two's development to get that online system operational, with the splits and stuff, and then you would also you know, you could keep adding content over time. But basically, if they literally did GT Sport, but using Race Room as it is, as it plays right now, but released it on console with marketing, that would categorically be 1,000 times better of a game to play than it'd be much closer to GT Sport, which is what a lot of people want, than what Forza is. I mean, and then obviously you could just pay for a you could get 2 or 3 graphics programmers to redo the graphics engine to put day night in, you know, do the kind of stuff that Ilya's done. So for effectively for about, I don't know, like let's say £5 million, 2 years development, £5 million, 2 million of that is spent on marketing, 3 million is spent on development. I think you could have something that would do commercially much better than Forza Motorsport's done, and I think Forza Motorsport's probably cost like 200-300 million or something. So, but it's no. So Forza Motorsport isn't though. That's the funny thing. Like, I would understand it if they did. If Forza Motorsport actually did emphasise the gameplay component for casuals and did like put loads of silly like gameplay stuff in it, or put way more cars in it, and if that was the focus, then I would understand it. But Forza Motorsport clearly is trying to be GT Sport. It's just crap. It's just really badly designed. And the irony with Forza is they could have just remade Forza 3. They could have done exactly the same game. There'd been enough time between Forza Motorsport 3 and newer ones that they could have just literally just copied Forza Motorsport 3. Maybe do some different tracks, slightly updated graphics. That's what most people really enjoyed for the Forza 3 and 4, and then felt that every other game afterwards was a downgrade. So it's just like, it's bizarre. It's so weird. And the thing is,
I am the champion.
Oh, thank you. Thanks for subscribing. Keydao. Appreciate the sub there and supporting us. Let me give you a rocket. Thank you very much. You get 2 rockets. Maybe even 3. I don't know what's going on. Why is it not stopping? Oh. I pushed the wrong button. Two seconds ago. Yeah, well, I don't want them to do the same game. Oh, we got 4 minutes. I'm running out of fuel. How much fuel are we using in this? I don't want them to make the same game, but I'm just saying, if you're gonna like be lazy, at least copy your own better game. Do you know what I mean? It's like, if you're at least do right. Perfect example of this. I'm gonna have to pit. Oh, I don't know what. I haven't banned a button. This is a fail. Perfect example. Alright, maybe we're alright. How much? Oh, we'll go. We've got 5 litres of fuel. We'll see what happens. John Wick films. Every single one of those, they're terrible. I have watched them all. They're awful. Every single one of them, though, is exactly the same film. Which is fine. Because if you liked John Wick 1, and you were like, well, I'm watching it. Why am I watching it? Well, I want to see Keanu Reeves kind of play Neo from The Matrix, go into shoot bad people, and, you know, a bunch of people shooting each other and punching each other. I don't really care about the plot, you know, whatever. I just want to see someone prancing around with guns. I want to see Neo, Keanu Reeves prancing around with guns, right? Okay. and some explosions and things, and some generic bad guys getting shot, sort of, you know. So it's fine that all the John Wick, as crap as they are and as stupid as it is, I actually think it's completely fine that they've done the same film 6 times. And it's got to a point now where I have to watch them because I find them hilarious. It's like, they're so dumb and it's exactly the same thing and it doesn't make any sense at all. But it's like, oh, okay. It's like an endurance thing for me. So why? That's fine to do that. It's totally fine. As a generic product, you're not watching John Wick for the plot. You're not playing a racing game for it to necessarily be the most innovative thing ever or to do loads of stuff. It's like, is the driving okay? Right. Does it look okay? Right. Okay. Now let's have a little bit of structure. Done. And they've already done it. You could do Forza 4 every 2 years with some slight changes and everyone would be happy. Yeah. Okay, I've got 1 litre of fuel. We might have to roll to the pits here. This was a bit of an accident with fuel here. We've got. Oh, that's good. They've modelled the bumps at Dono for each pit box. Is it auto doing the fuel? Yeah, nice. Set the. Ah! I was having me orange. Oh, we're still in 3rd. We managed to build up such a gap. Oh, now I've got a jump through penalty though. Okay, we're testing all the systems. How do I rate Basics TV? How do I rate Kunos GT3s versus high quality mods GT3s in AC? What do you mean, like ACC GT3s versus RSS, for example? I'm not too fussy. I'm not really a big fan of GT3 cars. I think that the RSS Mercer is absolutely fantastic. That's so good to drive. That's insane. I like the pretty much everything that's in AC. You know. I don't have a pit limiter button. Oh. 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 What? I only went over it by like a kilometre. I'm finishing the race. I'm taking the penalty. I went over it by a kilometre per hour. How is it that the rules in this are so, like, authoritarian? It's like this is gulag police. No cheating. God, it's like being it's like the Olympic Committee doping. You know. Oh, did you have a cup of tea? That's a banned substance. Gruffman, how's it feeling on Race Room compared to AC and iRacing? Well, all of those are completely different from each other, so they all feel totally different. So the big thing with Race Room compared to iRacing is that you can actually overdrive the cars without them getting stuck in a slide that you can't do anything with. iRacing definitely feels tighter and more initially grippy than Race Room does, I would say. Force feedback in Race Room is more dynamic than iRacing, I'd say. Like the tyres are more progressive. But I'd say AC feels tighter overall, more responsive, and is also forgiving. So personally, I still prefer AC. But I think Race Room's totally drivable. It's got nice online. Netcode's great. well, I say nice online. Like, it's not the most active for ranked multiplayer or like for people online. But if you were doing like an event, or you want something that looks great and runs really consistently, you can have really good racing in Race Room. It's like a really, really polished simulator. They fixed the auto bin with this update, so that was one of the things. Auto bin is in the bin supposedly. Right, we're gonna do another race here. I'm gonna change car though. That was a Ferrari. I thought it was quite nice. I need to tweak wheel settings and stuff though. Yeah, the vintage DTMs, I'd agree, are the most fun cars to drive in Race Room. And, yeah. Oh, the best thing about Race Room is the leaderboard mode it's got, and it's a really good way of learning how to drive quickly. Yeah, bind the pit limit, that's a good idea. Oh, I don't know why it's kicked us out of the server. I think Mr. Git might be doing a new server. Let's bind the controls here. Awesome. That was good fun though. Like, we need to tweak things a bit. That was literally just jumping in. We've just it's my first time using this wheel. First time using this wheel with it, so we haven't done any settings or anything. That's just out of the box defaults. So what we're gonna do? Oh, I've just clicked on that again. Didn't mean to. Well, to be fair, though DTM is GT3, it is like DTM. Yeah. It's a shame Radicals didn't become like the GT3 thing in real life. What was the button? Pit. The car uses a lot of fuel actually. It was a 20-minute race and we had like 50 litres or something. I don't know. It seemed like we used a lot of fuel. Pit limiter. There we go. Pit request. There we go. Yeah, they're brutal, but they didn't seem unfair. It seemed to be if the left wheel, it wasn't the rule of it wasn't the right wheel on the track still. It was I don't know what they did the cut rules based on. It seemed very harsh. Maybe it was left wheel going touching off the curb or something. I don't know. Well, I'd have to look at the replay cam. It's really hard to see for those corners at Donington. So some of the new, they've got like bump amplification and gear shift effects and engine vibrations. I think they were already there, to be honest. That's just for when you're parked. So normally you want minimum max like this. I guess we could do that and then turn the wheel down. But it shouldn't really matter either way, to be honest. Right. Paul Anderson. If one is used to other sims, they might have some difficulty with R3 track limits. Yeah. But they have to learn to deal with it. They have to deal with that. They need to not be a noob and they need to deal with it. David Dickens, real deal. What is going on here? I can't stop replay on my I'm recording on my streaming PC and it won't stop. It's got stuck on recording. Oh no. run the stream deck in admin and hopefully that works. Ah. Well, that's working. Why is this not working? I can't stop the recording. Stop. It won't stop. The button's not working. Alright, let's try closing the window. We're going to join another server in a second. I'm probably going to have to reboot OBS here. Unfortunately, I have a like 300 gig on this hard drive, so I'm just going to restart OBS. Going to fast restart, and it should just reconnect to both streams. So, be right back. Did that work? Hopefully that worked. Are we good? Are we back? Yeah, it should have all worked. Well, let's see if the recording starts and stops. That was weird that it got stuck on. I've never had that problem before. We're good. Right, let's... is Mr. Git's server back up? Slick Jim McGill. R3E cars don't have enough front traction to catch the spin. What? Yeah, you can tell me that. Where's Mr. Git's server? We can search by players actually. Oh, he's got a Suzuka. Let's join this. Hang on, let's see if this stops this time. Right, stop then. Why wouldn't it turn the record off? Like locked in record. That was so. I've never had that bug happen before. So that was with a Ferrari. Let's try the Porsche. PC's decided. Well, it wanted more. It wouldn't let me stop. It had enough, but it wanted more. Get on the server, guys. Mr. Gitz. I hope he had some dentist stuff done recently. I hope he. I know he had one thing done already. I hope he's all right. Evening, Star Fox. Any complaints about the update? No, this is pretty good. Like, it's very race roomy. Santa's loving it. Look, hand Santa. Ho, ho, ho. Hang on.
Christmas and a Happy New Year. People have mischaracterised me as being a tall Santa, but actually I'm a very small Santa Claus. This is how I fit down the chimney. It's a bit difficult delivering all the presents, but I get help from my reindeers. Ho, ho, ho! Merry Christmas!
Small Santa. I don't know what's wrong with me. Right, here we go. Let's change some settings and break the car. That's what we're here for. Mr. Git server, guys, if you want to join in. We need to watch the Star Wars Family Christmas show again. That was awesome. It's so bad, it's good.
This Christmas, ho ho ho, merry genocide.
Oh, hang on, we were a bit too dark. Bit too dark. It's important at Christmas to celebrate nice things that Westerners are great at doing. Imperialism. Murder of children. Ho ho ho. Thank you, my government. Keep it up. Great job. Tax money spent well. Right. Right. Oh dear. Let's not get too depressed. It doesn't help anyone. We're good here. We're good. We've got the beautiful distraction known as Race Room. 10% funny, 90% depressing. Oh, Jesus Christ. This is a strong default full sweep back. Turn that down. Oh, you ready? See. Oh, no, I need to bind the seat button. Let's get it. Options. Where is it? Where's the seat setting? Do any of you have a Race Room in chat? I feel like a lot of people have it, but then they don't play it that much. We need to bring back child labour. Like, it seems like a waste to not use them to do something useful. You know, they're small, perfectly shaped to clean chimneys. So, obviously, God intended it. Just search for Mr. Git. Where's the seat settings? I could search for it, but then I'm going to have to search for each one. I think it's called like seat up, seat down. Pit stops, gameplay. It's like, oh, cameras, here we go, be here. Look left, look right. Oh, we can have a look behind. Rear look. Oh, he doesn't like a rear look. Right, here we go. Oh, here we go. Forwards, backwards. Forwards. Oh! Trying to do my settings. You're on Mr. Git server. Hang on, what's that car? What's that Ford? That's not a... Why is there like a rando Ford GT car? What's that about? There he goes. I'll go back to the controls that we were doing before we were rudely interrupted. Electrical Mama just relieved the same feeling when they announced they would share the DTM and GT500 specs, and then they went, psych, we'll turn it into GT3. I don't know what you mean. Right, seat forward, seat backwards, seat up, seat down. It's like having an fancy electric chair in a car. Yeah, how many likes have we had? 98. People are really reluctant to click the like button these days, and they need encouragement in the form of a wheel. That'll make them do it. Right, here we go. Porsches were my favourite car in Race Room. Okay, so we need to open the rear diff. Probably need to tighten the suspension as well. We've been streaming over an hour. Oh, well, technically we restarted the OBS, but... We can have 100 likes per hour. Let's pretend. There you go. It's my beard there. It grows too quickly here and then tickles my mouth. Push it out of the way. Oh, we're not live on... Oh, it's messed it up. Why didn't it start it? Okay. There we go. We're live on Twitch as well. It didn't start, so it's supposed to start both of them. They're all confused on Twitch. They're like, where's Game of Muscle gone? There we go. I restarted it. Hello, Twitch. Huge error. We're back. Hello! Yeah, OBS didn't restart the Twitch stream for some reason. Woo! I know, well, I just assumed it all worked. Right, let's tweak this setup here. Car set. Oh, here we go. People are joining in. That's cool. What was he saying? We need to car setup.
Okay, let's go.
Go. How's it going? You just text Mr. B's sub count. The difference to Game of Muscle is 219 million. Yeah. Difference is though, I'm playing driving games, so I'm happy. Oh, here we go. Well, that's alright. Oh no! The bug is the recording gets stuck when Twitch. Hang on. The recording's getting stuck when Twitch is live, or maybe when it goes over a certain length. Well, this is dumb. Jet fuel doesn't melt. Yeah. That's so funny, isn't it? That whole jet fuel thing. It's like. Oh, hang on. No, there you go. It did stop there. Okay, I think maybe it's just like really slow. The jet fuel thing is so dumb because it's like, do they not realise that you can weaken metal without having to melt it? What do you mean I don't show live? Just refresh Twitch, I'm sure it's fine. I'm sure it's working. Yeah, we are. At amazing quality as well. Pure gamer muscle. There we go. I had to restart it again. Well, it was 1080p before on YouTube, but now I'm streaming at much higher bitrate, which apparently YouTube likes, and apparently seems to be working, which is nice. What do you mean Starship? The rocket? I don't know. Guess it's probably going to progress space travel. I mean, these things cost a lot of money and take a long time. Who knows? It's definitely peaks from the oven time soon. That's all that matters. Right, let's get a lap in here. Listen to that transmission whine. Oh! Oh! That was cool. Could feel the amount of brake we could put before the back would lose it. Okay, probably need a bit more downforce in this setup. You know how I bought that capture card recently? Or I bought the scaler card that duplicates it so I can do 120 on my monitor. So I could also downscale for OBS, which has worked really great. It's fantastic. But guess what? Guess what came out last month? That I didn't realise. AverMedia have a 4K 144Hz pass-through capture card. So I've emailed them. Gone wide. I've emailed them. Hopefully they send me one. That'd be interesting to compare. But this setup's absolutely rock solid, to be honest. Apart from the OBS record button. Let's go. The one thing that catches me out in race room compared to AC and iRacing is the cars tend to push wide through corners, like mid and late corner understeer, and on throttle understeer as well, which you can tweak. but it just requires me to adjust to it. I mean, you know, you have to adjust to other stuff in other sims. Oh, was that just practice? I was enjoying that. Crop topless, what's that? I'm already using body paint here. None of you guys commenting on my really good body paint. Santa's naked as well, but body painted and moving body paint on him was really a massive innovation in body painting. Oh, hang on, we're doing the race. Right, how much fuel do we need? Let's just put 40 litres in. Let's go. Easy win. Oh, is that the meta? It's so funny how like people try and find ways to monetize teenagers. Ah, oh, you jumped the start, you idiot. What? I don't play Forza Motorsport because it's oh, why are you braking there? Oh. It's oh Jesus guys, come on. It's just not good enough. It doesn't have decent camera settings, so I get motion sick playing it. The handling is worse than like Live for Speed, which actually Live for Speed is quite good, but like it's worse than PC game car handling from 20 plus years ago. The game doesn't run as well as... It's terrible. It's actually stupid. It's convenient to go from quality to multiplayer, but then the quality of racing is terrible in it as well. So you might as well just play... Why would you play it over AC, which is free and the closest thing to driving a real car, or even like iRacing or ACC? Like, there's... Why would you play it? I can totally understand why someone would play Gran Turismo, because PlayStation is a very popular console and they only have a PlayStation, and its online ranking is reasonably clean once you get into higher ranks, and the car customization and stuff, and the graphics and things for what it is on a console, and also PSVR. So why? So I 100% understand Forza Horizon, which I think is fantastic, really fun. You can drive through roads, you've got different cars, you can customize them. You've got loads of like nice missions to do, paint, loads of interesting paint job things you can do, build tracks, do you know, there's loads. Forza Horizon perfectly makes sense, really good game. Forza Motorsport is absolute trash. It's just a waste of time. It's a complete waste of time. What? You are much better off, if you want to do proper racing, play a driving sim. If that's your goal, because if you've got a PC, if you've just got Xbox, you're probably better off with the Codemasters Formula 1 games, to be honest. I think they've got better quality racing. This is part of the new DTM. I don't know. I haven't watched Random Court. I don't watch YouTubers sim racing videos, so. Oh, I saw the title. I see his stupid clickbait titles. Random Court sounds drunk. I don't know what he's on half the time. You can't even deduce what his videos are from his titles, so. I don't watch his videos. I don't watch people's videos, sim racing videos. No, Forza's absolute shite. Say, Gran Turismo is fine. no. Like, so, right. You can play Forza, and the lobby, having the system of going from quali to race and having a quick sprint race is fine. There's nothing wrong with that. That's a good way of doing stuff. But it's like you would have to you would have to completely ignore Gran Turismo, all the PC sims and PC racing games, games like Wreckfest. You'd have to completely ignore like Forza Horizon to come to the conclusion that it's not like, it's as if it's something that should have come out 10 years ago. And then it doesn't, you know, then it's buggy, doesn't run well. Last time I tried it, doesn't have basic camera positional settings, doesn't have basic lock to horizon. It has a bloody mode for blind people, which is great, but surely, surely maybe really basic camera settings would be before you accommodate blind people. I don't know. Yeah, then I occasionally do watch like videos from console game channels that are playing Forza. I sometimes, thanks for subscribing. I sometimes see people live streaming it, so I watch it, and it's like, oh, it's just an absolute shit show. The netcode's terrible. Cars like bouncing and warping. It's just stupid. It doesn't make any sense as a game. It's like, why? When they're in a position to really like make something amazing. Why is he pitting? This is nice though. Porsche handle's nice. So Forza Motorsport is very clearly designed by committee, and then I don't know what's going on. I really have no idea what's going on. It seems like a total mess of a title. This is like a corporately designed game. Some friend. I don't watch other sim racers YouTube videos because I don't want to. I don't want to like not do a video myself, or I don't want to say, you know, I just don't want to know what they're doing. Also, it's quite possible I'd see, oh, this person's done this video, oh, I won't bother making the video I was going to make, so. Well, you're banned? I watch it. I watch your live streams sometimes if you're live streaming. It's just videos. To be honest, I don't watch sim racing videos really, because it's stuff I'm already doing. So like, what's the point? I watch stuff on things that I'm not doing. So like recently, I've been watching. You know, PORSCHE had a big update. So hate watch. PORSCHE had a big update, so I've been watching YouTubers playing that because I've not played it myself, and so I can go, okay, what's changed? No, does that look interesting enough for me to spend time on? Which I probably will do because it does look quite good. Hello, Chet. Yeah, we're having good fun here. Nice to drive. We've not had any weird stuff happen with this car. Or you can, when they do their sale, you can buy the whole of Race Room for like £60. Trying to catch up with P1 here. See, I mean, this is totally drivable. This is really nice to drive. Look, random call sign at the moment is going to win the award for the worst thumbnails in all of sim racing. No, actually, that's Ermin Hamidovic. He has the worst thumbnails. Random call signs in the top 5, I'd say. Not realistic. I've done that one. My thumbnails are pretty bad, to be fair. The not realistic title. I'll get ready. YouTube's going to do A/B testing soon, so we can have a war of the most obnoxious thumbnails. Different people will see the different obnoxious thumbnails. Yeah. I rely on people being so depressed that they will just keep watching this channel, whatever. I've cultivated an audience of very depressed people that have a low threshold for entertainment. It's genius. It's taken 12 years. It's taken 12 years, but we've now got like 300 subscribers that pay each month of depressed people. And it's not just depressed men, we have depressed women as well. So it's amazing. What a time to be alive. All people that appreciate high quality force feedback and have a low threshold for what's deemed as entertainment. Perfect. The ancients of muscle, yeah. The only bad part of my strategy for YouTube is that every year a good 15% of our follower base dies of old age. That's the only downside. But other than that oversight, it's all coming together. I'm pretty happy. Pretty happy with how things are going. Thanks for following. Well, we do. They don't say anything because people are like, oh, woman in chat. We do actually have multiple female viewers, at least 3. Come on. And of course I was double dipping. Some of our mega fans are winning. I'll have you know. Well, I mean, actually, most of our viewers are hot Eastern European models, obviously. But you know, outside of that, outside of the supermodels that spam me nudes every day, we have a lot of really attractive, awesome women watching and being members. What they are basically masochists. they're like, how can I degrade myself? I'll watch Game of Muscle. There's nothing more degrading than this. You really have to watch this channel. You have to have so little self-respect. Watching this channel is on a par with voting Tory as someone that lives in Red Car. That's basically what we're talking about. But it's great. I'm happy that I'm exploiting the disabled, elderly, and infirm for my own personal gain of playing racing simulators. So I appreciate it. Bloody hell. 5 minutes to catch this guy. Let's... We were playing LFM this morning at like 5 in the morning. Those death videos, that ninja from the ninja, the ultimate death scene videos, got the channel demonetized, got the video demonetized. It was worth it. I don't mind if that laugh cost us money. I don't care. You can't put a price on laughing at bad acting. Yeah, most of my viewers are due to a partnership I've done with British care homes, where they put me on the screen to keep the elderly people engaged. Yes, it is racing. Yeah, it's real cars. Oh. What is he talking about? What is he talking about? What is this idiot talking about? Don't worry. He's just background noise. Treat it as white noise. Going for the send here. Okay, we've got 3 minutes. We've got like 2 laps. I mean, all random's gonna get playing Forza are like 14-year-old viewers. I mean, it does make sense. Like, if you want to grow a channel, playing Gran Turismo and Forza and F1 is the best way of building an audience. But it will be children, so you know that's the downside. So you might it can work to be as a way to be successful, but then you've cultivated a weird, vapid, child, cultish fan base, which comes back in the end. Comes back on you with your money in your swimming pool, and it comes back on you. Woe betide. Oh, every time I'd go wide there. Tom from Grid Finder.
Tom from
Grid Finder. His name is Tom and he likes to find grids. Where's the grid? It's over there. Watch for the change of the lollipop. What stop is it? It's the Y-bird stop. Oh no. Tom's too young to know what I'm doing there. He wouldn't understand that. He's too young. He's far too young to understand that reference. This is the world we live in. The world we live in is full of... He's never suffered torture like I have. It's giving you flashbacks to Sim Expo. What flashback? Hang on, what happened at Sim Racing Expo? I'm confused. Grid Finder would make a lot more money and be much more successful if they turned the website into Thought Finder. And if they just overnight rebranded it and changed it all last minute, so all these people like, you know, look, they're like, oh, cars, yeah, and then they load up the website, and it's all, the whole thing's dedicated to finding This month's best thought. The Body Paint Awards 2023. Thought Finder. Genius. Man, that's a great idea. I'm sure investors would love that. Get on it. Finding grids. He finds grids. Tom the Grid Finder. Yeah, well, you know. That was so dumb. That's such an absurd situation to be at a trade show, sat in a sim rig, DJing music with a steering wheel, with random confused, mostly German people walking around. That was just... I mean, I liked how ridiculously absurd that was, to be honest. At no point did I think that situation would occur, so I'm quite glad it did. Oh, I can't believe we've been beaten. I feel cheated. Alright, there we go. Stream's working good though, I think. Will the stop record button work? Maybe it's just really slow to respond. Maybe it just can't stop whilst Twitch is going. It won't turn off. It won't turn off. This is the only problem we've got at the moment. I can't stop my recording. Oh well, we'll just... Oh, thanks for subscribing, Stefan Rossi. I don't know. I don't know what the weather is. What the weather is. Oh yeah, it's snow. That's dandruff. The bitrate destroyer. Can you guys see the chat room on the screen clearly? Or did I make it too small? M Gecko's not quite as fast as D Gecko. D Greco. Wow. Are there any ranked servers running? Hang on, what's Radio Nords? What's this? Oh, yeah. Yeah, the problem is it also corrupts the file, so it's not exactly ideal. The thing is, I could stop the... I think I have to... If I stop the stream, then it will stop. Let's try that. I'm going to stop the Twitch stream and then see if I can stop it. So, I think the replay buffer's working. Let's try that. Yeah, the replay buffer's working. It's just this vertical add-on thing. Oh, what, you can't see Twitch chat? Why is that not working? That doesn't make any sense. Oh, you're joking. So on Twitch, type something. Oh, it does work, you liar. Yeah. That's all legible, isn't it? Put chat bottom left. Well, then it'll be above my head, and then it'll be blocking the view. It's not in the top left. Is also balanced, and also doesn't block stuff on the screen. Oh, I see. Yeah. I see what you're getting at there. Well done. I need a cup of tea. I need to put pizza in the oven. All cars Ninos. Oh, what's going on here? So what's running now? Oh, thanks for subscribing. Welcome. Braveheart. Paul Hajimans, thank you for subscribing. Welcome.
I'm hot, and you're not.
Do you want me to make it? I need to make the chat suitable for the age of our viewers. Yeah, that's a good point. There you go. There you go. That's for the viewers that are sort of. Oh, finally I can see the messages. Oh. Finally, I can read again. It's like I've got my glasses on. Oh. Was that good for you guys? You enjoyed that? You don't want to read the messages anyway. Why'd I made it tiny? It's a form of censorship. I'm censoring you guys. I have to read every comment you type. Messages can only be sent. Oh, it's Niels. It's Niels here. Niels, did you know that you're the developer of Automobilista 2? Bet you didn't know that. You are now. How does that make you feel? How do you feel about your new job? Oh dear. Matt, pity you're not joining Jamie Westville. We might do. We're just trying out the new race room stuff at the moment. It's quite nice. I'm just going to start and stop the Twitch stream. And see if it... Oh, it stopped! The record button, it saved recording. It took 5 minutes to stop. What? Well, at least it works. I mean, no expectation for a computer to do something quickly. I didn't even need to stop Twitch. How on earth is that taking that long? How does that even make sense? What would... Like, it's not like the program's running slow. It's only using 12% of GPU. Everything else is recording smooth. All the streams are smooth. Why would that one user interface element have 5 minutes of delay? Like, the app's running fine. That's so weird. I think they've had to replace a lot of the content. So often when into Lagos, that'd be good. Although it's about to go from... Oh, it's in practice. There we go. Join GT3 2023. Where's Mr. Git server? Is he gone? Who's type 1 in chat if you're joining? I've just realised we're actually recording twice as well. So we're streaming to YouTube 12 megabits, Twitch 7 megabits, both at maximum quality on the GPU. We're recording 22 megabits, and we're also recording a replay buffer, but I guess that's just putting it into RAM. But that replay buffer is going to be 12 megabits as well. It's pretty amazing what you can do with computers these days. I remember not having to... So you'd have to use Fraps because it was the only thing that would record without killing your computer because it didn't have any compression. But the file sizes were insane. But I remember having sticking a little camera in a pint glass to balance it in front of the monitor to record Battlefield 1942 videos. I wish I could find that video. It was just jumping out of planes, doing stunts and things, jumping from planes to boats. Battlefield 1942 stunting. Those were the days. Right, we'll find something to join. I'm going to put pizza in the oven as well. Ah, Niels, if you're still there, I think it'd be interesting. I was talking about this earlier. The characteristic of the rotation of the vehicles, the specific characteristic of the sort of the rotation, like lift off oversteer, like as if the diff's more open. It seems to me like AMS1 and iRacing both operate as if the diff is more open. but I don't know if it is from the diff or how the diff's programmed, or if that's coming from the tyre model. But I think it's quite an interesting behavior difference between the different simulators. I don't know if that's something you've thought about. But weirdly, it's contradictory in that iRacing and AMS1, it's as if the diff coast is as if the diff's more open, but then the diff power is as if the diff's more locked. Now, obviously, you can change the car settings and change the setup, but just like universally across every car in those games, like across every car in AC1 and every car in iRacing, for example, iRacing's cars rotate as if the diff's more open, and AC's cars rotate as if the diff was more closed. And then race room's kind of in between, and it's interesting. I don't know what's causing that. I don't think it is necessarily the diffs, but that's the behaviour. It's almost like it's some like weird tyre or some combined thing between the different tyre friction or mechanical resistance, maybe like drivetrain or something. I don't know. Who knows? It's just I think it's quite an interesting characteristic. What we got here? Well, we might as well just join this one because it's going to race or something. Yeah, like I say, it's unless without looking at the source code from the different games. But I think it's the interesting thing is that the developers presumably are putting in the same general numbers for, like, you know, how much the diff resists X and Y and whatever's going on, and yet some component, even when you see when a car and track are set up basically identically, and even when the grip levels and all the other stuff seems to be pretty much the same or very close, even when you have cars that are very similar in different simulators, it'd be interesting to just know the exact. It would be fun to be a programmer. It wouldn't be fun to be a programmer. It'd be the worst thing to ever do. Let's try the Mercedes. But to like change just change the variables of each thing and drive. Like, I mean, that's what you kind of do with what you can do with car mods with AMS and what you can do with mods to some extent. But I think you'd want to really be able to do it on the source code level for other specific things and just see all those interactions. But then I also wonder how much of it is down to like where might not just be like a specific variable. It could be something even more subtle. Yeah. But then the other thing seems, though, that you would have to, if you wanted to get the cars identical, you would have to put the wrong values in. Like, you'd have to put different values in the different simulators to get the cars to drive the same, because the underlying other parts of the physics engine are different. So it's like if you were doing just on the car setup side from a player's perspective. If you want, like, if I use the exact same car setup in race room as AC, you get a different result. And like, what's faster or what causes more oversteer? Like, yeah, generally speaking, obviously, less downforce is less grip, lower to the ground is faster in some ways, tighter suspension. Okay, that didn't work. Generally speaking, the broader stuff is similar. But yeah, if you had exactly the same car setup, they are going to handle totally different. You'd have to put in the different values to get to try and force a similar result. Oh yeah, you were saying, so if you build the exact same car, and then you could see the physics differences, yeah. But then that would still be dependent on the. So this is the thing with the setups, which is weird, that a lot of sim racers seem to just assume, they take it on faith that it makes sense. Like, they don't seem to understand that effectively it's all arbitrary. It's all an abstraction. And so all that matters is the end result with car setup or anything. Car setup, car implementation. And so and you don't know. You don't know what the developer's done on the sort of as lower level as possible for the end result in physics and other aspects of interactions with the game engine that cause the specific output. So this gets back to the ACC thing, whereas I honestly think Kunos put really good data into ACC and actually have really good fundamentals, but I really think that there's some like messed up stuff that Unreal Engine's doing that's really messing things up that they can't get around, or they would have to change their data to they would have to put the wrong data in to get ACC to actually be as good as other simulators in the actual output of the driving. I've spoke to Aris for a few hours about cars and stuff, and I just know Kunos have always been very data focused in that they do things in a sort of, this is what the data shows, we're putting that into it, and then, you know, they've tried to build the underlying engine as best possible. And that's what most sim developers do, really. They're not willing to fudge things, basically. Because you can then get into a territory of having to just arbitrarily change everything, and then it's inconsistent, and then you don't know what's going on, or who's done what, or what's changed what. So you can understand it. I think it's just quite interesting stuff. So a good example actually is like like Prepare 3D planes for the last Microsoft Flight Sim are a lot better than they're a lot better than the default stuff, or even a lot of mod planes. But then I think with Prepare 3D, that those planes which are produced by like professional, well, people that have just been working with Microsoft Flight Sim for decades, I think they're mostly just putting in really good data and then fleshing things out. But I still think they are doing a bit of fudging. Yeah, exactly what you. Yeah, the fudging part of it then causes the problem of going, well, you're always just going to have an argument of it's all subjective. Who's right or wrong? What's right or wrong? What caused what and why? There's no foundational framework to go back to. But if it worked, but from a player's perspective, so I understand it from a developer's perspective, but from a player's perspective, if it works, it works. that's the problem. And ultimately, it's all an abstraction anyway. So I think developers can get super religious about doing it properly, and I don't disagree. But if the end result is wrong, like clearly patently wrong, you're gonna have to look at that and go, okay, well, yeah, okay, then we just need to, you have to improve something else, or in the short term, it's going to need to be fudged. People always fudge their way around their own limitations, believing 200 kilogram cars weren't possible in R-Factor 1. Blaming everything on the engine. Don't blame it on the good times. Don't blame it on the bad times. Blame it on the engine. Oh, yeah. Shamoon! That song. I remember that one. That was a classic. Blame it on the engine. Oh, God, I go mental. We've just aged 5 years. That's just stupid. Right, here we go. What we Nordschleife. Here we go. Quality. Ah, this is good. Get in there. Oh, look, it's Moritz Lerner. A really nice guy, actually. On the left here. Your policy was always data first, but my cars in 23 are very different than 2013 with the same mindset. Yeah, you're more depressed now from old age, so you're... now all the cars come with scoop waffles inside them. Oh, my car, the wheels, the cars drive upside down. I went on holiday to Australia and it changed the world for me. Since 2023, since contracting COVID, Niels' mods haven't been the same. Like, it's totally broken. It's just like the wheels sticking out sideways. Oh dear. That's stupid. Oh dear. Right. Yeah. People wondered why the quality of mods what happened there. Now we know. So I've been smoking your pancake, and the data is totally different now. Turns out the numbers, they need to be 10 times bigger. That's my Dutch. Do you like that? It's Dutch accent. Right, here we go. All Dutch people smoke weed, fact. Right. Well, welcome to Tugas Racing. Supervised server. Okay. Oh. Let's go. You must be. Oh dear. Right. What's weird with Sims is that, so like Race Room is perfectly fine as a game. Like the handling, the sound, netcode, right? It's absolutely fantastic, right? As a video game, you have amazing. You can feel what's going on in the game through a force feedback device. Runs nicely, sounds nice. It's, as an immersive experience, amazing, really, really good. And then this just with online ranked racing, with an online system, is amazing. And yet, most people don't know or wouldn't know, or we have stuff like Forza Motorsport. It's like we've had the ingredients available for, I don't know, like 10, 15 years, even Live for Speed. The basic ingredients of a physics object, forget driving sim, like a physics object that's fun to move around, a controllable physics object with force feedback so you can feel what's going on in the game and everything, right? That is a concept. That's a really compelling, purely as a game designer gameplay thing, that's really, really compelling and interesting. And then all you need is like the ranking system to get people addicted, set up nicely, like how iRacing is obviously, and then a way to effectively monetize that. And then it's an issue of marketing, purely an issue of marketing, because most people like cars, most people like racing. Yeah, it's like a very generic thing that a lot of people really like, but the problem that sim racing has, obviously you need a PC, but you can do it. You could do a race room, could be on games console, and the steering wheel is like let's say 150 quid. But you could do gamepad support that's perfectly fine to get people into it initially anyway, like Gran Turismo does. It's really a marketing problem. It's like virtual reality is so good. Like 11... Thanks for subscribing, guys. 11 table tennis, just VR games in general, FPS games in VR, looking in environments in VR. Beat Saber and stuff is actually really, 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 really good. Like, it's actually incredible. Especially something that would appeal to casuals, like how Nintendo Wii did. But the issue's a marketing issue in that you have to have a go on a driving sim. You have to have a go on a VR headset to understand what it, like, you can't explain to someone why it's good. Most people can't be told why something's good. They have to experience something that they, you know, they're then like, oh, I enjoyed that experience, and then they intuitively understand that it was good. So it's a really weird thing with the biggest problem with Sims. This is why sim racing is growing still and has a large potential to keep growing, because, as my experience, I come across so many people that just haven't tried it. As soon as they try it, they're like, oh, I'm buying it. They buy a sim rig. As people like 30, sort of 20, 30-year-olds, as soon as they play AC, iRacing, doesn't really matter what the sim is, with an okay force feedback wheel on a very basic sim rig, they're like, they've got disposable income. They're like, oh, I'm buying that. I've seen that happen so many times. It's ridiculous, and it's not a cheap thing. It's equivalent of going, oh yeah, you can have some guns in your house. You can have your own indoor shooting range for like a few £100s, or you can have a archery or like some sporting activity. You don't have to go anywhere for it. You've just got it there. Oh, and also it's cars, which you like. You know, it's also this as well. So it's such a shame that I think it's a really big shame that I feel like Microsoft massively have dropped the ball on games like Forza Motorsport. I actually think you know, GT Revival. So Project Cars 2 was probably the most successful game that's come out. Well, Gran Turismo to some extent, but a lot of people just stay in Gran Turismo. They don't really, because it's just console really. But Project Cars 2 was so good at getting people that bought it on console. It had enough realism to it and depth to it and force feedback and everything and real world tracks and all this stuff for them to go, oh yeah, no, I really see the difference between this and a general racing game. And then they ended up getting onto PC. Like, we haven't had a game since Project Cars 2 that's done that. I don't use Otter HUD at the moment, but I might possibly go back to it in the future now I've changed how my system works. When I live streamed in the past, couldn't use Otter HUD with it without causing stutter. But yeah, so GT Revival, I think this actually comes from a cultural thing where Slightly Mad Studios, as a developer, and Ian Bell is connected into the mainstream media for games media, and so you'll notice the general media and general games media, mostly because of how the people that work at Slightly Mad Studios and Ian Bell, who they know and how that works, they promote GT Revival, or they promote Project Cars 2 at the time. It got promoted through the general, like IGN general media, which presents it to a wider audience than the sim racing audience. It's just really interesting how all these things are, like how things are connected, what makes something popular outside of its actual intrinsic components. But yeah, Project Cars 2 was like the biggest thing for sim racing, and then that was 2014, I think, in terms of getting new people into Sims. Yeah, it's just having a game on console that's effectively a PC first developed title that's then ported to console. Well, Project Cars 3 was weird. There's a lot behind that. So anyway, yeah, you can see, even with GT Revival now, right? Look at the tweets and how much traction those tweets get when it's just like, oh, here's a generic video or here's just a photograph, and compare that to the traction that a race room update or some mod or like something else for another game studio does. Yeah, you said Dirt Rally was your entry point. I played the previous Dirt games, which I liked, but got hooked on the chat. Yeah, exactly. Who was that that said that? I missed your name because it's cut off the screen. Yeah, no. So that's why one of the things I've been really disappointed with the new WRC is that EA have dropped the ball so hard. They like so badly managed that they had it in the bag, in that they could have. So EA could have released WRC as an early access game with very limited content and gradually rolled out stuff in accordance with whatever the license is. But I know it's probably complicated behind the scenes in terms of licensing agreements, and then I guarantee you they thought Unreal Engine would be easier to develop for, and it ended up having late development issues like the stutter and a whole bunch of stuff, which is actually stuff you need to address at the very beginning of the project, but they probably weren't aware. And I'm sure they've had loads of staff turnover, so people coming in, they're not familiar with stuff, and then so everything, you know. So I'm not having to go at the dev team, and I sort of understand the realities of development, but as a company, EA have completely shit the bed with WRC. They can redeem it over a year or so of working on it, but they had such a potential for a easy to monetize, relatively cheap, low expectation game that could appeal to a wider market as well as a sim market. And the sim market might not be big, but everyone, if a sim is like okay, if it's an okay simulator, every sim racer buys it, which is like 250,000 people. So it doesn't have to be that good, just like okay and slightly different. And then those people are like weirdo people that are obsessive with stuff. So it gives like a little backbone, which is small numbers compared to actual proper console sales and everything. But you can monetize them differently as well. So anyway, they just don't seem to understand it at all. But yeah, that was so it was a really big shame, I think, with WRC, because you're right, Dirt 1 and Dirt 2 again, basically good quality sims that worked on console and PC first. Generally speaking, you could argue that Dirt 1 was effectively a PC first, sim focused. Wow, it seemed to be very popular. I wonder why. And then they just don't understand it. They've managed to keep monetizing Dirt 1 and Dirt 2. Dirt 2 is just Dirt 1 with some patches and some other tracks. It's not really much of a different game. So Dirt 1, and from my understanding, Dirt 1 actually bailed Codemasters out. The sales from Dirt 1 saved Codemasters at that point in time. So it's the difference between chasing short-term apparent profit versus having an actual understanding of what's a good quality long-term product. Anyway, and Neil's saying about Ian Bell, he's good at drumming up hype. Exactly. Well, I think that's what you've got to do as a CEO. Yeah, he might be a bit mental. He definitely is mental. But for a CEO, their one job is a hype man for the company, and I think, yeah, they might do other business stuff that people would disagree with, but for the point of generating hype behind a business and getting people into it, which is a very hard thing to do, he does a good job at that. But yeah, we talked about the Unreal Engine thing earlier. It's just got its own unique problems. Well, the Madness console thing's not a bad idea. It's pretty funny. It's not bad. It's not a bad idea though. I mean, it's basically what it wasn't. They didn't really come up with that. Like, I think they were suggesting that even after Steam Machine stuff had been already presented. So, and the Steam Machine idea is not a bad idea either. Like, Valve badly executed the Steam Machine. Didn't really make any sense. But then they realised actually like basically what they've done with the Steam Deck is what they should have done with the Steam Machines initially. And I'm telling you, Steam Deck is saving PC gaming. For like, I don't think people realise it. I need to do a video about this. But the Steam Deck has basically saved PC gaming and saved gamers from Windows, especially if you're thinking about it in a 10-year in 10 years time, because PC, most people now, vast majority of consumers will not buy PCs. People will buy PCs for specific applications. There'll always be PC sales for various stuff, but in terms of a wider market and where the market's going for hardware, people will just have an expectation to buy a single thing that just works, like how a phone does. And the amazing thing with the Steam Deck is it's basically a games console, single piece of hardware that someone can go, oh, what do I buy that? And then they've basically got a PC, but because it uses Steam built on top of Linux as a bog standard operating system, that's a sort of general open operating system, those of you that want to build a actual computer or have higher quality graphics or use more expensive graphics cards or, you know, do more custom stuff, well, you can just use Steam on your open computer. So developers have a target platform, which is very convenient. It's one of the good things about PS5, Xbox and stuff, is developers can go, right, we're targeting that. For sure they will target a Steam Deck if they're like, oh, there's 5 million people with a Steam Deck. Well, obviously we're going to make sure our game runs on that. And then, oh, Steam Deck, games that support Steam Deck also work on as a PC as well. So it's Valve have done so much to basically save PC gaming, but I don't think people realise. Yeah, the only downside, well, it's a positive, but it's also a downside at the moment. Steam Deck runs on Linux, so a lot of games that only support DirectX and not Vulkan and other graphics, what are they called? I don't know what they're called, but like a game has to be able to run in like non-DirectX, but that's good because it means you'll get games supporting Steam Deck, and there'll be a reason to not have to have Windows as a gaming machine. You could just use a Linux, and I hate Windows. Windows 11 and Windows 10 is crap. The only reason I use Windows is for work stuff that has to use Windows in video games. And most of the apps I use now, DaVinci Resolve works on Linux. Fruity Loops, I think, works on Linux. I don't know if OBS does. Probably does. There's probably a Mac version or Linux. Yeah, the emulation stuff's not important. Stuff has to work natively. Pile One, thanks for subscribing. Oh, we're doing a race here. How long's the race? 25 minutes. Okay, well, we'll see how that goes. $63 litres. I don't know how much fuel we need. Yeah, these cars actually burn lots of fuel, don't they? Thank you. Do I produce music? Yeah, I do remixes of voice chat. I used to do music for like shit web games and mobile phone games and looping sounds and stuff before I started doing YouTube full time. And I did games design, graphic design, and that kind of stuff. I'm not good at it though. It's a hobby. But the good thing is, right, this is great advice. Those of you that maybe younger or, you know, whatever. Just say you can do stuff. People don't question you. I made some good money doing music from just saying. Like, so I'd never produce certain stuff, and someone would go, "Oh, we need someone to make music for this game we're doing," and I'd say, "Oh yeah, I can do this." yeah, I can do it. And then the next day I'd be like, "Ah!" I'd be on free loops going, "Oh fuck, how do I make it work?" It's the best way to learn, at the expense of other people. Great lesson there. What's the worst that can happen? You're going to die anyway of old age, so... Yeah. The worst that can happen is they go, wow, that didn't work, we'll hire someone else. Yeah, well, I mean, this whole YouTube channel is just me bullshitting. Like, we just gradually made more and more YouTube videos over time. And then it looks like we've been successful. It's like, you've got 70,000 subscribers. Wow, you must be, you must know what you're doing with Sims. you must know what you're doing with live streaming. It's like, no, just 12 years of talking bollocks. Genius. Hang on, is the stream running smooth, or is my computer going into meltdown just as the race starts? Whoa! Where he came from? Oh, okay. It's just my remote desktop. It's slow. Yeah. Oh, nice. I'm controlling the streaming PC through remote desktop. Oh, these guys don't seem like they're too slow. That's good. It's weird that these GT3 cars only have a single diff setting. They don't have like a diff power and a diff coast. Yes, NGK. Was it? Is that VDOL? VDOL's the fast one, right? Yeah, thanks everyone for watching, clicking the follow button and liking. I really appreciate it. Hope everyone's having a nice time. I cannot read that whilst driving around the Nordschleife. No one's having a nice time. We're all out. Everyone's having a bad time. Oh, someone's mowed the lawn. It's oh no, it isn't. Feel like we need setup here. Which sim has the best Nürburgring? Maybe R Factor 2s? Well, it'll probably be ACCs, and then it'll be AC because they'll port it to AC, and then you'll be able to drive it with a simulator that feels like a cut. Hang on. Why is it saying low fuel level when I put 60 litres in? What? Is that because of the bump causing the... Was that a bug? that about? Hang on, why are we getting chronic understeer? What's that about? Oh. We've got 61 litres of fuel. Slosh simulation. But they put like baffles in the fuel tank so that the fuel can't slosh around. Clipped a wheel. Oh, it wasn't an oil slick button. That was a dump fuel button. Always make that mistake. Tank slapper. Let's go. 6th place. Did it? Why did it have a dump fuel option? Was that set to if you knew you had good pace, you wouldn't. If you knew you had enough fuel and you had good, you could dump it because you were overfueled by accident. Oh my goodness.
Okay, let's go.
Jump to pass.
Okay, let's go.
Let's go. I definitely need some sub here because the car's a bit, it's a little bit understeering. Basically needs, probably needs tightening up, lowering, stiffer suspension, lowering the car. It's the Ferrari DTM.
I don't like ACC, but I do like the normalist. But that is amazing. So it's probably one of the well, one of the or not the best simulation to practice, like even F1 or GT mods. It's really good.
Why have they all DNF'd? What's going on? Why do the Dutch have like such a motorsport heritage for such a small country that's flat and underwater? What's caused that? Why Holland would be like, would not be. Also, they're all tall. No, but like, so canal pole jumping, yeah. Street Waffle World Final Eating Championship, yeah. But rugby, that makes sense. Basketball, that makes sense. Like, why at handball? Why motorsport? They don't have like 2 racetracks. Was motorsport big in Holland before World War II? Ice skating? Well, that makes sense because it freezes. That makes perfect sense. It freezes over there and canals. But then they're not the best at ice hockey as a nation. Like, okay. I think the Czechs are better at ice skating. I need a setup for this. This car's too floaty for me. This is driving like a monster truck. I might do some LFM later if people want me to. We're checking out the new race room update. See, now everyone wants LFM now. This is when you live stream, when you play, when you do one of a lot of something. That's what it's an expectation. Funny how that works. I feel sorry for all the viewers that watch this for iRacing. I will do more iRacing. Yeah, I wonder what it is then that causes the motorsport thing in Holland. Smoking lets you see the lines. The worst Dutch accent ever attempted. So I can see the apex. But the LFM's been really nice to race AC with. It's been fun actually getting faster. You know, actually, like in LFM, we're about 1 second off the top pace of the best people in it. And that after just doing like 8 races or so. And then if I really concentrated, I think we'd be about 7/10 off. Not like the best people in it, but anytime we're in the top split, we seem to be about a second off the guy that's the top 2 or, you know, the top 2 or 3 places. No, I don't know. The short fancy track. Which one? The airport one or the Oh, the which short fantasy track? All the fantasy tracks we've driven are long ones. Oh, I keep understeering at the end of the corner. Oh, we broke the car a little bit there. Which package is it worth getting? Well, they often do sales, and it's worth getting the game when it's on sale. They normally do like a starter pack. Yeah, I need a setup for this because I'm understeering at the late corner understeer, which is really weird because normally you've gotten the throttle by then, and that's pushing the back of the car out. I did open the diff, but I did that to get the back to come out initially. And it is still oversteering on the throttle once we turned it in more. So I don't know. I need a setup. This car's too floppy for me. She needs to be tightened up. So I could tighten the steering up. Was finding race room you have to turn more to get the same result. Oh, thank you, Wheel. Good job, DD Wheel. Who needs skill anymore? The wheel just caught the car entirely. Ah. Who needs any talent? Just let go of the wheel. Job's done. Maybe they were just bored in Holland. We changed the gearing on this as well. We're not even using maximum RPMs. I don't think Racing doesn't have any in-game setup sharing, does it? Yeah, well, you know, I forgot to use Head and Shoulders. And that's the result. ACLFM has a lot more people than Race Room, yeah. I need a pizza. I need to eat something. Need a kebab. Oh, that'd be good. Yeah, I think fixed setups as a default are a much better way to do stuff. It just makes racing closer, especially for sprint things. But for some reason, it upsets a lot of sim racers. Well, I've got some new non-alcoholic beer to try. Some of that with our pizza. Yeah, it keeps saying low fuel level, and maybe it's based off the amount of laps. Probably lap calculation. Yeah, the AC the setup exchange on AC is really good because I've been using those setups and we've been pretty consistently top 6 in the top split in AC. So as long as you've got a competitive setup that's available to everyone, then you can have open setups. And then it only really matters for people that are in that sort of last 2 or 3 tenths bracket. That's where like the mega sweat setup meta comes in. I was a bit worried that I've got pretty good at AC. We were doing laps and we were doing like every lap was within like a tenth of each lap or even less, with it consistently going down as the fuel went down. It's just, this is worrying. Mega sweat turning into a sweat racer. It's absolutely disgusting. This track feels a bit flat in here. I mean, it might not be, but the hypnotic Schleifer. The grass is very forgiving in race room. Yeah, I think the tyres, the curb sound and the dirt sounds really nicely done, and the sort of tyre scrub and stuff, and the engine's nice, not overdone, it's not overbearing. Since you seem shocked to see Brands Hatch, they've designated the tracks for 2 weeks. Yeah, but I don't live on LFM's forums, do I? Oh, drive-through penalty for cutting. Oh, the curbs are good in this. Look, it's not my fault that whoever picks tracks is stupid. Learning how to understand and tweak the settings is part of the game. It's not about being... So the problem is, the settings that work are pretty arbitrary from sim to sim. Especially when you're talking about the last 2 seconds or the last second and a half. So what is a good setup in Race Room is not... You can put the exact same style of setup in AC and it wouldn't work. It wouldn't be competitive. So it's not... It's like, okay, yeah, so then basically what you're saying is you then just have to spend another 5 to 10 hours just hot lapping, changing rando settings, or understanding that specific video game, rather than just racing, which is what you do if you're doing sprint racing. So, you know, if you're doing a proper league race and stuff, settings make sense, and you can still adjust the settings on a largely fixed setup race. The point is, you should give someone enough that they could, even if they've got family and kids and they've only got an hour to race an evening, if that they can still take part and enjoy. So it's not even about what's... So we've done so many races with subscribers, and as soon as we run fixed setup, you're driving against 12 cars out of 30 in the same race as opposed to 6 or 5. So you're going to just get better racing. It's like, it's just, you know, presumably that's why people are doing sprint racing. Right. Well, that was good fun. We broke the car. Yeah, we'd need a setup. I mean, it drives really nice. Like the you know, it's totally drivable. The Porsche as well. I think I prefer the Porsche. It seems to be easier to avoid just having the back roll round on you. I prefer how AC drives. I think AC's got generally much better force feedback. It feels more responsive. But I'd prefer this over iRacing. And over AMS2, but the big problem is that you really need can you actually get races? Like, I think if you're doing a league, race room's nice, and the hot lapping, the leaderboard mode's really good. But yeah, look, it's 9:30 and there's nobody really in the ranked races. It's a bit of a problem. If you buy a car and you want to race it, so like if you've got a league or something, it's fine. That's normal in the UK, Jet Red. I'm going to put a pizza on though. I think we've done enough driving to have a reasonable view of the race room. They do have competitions they're running as well, actually, which is quite good. What's this? It's got an MX-5 competition. Like hot lap leaderboard competitions are good in this. Yeah, well, since they changed that ranking thing. Ooh. Well, I might do some AC, I think. He's addicted. What's wrong with him? Well, thanks for clicking the like button, guys. Yeah, well, so they did have the ranked servers for a while, didn't they? And then they made it that the rookies were separated, because I would imagine someone in the race room community was like, oh, we need to separate it, and then that's basically killed the multiplayer. So what you need is yeah, like, 'cause the ranking thing's pretty good, isn't it? You saw the dancing Santa was an ornament. Yeah. Really expensive ornament. It disappears though when I change to this scene for some reason. That's part of the. That's why it's so expensive. Guys, check out Donk's YouTube channel if you haven't. If all Twitch people had his YouTube, yeah, but we're not allowed to do that. Double the viewers. Yeah, I don't think we're allowed to do that. Woo! Let's put a pizza on, make a cup. I've not had a cup of tea today. I had like loads yesterday. Oh man, my back's knackered. We need after today we're gonna have like, I mean, I might do a little stream tomorrow, but I'm probably gonna have like a week and a bit away from sim racing because I've got the tennis elbow is not doing well and the shoulder blades are not doing well, so I just need we need a bit of a break from sim racing for sure. Oh, thank you, Novotny. Yeah, check out Donk's channel, guys. Oh, these are the sim rig stretches. My shoulders. This is an old age thing. I never used to get shoulder pain. It's the shoulder. It's not the muscles. It's the bone on the cartilage. Just from doing the same action over and over again. But to be honest, you're not meant to drive for 12 hours, 5 days in a row, are you? So maybe I didn't used to do that much sim racing. Oh, I mean, this arm is knackered. It's so bad. Like, if I pick something up like that, that is pure tennis elbow. And that's only like 300 grams. Ah, and then the muscle. Oh, God, so pathetic and old. Need to build some muscle. Need to do push-ups. This muscle's got bigger from sim racing though. I don't know what muscle that is. Gamer no muscles. Gamer sim racing muscles. It's bigger on it's bigger on this side than this side, so we must do more tracks where you're turning right. Most tracks are right ways. That's well weird. The sim racing muscle, whatever that is. Because it's not like a normal... Yeah. Tricep. Sim racing muscle. My left arm's bigger than my right arm because more tracks are right and turns. That's so dumb. That's so dumb. It's genuinely like substantially bigger. I need to do some push-ups on one side. Oh dear, that's so dumb. Alright. I was wondering why when I do push-ups I fall over one way. Yeah, but NASCAR is like really low force feedback. I use the large wheel rim. Oh, that's stupid. Well, normally when you're driving, yeah, because you're pushing the wheel up. I think you're supposed to use your upper chest muscles if you drive properly, but I don't. So you're pushing. You're always, so you're never meant to pull on a wheel. You're always meant to be pushing it. So you're pushing left. But then sometimes when my wrists are hurting or my arms are hurting, I will use one hand more than the other to sort of relieve the other hand a bit. But yeah, I normally do quite a lot of stretches, but I should do it more. Oh man, if I put my arm like that, just all the ligaments on the elbow. Oh, thanks for subscribing. Welcome to Physio Muscle. Everything around here is just like sore. Like, oh dear. Pure tennis elbow. Right. I'm just going to put pizza in, get a cup of tea, and then we'll see what's running on AC. Oh, on AC actually. What quality? Not production quality. What quality on YouTube, guys? Would you rate the stream quality in terms of visual fidelity? All right, Xavi, have a good one, man. Thanks for watching. No, it's just repetitive actions. I mean, most people don't drive for 12 hours a day, do they? You know, it's not bad, but we've got this set up like really good, but you're just not going to be able to sim race for 12 hours a day for 4 days in a row without issues, are you? Oh, we have to do the TCR, won't we, at Donington, Brands Hatch, in an hour. There you go, perfect. I mean, Road America Prototype, though. I signed up to the next Road America Prototype. That's good. Oh, thanks, Havner. 3 out of 10? Shit in 4K. Shut up. I can do 4K, but... it's not ideal. You get a lot of delay if we do that. Oh, the start and stop record thing works if I click on the screen and then wait like 5 minutes. That's so weird. Okay, I've signed up to the LFM thing. I'll be back in a minute. I could put some like I could put T text on this screen. There you go. We're going to do the LMP3 car next. That's my new haircut.
Okay, let's go.
Hello, Hans S. Thank you. Yeah, have good fun racing. We had some alright racing in Race Room, but it's not the most active of sims. Right, back in a minute, guys. Thanks for watching. Thanks for clicking the like button. Thanks for subscribing and all that. Oh, I haven't updated the list. The list needs updated with all the new channel members to do that before tomorrow. It's British Royal Best Tea. BRB.
Okay, let's go.
I'm hot, and you're not.
Okay, let's go.
Mind the gap.
but somehow the feeling's still strong. Like I'll be on my way out, thinking that I'm good, right? Suddenly you pass by, now you're stuck on my mind, thinking how it's done now. But I guess I'll never be tired of you, of you, of you. Know that I'ma ignore you all night, all night. Know that I'ma decline your calls right.
Okay, let's go.
When I get home, I'll check on my phone to see what you want, see what you wrote, 'cause I wanna know, I wanna know. Yeah, I'll be on my way out, thinking that I'm good, right? Suddenly you pass by, now you're stuck on my mind, thinking how it's done now. But the pace car is out of control. Of you, of you, of you. So tell me why I get this feeling now. Or tell me why I get this feeling now. Been a couple years that I'll be healing now. Been a couple years that I'll be healing now. I really didn't think I'd have to feel this now. Oh, like I'll be on my way out, thinking that I'm good, right? Suddenly you pass by, now you're stuck on my mind, thinking how it's done now. But I guess I'll never be tired of you, of you, of you, of you. I really didn't think I'd have to feel like this.
How's it going, guys? Oh no, race is starting and I've got my pizza. What? I want my pizza. Yeah, it's now aren't they on their Christmas holidays? How long do we have? When's the next race? Oh, in an hour. Is it MX5? There we go. We did the MX5. Oh, session full. We won't do the MX5. We won't do the MX5. Sign up to the next one. Oh, we got an hour to just. Oh, we can just have a chill and practice. Oh, the Twitch YouTube war. Oh no, not another war. We have Strawberry Tabby. What's going on? What's a Strawberry Tabby? MMK, better UI. Twitch is land of AFK. Hello, Ollie. Yeah. Twitchers are the king of lurkers. Twitchers are the background viewers. YouTubers are active viewers. No, what do you mean the first 30 minutes? We did like 3 hours of race room. No, I thought it was good, but there's just not that many people online. The pizza's okay. It's a cheapo little pizza. We're now going to try a Heineken Zero. Hello, shocked Delmit. Let's see what. I don't think I've ever had a Heineken Zero. Okay, it doesn't taste very good. The regret of buying 6 cans of this. No, not very good. Tastes like Heineken Zero tastes like, you know when you blow up like an inflatable mattress? What a fail. Join the practice.
Okay, let's go.
Strawberry Tappy. What is this? Is this a thought? Oh. Do any of you guys in chat watch that? Right, those Twitch girl people. So, I wouldn't personally. I wouldn't watch thoughts on Twitch because it's just lame content. I'd watch attractive women doing something, like if they're walking around or playing a game, or like if they're doing something, or they're talking, or they're funny. Fine. I really don't understand. I don't understand the watching of a thought that's not doing anything. Just like, why? Like, what is wrong with people? Go to an adult website. So weird. I guess it's teenagers that can't go to adult websites or something because of filters. And then they're like, the best I can get is some like some like Twitch Gil. That's what it is, isn't it? It is literally 13-year-olds. From their perspective, it's the same. Like Andrew Tate is basically a male thought. That's exactly the same thing. It is exactly the same thing. It's 13-year-olds that see something that they perceive as adult from their perspective. So they're like, oh wow, look at that woman with breasts. Oh, I've never seen a woman with breasts before. Oh wow, she might message if I type something that she might respond. Oh, a woman with breasts has responded. And there's something like the Andrew Tate thing. They're like, oh, a man with some money. Oh, and he's got women around him. Oh, wow, what a man. And then the thoughts and the Andrew Tates get loads of views from moronic teenagers. And then that allows them to sell advertising and make money, which then makes them seem culturally relevant when they're not. He's doing the talk. The talk. Was it game changing? No, it's nice. It still feels like race rooms. It's nice. Cars drove nice. I've always liked race room in the first place, so I prefer how race room drives over iRacing. I prefer how AC drives over race room. The problem with race rooms it's not really the handling, it's that there's not enough people playing it. The race is in an hour. We're just taking it easy. Why is this practice on 0? Is this server disconnected? Oh, and to get another practice server in. Well, DD Gill comes out for new channel members on YouTube. Right. That's a good question. What is a DD Gill? We'll never know. Cut lap detected. Ah. I'm really skilled at racing. I can cut the track whilst parked. Takes years of training to do that. One thing I wanted to do was have a UI thing. I push a button and it tells everyone what I'm using. You look like a real life Gru from Despicable Me. Thanks for that. I look like everyone. I'm average. I don't know in hell well. Oh. What a babe, what a beauty, what a sexy lady. DD girl with the DD wheel. Perfectly formed servo motors for her legs. DD girl, beautiful, sexy babe with servo legs. DD girl, what a perfect formed woman. Everybody needs a DD girl, put a DD girl in your sim rig. She's so beautiful and strong, she laps an odd schleifer in under 7 minutes with full force feedback. DD girl with the DD wheel. What a babe, a beauty, a sexy lady. It's a DD girl with a DD wheel. Active force, Fanatec, Simuki Thrustmaster. DD girl, what a perfect woman she is. DD girl, everybody wants a DD girl, but Ollie's got her in his house. There she goes again, disappearing off into the sunset. She hates it here, but she's forced to come every Tuesday and Monday and Wednesday. Hello. Thank you, Ollie. Cheers, you've now got a DD girl in your boudoir. It's a beautiful song. Welcome to the cult. God save us. Oh, what a babe. What a beauty. What a sexy lady. Emotion. Good evening, Simply Dazzle. How's it going? Look at that dustbin floating around. She has the weekend off. You just missed the DD girl, yeah. She's chilling out. She's loving it. You'll be added to the list. Which did you get? Did you get a teabag membership or a Church of Force feedback? Either way, I don't care. I appreciate it. I need a way to know what people got, so I can push the buttons like this. Look at that. Oh, I should have played this whilst we were gone.
Oh, looks like Gamer Muscle's taking a little bit of a break right now from the stream. Just hang tight. He'll be back shortly. Just wanted to come on and let you know that looks like he's taking a little bit of a break from the stream right
Problem
now.
is, if I put that on, I can't watch Matt Malone. This is what I watch every night in bed.
Oh, looks like Gamer Muscle.
Every night I watch that. Square tea bags. Yeah, the problem is if I make him less green, his background fades in. Matt Malone's needs to be directed by Peter Jackson. What's going on? I don't know. What is going on? What is going on? That is a good question. What is going on? Okay. Should I make the snow stronger? I think we should. Multi-snow is pure festive. Well, Santa Claus is dancing to this music.
Santa Claus, I'm climbing down your chimney and I'm taking all your gifts. I'm Santa Claus, Santa Claus. Big, 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 big daddy Santa Claus. I drink your whiskey from your fridge. I drink your rum from your cupboard. I drink everything because I'm an alcoholic. Santa Claus. Hide your children, hide your wife, hide your car and your knives. Santa Claus is coming for you. Santa Claus is on the loose. Gonna take your wife, gonna take your wife. Ooh, Santa Claus, Santa Claus, Santa on the loose. Santa Claus, he likes to ride a goose. Santa Claus, Santa on the loose. Gonna steal your mince pie and your tooth. Punching people in the face. Stealing gifts from under their trees. Stabbing people. I'm Santa Claus and I'm on the loose. What you gonna do? You can't stop me. I'm from the original gangster crew. I'm wearing my clothes, my red colours, and I'm coming for you. Santa Claus, Santa Claus. I'm Santa Claus, Santa Claus. Santa Claus, Santa Claus. Mess with me, I'll punch you in the face. Santa Claus, Santa Claus. Santa Claus, Santa Claus. Give me a gift, give me a gift. I'll come down the chimney and I'll shag your wife. Santa Claus.
Okay, that's a good Christmas song. Right, I'm done with that. Get back, Mini Claus. Get back, go back where you belong. There we go. Gangster Claus. There we go, put him back in the corner. Bloody hell, he's a bit unhinged, this Santa Claus. Everyone portrays Santa Claus as like a nice guy, but I'm telling you, he's not. I know what he's like. I wanted to turn the snow up. That's what that was about. Got distracted there by Santa Claus. Oh, it's well snowing. There we go. Right, we're going to do a lap. Is this also a Santa Claus song?
Don't stop.
I don't know. Any song's a Santa song. Do you want blue lights? Oh, I can... We don't have blue lights, but I can do this. Look, colour correction. Look at this. I can change the gamma. Just for you. Just for you. There you go. There you go. You happy? I mean, it's basically broken it. Oh, hang on. There you go. Are you happy? Just because you asked for it, you got it. That's how good. That's how good of a streamer I am. That's how good of a streamer I am. Someone asked for different colour lights and immediately they get it. What other streamer does that? I forgot to open. Can we get another host? Well, look, If you could, I'd replace myself with a hot woman. I mean, I'd have surgery, but I can't afford it. If I join the server without loading up content manager, we don't get the head smoothing stuff. Huge error. Right, let's get back in the practice server. There we go. There it is, boys and girls. There it is. Where we don't allow links to be sent because we get bot spam occasionally. I'm pretty happy with how OBS is working now. Like I think we've got everything. This was a pretty spontaneous thing. Like last week, we were like, yeah, let's swap over streaming. Let's why not? Let's go back to a dual PC setup because it always works perfectly. And then yeah, it seems to have worked out, which is nice, isn't it? Which was nice. And then I met Jesus, which was nice. Yes, bit of fast show. Doesn't get better than that, does it? One new, no. So this PC that I'm playing the game on is I built it like a year ago. It's a 3080 Ti. I built it when I got these screens because I did 2 sponsored videos for LG. And funny story, they were going to film like some online advertising in the house. So that's why I built these screens and everything. And then they just changed the project randomly, so which happens all the time. So I just did the sponsored videos that I was going to do anyway. So yeah, so I built a PC myself and everything, so I knew it. They basically just wanted a they wanted videos of a triple screen, like a video showing the screens being used for like an insane setup for Forza as a marketing thing. But yeah, good. So I built the system for that, and then that's what we've been using. And then the streaming PC is actually from 2012, no, 2013 or something, 2014, I don't know. But when I first got the Fanatec affiliate link, I used the money that we made from that in the first year to build a streaming PC so I could stream high quality. And since then I put a new processor in that and a new graphics card, to a 2060. So the 2060 has all like the NVNC encoder built into it, which is really good. So ironically we're not using the CPU particularly, but it's still handy having for a PC that's a like encoding video. So it's good. What do you mean, what happened? Yeah. Oh, I see. Yeah. Thanks for that. Well, what also happened was, so the capture cards that we had worked well with 60 hertz, or well, they work with 2560 by 1440 pass through at 120 hertz, but they didn't work with 4K 120 pass through. Which now a card's just come out that allows you to capture that from AverMedia, but so I ended up, because I enjoyed, once you use 4K on an OLED, you're like, so I ended up just streaming off this PC, and then I saw that you could get that splitter box just last week that converts downscales to 1080 120, so I could then, my capture card would then be able to understand that, and it also allows pass through of 120 4K. So, but why I do want to try that AverMedia card. Part of it is, like, I do think it it's cool making the stream as good quality as possible, but I do enjoy the technical aspect of getting OBS stuff working, and live, like the technical part of live streaming is well, it's not fun doing it, but the end result is fun. Do you know what I mean? Like, getting it all to work. I think that's just like a weirdo PC gaming thing, isn't it? Like, part of the fun of it is, it's not a negative getting it to work. It's like, oh, you enjoy trying to get it to work as best possible. I think that's part of the fun. Like, you don't always want to do that, but yeah, well, but this is my job, so the electricity's not too bad. A PC normally only uses about, let's say it's 500 watts, 400 watts, and I don't put any heating on, so it's just the same as having a heater on. But yeah, this whole setup with the 3 screens, 2 PCs, all the lighting and everything is about 2,300 watts for everything. But I mean, it's my office as well, so I work from the bunker, so I don't think the problem solving's fun. I like getting to the end result. Yeah, it's weird. I mean, it is satisfying. It's puzzle, isn't it? It's just a puzzle. It's a bit of a trial and error puzzle, but then also getting the best result possible. I mean, my internet cost me £65 a month, so I think the running costs of this setup is probably about £200-300 a month. Electric, internet. That's not too bad. I mean, if you had an office, when I had a games company, you pay shitloads for renting an office. So on the scale of business, it's actually very cheap doing it that way. The muscle bunker. I'm really jealous of James Tumulty's got a really nice shed thing that he built. It's a dream job. Watch fuel. What do you mean watch fuel? Oh yeah, we haven't got enough fuel for another lap. That's a 57. 54 is my PB. Bloody hell. With that much heat from the PC and electronics, the air humidity. Well, so this room, so because this is half underground, it's actually quite, there's no like separation from the floor, which is literally soil. So it probably balances out. But also we had in the wall, I drilled through like this much concrete, like a huge, like half a meter of not concrete, like brick and stone, to have a heat converter, like an air vent that does heat recovery. Just move the view of the seat in the game. That's what I've done. It's called Bcast. Bcast Tools is the leaderboard app I'm using there. Right. To the way the cars just appear in AC, so stupid. Two flies with one clap, eh? I don't know what you mean. Oh, I might get another one of those. Those beer, these Heineken fake beers taste weird. All right, they taste weird. I've got tea to drink. I've got a yogurt as well, actually. That'd be nice. Oh, it's a German. Yeah, Germans have well weird sayings. Two flies with one clap. It's like two birds with one stone. Honestly, German sayings are insane. They just don't even make. They don't make logical sense. It's like some drunk German just said something and then everyone decided to repeat it. Ja, das. Two Spiegelflügens und ein Spongelbongo. Ah, ja. Schweinhund. Tomatoes. Yeah. Do you have tomatoes for eyes? I clearly do. But I've accepted it. I've embraced my tomato eyes. But I'm really curious to see if that Media capture card. Apparently it does 4K 144 Hz pass through. I can also capture 4K 120, and it's USB, so I guess it must have a downscaler chip built in it to convert it into like probably HVNC text, whatever can go through USB 3 bandwidth. Yeah, no, it probably does balance out all right. When I moved into this house, I got a radiator put into the basement because I was like, oh, it'll be really cold. It's never cold. It's always like it's actually quite good, like, you know, as you'd expect from a half underground bunker. The Apple Vision Pro, that device isn't the future, no. But AR glasses are the future for sure, like categorically. Like, there's no why wouldn't it be? Like, in 20 years' time, or like 15, 20 years' time, people will be like, you used to carry a phone in your pocket? Why did you had to hang on a minute. You had to carry a phone in your pocket that you had to pull out to look at messages and then scroll with your fingers, as opposed to, oh, you put. But in the future, people will be like, oh, where have I put my glasses? It'll be weird to not wear glasses that have full AR capacity. People just be like, oh. And then it'll also be like, well, you know, it protects your eye. What are you doing? It'll be like it protects your eyes and you get better vision and, you know, I can improve the colour of stuff in the environment. I can make the sky blue when it's rainy. You know, why are you not wearing your glasses? That's what will happen. The cylinder face. Now they'll just wear shade. It'll just be shades, but they'll be full-on VR AR headsets. And then, you know, if you wanted to message someone or call them, you'll be able to see them. No, smart contacts won't take off, I don't think, because they're too invasive. There'll be smart contacts will be. Some people will have them, but they're too invasive. Most people would rather just put glasses. Also, glasses will be easier to upgrade and change over. And contacts are also actually there's quite a lot of risk of wearing even now. Contact lenses are can have quite a lot of potential risk associated with them, and there's a whole process. So yeah, sure, you'll have smart contacts for people that would otherwise wear contact lenses, but for sure the mainstream will be just wearing shades. Well, stuff will fit inside shades easy, yeah. You just build the circuitry into the frame. You know, it'll be fine. Well, if you look at the Ray-Ban glasses right now, sure, at the moment it's just basically a camera and some other stuff, but those look like normal sunglasses, and they have a fairly powerful computer on them to do like image filtering and all that kind of stuff, and a chip to interpret voice and everything. So yeah, but the thing will be is like the glasses will allow you to see in the dark perfectly, so you won't ever need a torch. You know, you use them like a telephone in the sense like you do now, where you can just call people. It'll do all the stuff a phone does, but you'll have like a full 360-degree screen, and you can position windows wherever you want to. So you can be like, oh, one of the apps will be like your mates will have their shades on, and you'll be like, oh, I want to see what they're up to, and then you'll be able to see what they're looking at and everything. Like, why would you not? People will be like, oh, that's too cool to not have as an option, especially like teenagers. They'll be like, I'm looking at Susie's fanny. Oh, let me look. You know, so it'll catch on. Guaranteed. Worked it out. You never got a good answer about this. Do cars in AC work well? With what? What? Type that question again. Other people rudely pushed your message off the screen. Cyberpunk. It's not really cyberpunk. It's just. Is it cold in my room? No. Oh, what, with all the snow? No. Well, it is, but I'm so cool myself. I don't let the cold bother me. I train by doing ice baths. So, the Christmas spirit is what keeps me warm. Does one need a setup for cars in AC, or do they work? Well, they all work. You might want to move the brake bias a bit further back generally, but they all work. Yeah, you might the gearing might be a little bit wrong for certain tracks, but nothing's so broken that you can't drive them. They're normally sort of on the neutral slightly understeery side. But you can use setup exchange app that's built into shader patch, and people have normally made setups and you can just grab it if you want to. Right, our 54 is our PB. I don't know how on earth I did that. I must have absolutely sent it through the first 2 corners. Yeah, the new race room's good. Nice. We had some more out racing. Oh, I need to get some new tyres. We had some okay. We had some okay races. Seems it's a nice update. The only downside is it's just not that active online, unfortunately. Oh, we might as well take fuel out because we can only do like 3 laps on the softs. I should probably just practice with the mediums. Actually, let's do that. Nice. Click that like button, guys, if you're watching on YouTube and you want to help support us for free. Appreciate it. Actually, I need to turn this looping off on these. Please hold. Quite like this type of music. Sorry guys, sorry for the black screen. I'm just going through all the graphics and turning off looping before I forget. I totally know after we have a break after we have a break at Christmas, we will forget everything that I've done. That's something, I don't know if any of you guys do live streaming. You kind of get into a routine and a pattern with like using OBS and all the stuff, so you'd have to think about it. And then if you have a break from live streaming, you then come back and you're like, oh, where's the buttons? We're like, oh no. Okay, OBS disconnected and reconnected. Fair enough. Don't know what that was about. You could have the snow pile up, but you'd need if you used an XML script or something. Hang on. I've got an idea. No. Paul Williams, hi Gamer Muscle. Did you say to meter wheels having peak force feedback will make it? It probably does work really nicely.
Okay, let's go.
So yeah, if you have like a stronger wheel, then you might as well just always leave it on linear. But if you're using T300, well, I think the peak thing's only on Fanatec works. If you're using like a TSL DD or something, then the peak setting might be quite good. But it's worth trying both. It depends. But yeah, I can see why. I've alternated, even with the DD1 and the DD2. I could see why you would use peak or linear. The CSL, the new Club Sport DD, can always effectively output peak torque at all times. Well, that's a different thing, but like that feels more punchy regardless at all times, so you don't really need to bother with it with that wheel. Here we go. Let's do this.
The pace car is out of control.
Thanks for following. Oh, you're on a DD1. Yeah, I can see why you'd still want to use it. Like, if you just want this force feedback to feel more snappy. Oh, I can't find this. My bad idea didn't work. Forget that idea. I wanted to have like snow building up at the bottom. I was going to look for a graphic where that worked, but yeah. Yeah, just do whatever you enjoy feels better. I would say for some sims, you might want to try one, and for other sims another. It depends on the sim, but yeah, it's fine. The reason why someone would generally suggest linear is because technically the force that the wheel puts out is going to be sort of consistent in a sense with what the sim's actually doing. More in some ways. I don't know. It doesn't really matter, to be honest. It doesn't really matter. Jay Spriggs has just outdone us. We need to do a better lap time. What did he do? 156.3, and we did a 156.7. Let's see if we can do a better lap. Yeah. Sidewinder. Yeah, the Sidewinder, not that far off a... I can't remember if it was belt or cogged. Sort of like T1, what is it, T150 Thrustmaster? You couldn't feel cogging? Cogging's not made up, so cogging exists with all magnets. It's not even about servo. It's not even, oops, sorry. It's not even about force feedback wheels. Cogging is just what occurs due to the flux in the electromagnetic field, due to there being gaps between... You have the magnets on the motor, which obviously have gaps between them. And then you have the coil that manipulates the magnetic field that then causes those magnets to move. And normally what you do is they offset the arrangement of magnets and the coils, and then you run certain voltages and frequencies through those through the coils to then close those gaps. To get rid of cogging. But yeah, cogging is categorically something that exists with all motors. Might not be once you get to a certain size of motor or a certain configuration or ways of doing things, you can make it so it's imperceivable. But yeah, cogging is a thing. And then that'd be for brushless motor. I don't know how it works with motors that have brushes, and don't know how cogging works on them. It would still have cogging. Yeah, well, so if you've got a belt, so you get cogging from a motor because of the spacing of the magnets and the magnetic field. So just rotate any motor with your finger and you'll feel it's got like resistive loose bit, right? Just as it goes through the magnets, through that magnetic field. But if you have a like a Logitech G293, for example, it has a large gear for that the wheel is attached to, and then it has two side motors and a bar, right? And there's gaps. Well, first of all, the side little AC motors or DC, I can't remember if they're AC or DC, but like AC/DC. Those tiny motors will have some cogging, but you won't be able to feel it because they're really small. That's one of the advantages of really small motors. They can normally respond quicker, and they have less cogging. But the downside is you need to put more power through them to get them to be stronger, and then they overheat quicker and can break easier. But what you'll feel is cogging in when you turn left and right. There'll be like chatter between the gear, like all the gaps in the gears. With belt wheels, sometimes you have like a belt that's just relies on friction to connect it. So like the Club Sport, the old Club Sport wheel by Fanatec just has a belt under tension, and then the friction attaches it to the wheel and then to a motor. So that's really smooth, and you just feel the motor cogging in that. But you have some belt wheels, I think the T300 might have been this, but some belt wheels, the belt is like a toothed belt, so it's not just relying on tension to grip the wheel or whatever it's attached to, and you can feel when you rotate it, you can feel each, like those teeth interacting with the gear that's attached to. So that'd be another form of cogging that you feel. Then so the G25 is what I was describing before with the gears and the bar. The G293 uses like worm gears that they mesh better than just your standard like cogs. But then that again has a certain feel to it and a certain amount of resistance from the friction of the gears meshing. So yeah, there's not all of it's necessarily cogging. Some of it's just mechanical resistance, but cogging as a term is a good general term, I think, that describes it. Yeah. So, well, you don't get a chattery feeling from helical gears, but you definitely have like a weird, a specific feeling of those gears meshing and a certain amount of friction that occurs. But yeah, you don't tend to get chatter. You don't tend to have a gap left and right either. But there's definitely a certain feel you get from them. It's going to depend on how large those gears are. It's going to depend on if they're lubricated or not. As they wear out, you might start getting chatter. Depend how the mesh and that part of it might be totally solid, but the other part of the mounting, if there's certain types of vibrations going through it, could cause the whole assembly to vibrate in a certain way, which can give a certain feel. So most of it's irrelevant to actually driving. But you know, it's really funny, like back in the day with like G25s and stuff, when there was no DDs that cost less than like £6,000, people would like be nitpicking over such tiny little differences in servo in like the G25 versus the T500. And I was one of the people that would spend hours, thanks for following, spend hours tweaking and fiddling with stuff just to get the absolute most out of the G25 and the original Momo wheel. But it, like, you know, it's actually negligible on the grand scheme of what really matters. So that's why I always find it pretty funny with there's a whole thing with people going crazy over LUT files for AC because they're like, oh, it makes the output linear. And oh, it transforms the force feedback. It's a load of bollocks. It's like, okay, yeah, you can, if your wheel's faulty, you can mitigate the dead zone in the middle a bit. But on the grand scheme of stuff, it doesn't really, unless your wheel's faulty, it doesn't really, like, it's not as drastic as people make out. It's more placebo and them wanting to get more out of something they've bought. It's so dumb. But, you know, what can you do? Is it Leo Bodner wheel? No. Dave Coe, yeah. I have the Leo Bodner wheel's not that good compared to like Simu Cubes and stuff, but at the time, so the whole thing with the Leo Bodner wheel was that there wasn't anyone else offering 20 Newton meter servo motor direct drive wheels with a full solution for powering them, controller, compatibility and everything. So obviously he sold to industry mostly. No, the lot file's still not huge for drifters. Like, why would it be? How does that make any sense? It doesn't alter the wheel that massively. Like a G25 can only rotate at X speed. So the only mod for the G25 that was really significant back in the day, I can't remember the name of the company. They made cockpits as well. But what they would do is they would put a fan in the G25, and then they would use a larger power supply and overclock the circuit basically in the motors. That was the only really significant thing you could do with the G25, and then some people would buy different wheel rims. Yeah, no, it's not going to really affect the reaction that much using a lot file. At the end of the day, okay, so rather than initiating the rotation speed, like it'll be like a 3% difference in output because the maximum output of the wheel is minimal. And you could get that same fix by just changing your wheel rotation. So ultimately, you would always, with a G25 for drifting, you would always have to manually move the wheel and manually correct it. Yeah, they were talking bollocks. They might have, yeah, the dead zone thing, which is actually built into the Logitech wheels because they use two motors, and it's to stop the wheels sort of chattering in the middle, so it fades to a dead zone to stop it going forwards and backwards constantly. Which is still there even if you use a lot file, but you're overriding that dead zone that they decided on in the firmware to some extent. But even then, it's negligible. It's so negligible. It's absurd. So it's just people wanting to think that more's happening than actually is. And also, the irony is, so at the time when I had a G25 and was really doing all this stuff, Live for Speed had perfectly good force feedback with a G25, and Netcar Pro did as well, and Richard Burns Rally did, so it was irrelevant. Just people want, it's like people want to believe that, so it makes a slight change, and then people want to believe that that change was something that was worthwhile because it's a change, and then, you know, I'd say 34 inches is a really good monitor size. But both are perfectly fine. A 34, 35-inch monitor, reasonably close, or it doesn't really matter. Even slightly far away, it's fine. It's a good price. You get 35 inches. You can have like a meter away from your face, and it'd look really good, and you can get them for a good price. You get it with DD wheels as well, right? You get people going mental about the differences between a Moza and a Simucube and a Fanatec and whatever, and it's so negligible relative to what's actually important, which is the specific game's force feedback. It's absurd, but people latch onto it. It's the same with anything. It's like walking shoes. From a functional perspective, like if the shoes fit you and the glue works on them, and they're not, you know, they're not actually, normally with shoes there are like failure things that happen with certain shoes, or the laces don't, but assuming those basics are there, it's like, bloody hell, it's 2023, technology's pretty good now, and people then go, because they fixate on it and they start hyper-focusing on what's relevant for the 0.01 percentile of utility. And then, because they focus on that, it makes it come across as if that's actually the most relevant thing. And then they will ironically totally miss other things separate to the thing they're looking at that's actually more important. So, for example, as I say, with DD wheels, people fixate on like, oh, it's a tiny bit of cogging on this wheel versus another, which is a perfectly valid thing to say. So it's fine for someone to say this wheel's smoother, that wheel's not, or whatever, like subtle stuff. That's fine to say. They'll fixate on that, and then there'll be a whole debate on, oh, which is the best thing to get? Oh, God, oh, I need to get the right thing. Okay, but doing that whilst only playing iRacing. And it's like, hang on, the degree to which you're fixating on the wheelbase is absurd given the flawed nature of iRacing or ACC or of anything with the various whatever. It happens in everything. Like with electric bikes, people fixate on, oh, this motor has this output and this acceleration value, and it weighs a few hundred grams more or less than this other thing. Right, okay, but can you put your bike anywhere without it getting nicked? Or like, Joey, okay, for certain people, these things do actually matter. Like if you're a sports person or whatever, you're doing certain things, fine. But you'll be like, most people buying electric bikes, your average person, not like your sporty person, they'll be like, oh, I need to get the best motor and the best thing and this and that, I need that, and then what's this data metric and what's that? And it's like, but you might as well just buy a cheapo electric bike from Decathlon, because you're only going to ride the bike like once every other week, and you're not, you know, so it doesn't matter for the context in which you're using it. This is something that happens over and over and over again. Right, we're doing the race here. Capitalism on that endless tread. Yeah, well, part of it's capital. Part of it is companies marketing their products, isn't it, to differentiate them, to justify you buying a new product. Go racing here. Server should be up now. It's really cool how they time the quali server, the practice server, to close when the actual race server's up. Get in there. Oh no, look, my shirt's doing weird stuff on the camera. Does not like that reflection, does it? That's weird. Yeah, R3E, Race Room Racing Experience. Race Room Racing Experience. Should be called R4E, really, shouldn't it? Racing in a room, driving racing experience. Well, a lot of these shortened things are based around what's easier to type, isn't it? Yeah, but yeah, I don't know. Like, it's I think a lot of the thing with this issue is people, as a way of thinking about stuff in general, people find it, or humans find it easier to fixate on one thing in isolation. It's the average person doesn't have an interconnected way of thinking about stuff. They tend to fixate on one contextual thing, and then they find it really hard to see how that's linked to other stuff, or to understand how this one contextual thing fits into a hierarchy, or how it integrates with the hierarchy of another contextual thing. It seems that most people really struggle with that. I don't think... I think that's one of the advantages of being dyslexic, is dyslexic people tend not to see things like that. And that's, you know, which is great for certain things and not for other things. You see it with politics all the time, though. And everything. It's like a trap that people fall into. Yeah, but the point of you see stuff in context that you're missing what I'm saying. It's not seeing how, not realizing that something that appears to be from in a different context or a different object is actually related to this object. I'm not talking about interpreting stuff in context through language. Assetto Corsa means race setup. Well, technically track setup, but I bet race setup. Yeah, no, but it's not to do with that, Novotny. This has been a problem before the internet. People struggle to see how stuff is related to each other. Like, unless they do mushrooms or something, they don't realise that everything is very connected in interesting ways and nuanced ways. They find it hard to work out how things are conceptually connected. So, like, for example, the clouds in the sky, someone that's gone through normal education process and normal thinking process, when you say cloud, they're like, okay, you know, well, it is water vapor, it produces rain, weather systems, but they don't necessarily relate that to water vapor coming off their skin from it being, you know, air pressure directly from, and all that kind of stuff, or like a water coming out of a kettle, or boiling water, or maybe some other gas or some other substance that's not the same as water vapor that forms a cloud, and then maybe how fluid, like the nature of the connection between different types of fluid in fluid dynamics, or how that maybe just the colors are related, or just the sound is related, or other things that are totally different that behave in similar ways but in a more abstract sense. So it's like degrees of abstraction and being able to relate stuff through abstraction. A lot of people can only see things in a very literal, specific, organized way. They can't see things in a more abstract way, I think, is probably a better way of putting it. And it's probably also related to like how education works, where a lot of education is done through just regurgitating information, which is different to actually understanding something. Like the more deep of an understanding you have of something, the more connections and the more aspects of that thing you'll be knowledgeable about, the larger the likelihood is that you'll see how that thing is connected to something else. But you'd need to have a really wide working understanding of something to then see how to then notice, oh, that's the same in this and that other thing. You'd need to know both those things to a really high level to see where those connections are. Whereas if you're just looking at them in a sort of superficial regurgitating the information way, you'd be like, well, they're just two different things. They're totally different things. They're not connected in any way at all. I didn't find him a downgrade. I liked how it was, but I prefer AC overall myself. So AI will be the No, it won't. So AI is just like a graphics calculator. The point of a teacher in a classroom is not to do what AI does. Unfortunately, it often is the job that's being forced through current educational policy. The point of a teacher, in reality, should be to make stuff interesting so that a young person or person that doesn't know about something can, through seeing that someone else is interested in it, be interested themselves in that thing. And then to find different ways of conveying information to someone that's appropriate for that person's specific learning style. So AI is not likely to do that. Maybe in the long term, but you probably need general intelligence for that. But also, it's separate to that. It's like it's more about spending time with people. Oh yeah, I agree with that, Curran. Yeah. So it's like graphic calculators. And having the internet. So like if you set tests and homework, which is a stupid thing to do anyway, but if you set tests and homework in the past, you would say, look, if you can't use Wikipedia as a source, you need to source something else, and then you need to be able to explain what you've sourced. So it's exactly the same really. Now, even with AI, a chart you would set, if you were setting homework, again, I think homework's stupid, but like if you were to set homework and a child was to then do that homework, the teacher would then ask the child to explain when they do, let's say, right, I need you to write 1,000 words about tectonic plates or something. I don't know, about something. And then if the child just put it into AI and it regurgitated it, and then they didn't look at it or they didn't know what it was, if the teacher then went in the classroom and said, "Oh, can you explain what's going on here with this, with what's the process and why you think that's interesting, or tell me what you think, why do you think this region on the planet is more active volcanically, or why do you think this type of volcano is more dangerous than this other type of volcano?" Like, then a child is going to be able to, that's actually done the work or understands it, will be able to explain that. Whereas someone that's just used AI to print something out, they're not going to be able to do that, are they? So that's all that would change, is you actually maybe potentially forces education to be done properly, but it's exactly the same with how it works with maths, with like graphic calculator or a calculator. But the whole point of education, though, what it needs to focus on, I've said this a million times before, but like, I'm sure most of you guys already know this and agree with this, but it all needs to be just around critical thinking. That's it. Like, you need to teach people English and math and logic and stuff like that. You do need those fundamentals, But the biggest focus needs to be on critical thinking and self-education. And then the biggest focus needs to be on having the older year children teach younger year children. So, and do that all the time. So you would have classes, you would have stuff where you'd be learning certain things, like critical thinking, logical fallacies, how to communicate, all this stuff. And then those children that were in the second year, part of the second year syllabus would be them teaching the year below them, and so on and so forth. Because when you teach something, it reinforces what you know, and also it alleviates pressure on having one teacher in front of the classroom, and it also gives people something to do. Also works on the communication skills. You know. That's how it needs to change. The thing is, this has been said for 30, 40 years. The reason education's a load of shite is because we have absolute bellends in government. So it's not going to change. It's nothing to do with people not knowing what's right or wrong. It's all well established. It's all been really well studied. We have corrupt government in the UK, so all of it's irrelevant until we get rid of first past the post voting. That's it. Until we have some kind of alternative vote and you regulate government differently, it's all pointless. So you know, it's not my side hustle. Yeah. It's been known. It's been a government ballot great album by the Dadsons. It is not new stuff at all. This is all, like I say, all the stuff I say about education has been known for like 50 plus years. It's so the best you can do is, if you have children yourself, you have to try and teach your children critical thinking and stuff yourself. That's all you can really do. Let's try and do a better lap. Isn't it weird with the Elon Musk stuff, right? It's so obvious with a lot of these like CEOs of these big companies that they were in a position of wealth to start with. They were lucky with some large bet and were in the right place in the right time, which was largely created by them having wealth that was inherited. And then you get too large to be able to fail. And then also, it's definitely the case when you have a giant corporation, having someone that's like really just decisive, even if their decisions are stupid, having someone decisive and then a bunch of sycophants following them is actually quite a productive thing for a lot of industry. Like, just forces focus. But that doesn't mean that the CEO is like a genius or some kind of like aspirational cultural figure. It normally means that they're just a complete narcissist that's probably also an idiot, but everyone's bailing them out constantly. I don't know how you could look at Elon Musk and the history of what he's done and come to the conclusion that's presented of him being a genius. Like, by virtue of the singular fact that if you were a narcissist like Elon Musk is, and actually a genius, you could not say anything publicly and you would have a better public image than what you get by saying stuff. You would have the intellect to realise that the more you type shit on the internet and say stuff, unless it's super anodyne conformist stuff, it's going to make you look like more of an idiot because people will know you're an idiot, but an idiot wouldn't realise that. And you can really see this with these people. That again, they don't have a particularly good sense of humour and they're totally unaware, or like you see when they argue with people, you're like, oh, you're coming at it from that angle. Like, oh, you're actually coming at it from an angle which demonstrates that you completely don't understand what's going on. And it's so weird that people like just because someone says something confidently or is rich or is in a position of power, there's a huge number of people that's good enough for them to be like, oh wow, they're King Jong-un, they're the leader. I've seen their picture everywhere. He got his money first from his parents' diamond mine, I think. I don't know. I'm not saying that he didn't make the right decisions, though. I'm not saying he's completely stupid at business.
The pace car is out of control.
Yeah, we're having a bit of a tornado going on here, guys. Yeah, I mean, Taylor Swift, from what I've seen, any like weird stuff. Oh, we're going the other way now. From any rando documentary stuff I've seen of Taylor Swift, she seems like she's probably all right as a person. I don't know. I don't really know. But yeah, I'm sure a fan. Like, I don't know how you could be a fan of that music particularly. I mean, why not? It's arbitrary as it's music, but I don't understand going to a Taylor Swift concert. I don't understand that. Like, even if you like the music, if I really like Taylor Swift music, the last place I'd want to go to is a really expensive concert, which is huge, and there's too many people there, and you can't actually get close or see what's going on or really appreciate the production. And it looks like a production is her prancing around on stage with a few dancers, nothing like... Now, when you look at Q dance or Q-base events or like those large techno events and things, it's like, oh wow, that's really spectacular. Yeah, I think they become a idol, don't they? You see, it's really similar to those like Indian gurus. That's basically what they become. It's idolization. A lot of people are susceptible to it, which is exactly how you end up with like Jesus and that sort of situation. Here we go. Tight. Oh, he's rowing. That's really confusing. Oh, you idiot. Why do people always miss the break point there? Fortunately, we tapped the car in front, which slowed us down. Tires were a little bit hot. Be careful. Yeah, well, it's really interesting. In the West, they would mock those like gurus that you get in India. They'd be like, "Oh, so stupid Indians! Oh, look at them! Why are they following that guru? It's so dumb." And it's like, mate, have you seen what people are like in the West with like politicians like Trump or whatever, or musicians? It's so funny. It's exactly the same thing. It's not. It's like, oh, surprise, surprise. Well, yeah, Biden as well is. That Biden thing's weird though. Like, so right with Trump, you're like, oh, obviously he's mental and clearly just using populist talking points and whatever. Fine, that's understandable. The Biden thing is really weird because it kind of highlights the weird structure of the Democrat Party, that they would rather have they would rather have a senile elderly person that genuinely looks like they're going to die of old age any moment, that can't talk clearly at all, because I guess as a party they can control that, they're in control of it, so that's what's more important. It's really weird. Yeah, well, you're not allowed to have someone like Bernie Sanders, are you? Because apparently he's a socialist. It's not even about age, though. Joe Biden is clearly not healthy enough to be... Neither's Trump. Neither of them are healthy enough to be a president. So that's what's weird. You know the reason why the Republicans attack Biden's health constantly? It's because Trump is not in good health either. But if you preemptively attack the other person... Well, I mean, Trump is as senile as Biden, let's be honest. They're both mental. That's what's worrying. That's just accept, like, presidents shouldn't be like older than 60 generally. I don't know. Like, if you have to get up every single day for briefings really early in the morning and then listen to meetings all day long and basically make the figurehead decisions, there's no way you could do that over the age of, let's say, like, unless you were very fit and yeah, over 60, unless you're really fit, how are you meant to do that job properly? Like, you need more sleep when you're older. And Boris Johnson's clearly a brick. Like, we have them in the UK as well. Like, Rishi Sunak is an idiot. He's genuinely just an idiot. Like, he doesn't understand economics properly. Doesn't understand that they're, you know, he's a racist. Not very bright. Not even good at basic governance. Forget, like, one party wants to enact one thing and another party wants to act another. Forget that component. Just the basic thing of what you would do in a normal job in terms of, you know, doing a job. They can't do that. It's so stupid. People, like, are so brainwashed to be like, oh well, he went to private school, he talks posh. It's like, no, they're actually dumb. They are actually dumb. They are, you know, you'll take the piss out of uneducated people. They are. He might be educated, but he's not bright. He doesn't understand what he's saying, that's for sure. Which, to me, yeah, I mean, I think David Cameron's I don't like him, but I'd say at least David Cameron could probably do a job somewhat okay. Same with, like, Theresa May. I think they're terrible people, and I think their policies are awful, and they get away with being disgusting, but I think they could at least do the basics of the job. Do you know what I mean? Yeah, because it's current. It's about who you know and the connections, and that's what politics is. It's entirely based on. So, like, the value of someone like Boris Johnson is he will have done loads of social events and stuff with loads of people, other politicians around the world, and so people be like, oh, he's got to sort of somewhat casual acquaintance connection to other powerful people, which then, even if you're a complete moron from the perspective of someone that can then do various deals and things, ends up being more valuable than someone that's actually not an idiot and actually does the right thing and does the job properly. So that's why. And then also you have a lot of opportunistic people that latch onto the politician that they know is a moron, because by the virtue of them being a moron means that you can enact what you want to get done, or the corruption you want to get put through. You can do that through that person and then use that person as a shield to hide the fact that it's your corruption that you've benefited from. And the more of an idiot or senile that person is, the more you can get away with it. So that's why they get into government. That's why parties support them. He has. I have more hours on iRacing than AC. Well, the thing with David Cameron is he was instrumental for Brexit happening, and Brexit has, and the implementation of Brexit, not just the idea of Brexit, but the implementation of it has cost the average bullshit stuff, right? Which is very conservative view of that. Can you imagine any other politician increasing tax £2,000 a year and then not being absolutely slaughtered by the press? Or someone just, imagine someone just coming into your flat or something and stealing £2,000 or making your bank account minus £2,000. There'd be a bloody riot. But because the establishment protect these complete twats, it's like, oh, it's fine. It's so stupid. It shows you that that's the power of media control and propaganda. Is he making that? I don't think so. Whoa! A little bit deep there, matey. A little bit deep. These guys aren't talking and driving. This is very unfair. I have to concentrate to beat these guys. This is really just cheating from them. He's not making that. Even I left so much more space there to accommodate the car on the inside, not doing that even vaguely close. Well, do you know, the Brexit thing that's funny is, I bet your average person doesn't know that the primary reason for Brexit is for a group of very wealthy people to avoid EU tax regulation. But most people don't know that, and that the press, even the left press and media, don't report that because I don't know why they don't report it. But most people don't realise that's the point. That was the point of Brexit. Obviously, it's marketed as something else, but. Yeah, I mean, to be honest, I'm not entirely against being outside of the EU in many ways. Like, my view is that the EU is actually too neoliberal and actually stifles proper. Like, it should be more left wing than it is in many ways, but. Obviously, a right-wing government in the UK. So my argument, so you have the thing of the EU regulation and laws protects workers' rights, and then a lot of people on the left in the UK would say, oh, that's why we should stay in the EU because it's protecting workers' rights. And I'm like, okay, yeah, pragmatically I agree, but isn't that a really sad indictment of the state of British politics and British democracy if you're dependent on a foreign political entity to enforce something as basic as worker rights. Surely, if your goal is an actual democracy, what you should be having is the country should be pushing for workers' rights from its own central government, and that should be implemented. So, do you see what I'm saying? Hang on, all lefties are mental. What? Who? What do you mean? I presume what you mean is just stop oil protesters and lefties as presented in the media to dismiss anyone that thinks basic stuff like people not paying stupid amounts of money for rent, or having basic workers' rights, or actual power in the workplace, or being able to travel with it being affordable. Those sort of ideas, right? But what do you mean? What do you mean by the lefties? Who are the lefties? The vast majority of people in the UK that are left-leaning are not insane. They're not asking for like full-on socialism as per like late Marxist philosophy or whatever. They just want like basics, like affordable gas and electric. Labour are conservative. If you think Starmer is left, I don't know what to. I mean, current Labour are effectively. They're further right than New Labour was under Tony Blair, and Tony Blair and New Labour were willing to send people to their death for a completely pointless war that went on for 20 years and cost God knows how much lives, money, how many civilians were killed. So yeah, that's really left-wing policy, isn't it? And Starmer's further right than that. Starmer's not saying anything about the genocide that's currently taking place. So yeah, Tony Blair was nowhere near as bad as Thatcher or the Tories, but it's certainly not actually left. This is the thing, the narrative for what is left and right politics has been like skewed due to us having borderline fascist governments. It's insane. I mean, we literally, right, the current Tory government is outright racist. They have politicians that are outright in your face. So normally in the UK, racists have to keep it to themselves generally. They're racist, but they try and keep it to themselves a bit because they know that people that aren't stupid will go, hang on, that's racist, you idiot. So they keep it to themselves, but the Tories don't now. They just outwardly racist. That's the next step. And then the next step will be probably like, I don't know, just giving medals for kicking brown people in the face or something, or anyone that's vaguely foreign or vaguely... Oh, I mean, you can be vaguely foreign. Anyone that's vaguely foreign but also not connected to the ultra wealthy. it's like... Oh, it's so stupid. What can you do? Most people in the UK do recognise it. As I say, there needs to be electoral reform, otherwise it just won't fix itself. That's the problem. No, you might as well still vote for the least worst option. So that doesn't make... Not voting is basically a vote for whatever the most populist option is, which will be whoever's the most xenophobic, racist, and moronic politician. So no, you're better off voting for the either the option that puts the least worst option out, which is out due to how broken the system is. So you probably, in many cases, it'd be something shit, but it doesn't necessarily cause reform, but it's a less worse option. So if your goal's being pragmatic, it's more likely to lead to reform than effectively doing by not voting is effectively a vote for something terrible. For it, as I say, it's effectively a free pass for the populist party or whatever it is. So it still makes sense to vote for the least worst option, but then also being vocal about you not being happy with it. Yeah, I think that's lost on people. Like, my reasoning would be, if you don't know who to pick because you're not informed and you don't want to make the wrong choice, so you don't know what party to pick, in that scenario, I think it's fully right not to vote. Like in a situation, not even politics, but like if you have an election or a vote for something, but you're not informed enough to make a vote that you think is rational or reasonable, then in that scenario, I don't think someone should vote. I think that's totally reasonable, because why would you? Like, it doesn't make any sense. You wouldn't know what you're voting for. So, but outside of that, if you have knowledge of one thing being better or worse, even in a dictatorship or even in a limited democracy, it would make it. Just from a purely pragmatic thing, not from what makes you feel better or what will fix things in the future necessarily, but purely from a pragmatic situation, you would vote for the least worst option. And as I say, be very vocal that we need democratic reform. Ignorance is well, it's true, but then you would feel that you need to like look into things, presumably. Like you could argue that people have a responsibility to look into stuff. Hang on, what were you saying about historically financially conservative? I don't know what you're saying. I don't think there is an argument to say that conservatives are financially on like with the problem. So if you're going to go for like historically with any party, you can't say Conservative or Labour, because within the Conservative and Labour parties over the last 200 years have changed to the extent that they're not the same parties, and at least 5 or 6 times that the words Conservative and Labour do not mean anything consistently. So you can't latch onto the history from something that happened like 50 years ago. I think it's reasonable to latch onto the history of a current party that's in power, that's been dicking around for 15 years, and that, you know, just from a pure thing of going, oh, they're so incompetent, anything is better. that's probably quite reasonable, you know. But I mean, what was it like? The Whigs and the what were the old parties called? What was it? The Whigs and something else. No, they're not all controlled by the same puppet master. That's not true at all. There are different financial interests. But no, there isn't a singular puppet master on either in America or the UK. There are groups of power interests that Cavaliers and Roundheads. War of the Roses. That's a nice overtake. Oh, here we go. Do you think he'll punt us off the track? Let's see. No, he didn't. Great driving. Ah, can we give an award to Victor Marcos? I love you. I love you. I love Victor Marcos. He knows how to drive around the corner with a car on his outside. All hail Victor Marcos. What a legend. What a legend. Yeah. Let's give an award to Victor Marcos. Gets the LFM Knows How to Drive Around a Corner award for today's live stream. Beautiful. Ah, when he's driven into us. Award revoked. Take away that reward. How dare you? Oh dear, the reward, unfortunately it weighed down his car too much. Oh, that was so stupid. The timing of that. Oh, that's a clip. Ah, wow, I enjoyed it whilst it lasted. It was a beautiful moment. That was like a sim racing demonstration of British governance. We had one corner of good governance where things looked somewhat bright and optimistic, and then within the next two corners, everything had collapsed. Thanks for subscribing, Mr. Tweed. Yeah, well, so, I can't see anyone that's reasonable that wouldn't agree that
Let's go.
Basically, you should vote for whoever removes the current government, whatever that is. It doesn't really matter. That'd be my view. I don't know how anybody could look at the current... Anyone that's vaguely knowledgeable about politics or what's going on, how could you... Even if you're conservative, like even if you, I mean, especially if you're like really conservative, why would you vote? Why would you want the same government in? They're a total shambles. Just from a doing a job point of view. Yeah, that's weird, isn't it, Jet Red? Yeah, I mean, I really don't like Labour, especially now. I've never really liked them, generally speaking. Like, you know, my views are... I'm a champagne socialist. I'm like build houses, given to people, allow people to live in them, universal basic income. I feel that will be more. I feel that'll be better for the economy. Or at worst, I would say aim for what other European countries have been doing. We've got examples, but yeah, invest in education massively. Focus on critical thinking. You know, all these things. So it's quite funny when people are like, "Oh, you're a Labour fan." It's like, no, well, not really, no. Yeah, well, I can see why you do a protest vote, and Labour were shit in the past as well, but I mean they were never as shit as Conservatives. Well, you have to undo it, don't you, John? So, from my understanding, universal basic income doesn't actually work. Like, I think you can do it in a limited sense, and I think ironically, it would still be better than the current system in many regards. But as a end system, an end solution, it's not actually the correct solution. I don't think you necessarily need to do universal basic income. I mean, ironically, we basically have universal basic income for people that are already past a certain amount of wealth. But, but yeah, I don't think you even necessarily need to do that. I think if you need to have, I mean, just like the whole thing of council housing, you just need to have it. So, I mean, I've said I'm probably boring you guys who listen to this over and over again, but like with the resources the UK has and the wealth the UK has, and most Western developed countries, to be honest, there's no reason why basic healthy food, fruit, vegetables, you know, just basic stuff, should just be effectively a given. Like, there's no, either you have enough money from basic employment or benefit or whatever, it doesn't matter. It's how basic housing, nice quality flat, what would normally cost like £800 a month at the moment in most places in the UK. Gas and electric, internet access, gym access, access to park, access to food and stuff. Basically, it doesn't matter if you do it through employment or through universal basic income or whatever, or government projects or whatever. It doesn't matter how you do it, but that should be a human right in the same way you expect to have water. Like, for some reason, we all agree that everyone has a human right to water. Like, if you came across someone in the street, you'd be like, oh, and they were thirsty, you would just give them water. Like, do you know what I mean? For some reason, we don't treat homelessness like that, but those things should just be totally basic, and that would actually add competition into the rental market for people that want to live in more luxurious flats or have more expensive houses. So having, like, there should have already been way more council houses built that are affordable and nice quality, that are just available. So, like, homelessness shouldn't exist at all, because you just be like, oh, well, why they just put them in a, they can go and live in one of those the council houses, government housing, and the government housing wouldn't be shit housing. It would be good quality housing, good enough so that it would, as I say, it should be at the standard of what you would normally spend £800 a month on. It'd be like a standardised, high quality flat with good sound insulation, modern kitchen, modern, you know, just modern basics. Like, it's not, for some reason, people's brains have been trained to think that having a washing machine and a dishwasher, mixer taps, and like a basic shower, central heating and stuff that works, they've been trained to think of that as like, oh, that's luxurious living, which it is at the moment. But it's like, these things, like a washing machine is £200. That's nothing. A dishwasher is like £200. A nice cooker is like another £200. So, like, basically, the entire internals of a house is under £5,000, right? That's nothing. If you, like, on the actual grand scheme of what stuff costs and things, it's insane. So everyone should just have it. Oh, so dumb. Well, I say it doesn't matter it doesn't matter if they pay for it and they can choose, as long as people have enough money to be able to choose. You lost £6 million. Oh no. It was good racing. Yeah, I was a bit slow. We were just ranting about politics, you know. Hang on. As long as money can be accumulated and removed from circulation, there would always be printing more money and inflation. Money should always flow, and no one should have billions removed from exchange, because exchange is, well, yeah, the point of money, yeah, so the point of money is to have a token that allows you to exchange items using a token that's convenient to exchange. So it's a proxy for barter. But I don't know what point you're making. I don't know the start of your sentence. As long as money can be accumulated and removed from circulation, there would always be printing more money and inflation. That doesn't make sense. If you have money removed from circulation, that would mitigate inflation, and that money could be removed from circulation due to the token, let's say £5 notes getting damaged over time, or efficiency increasing. Therefore, money can purchase more, so that's inflated the value of money. But I don't know what point you're making, but you're printing more money is just a way to balance the changing value of assets, so that you have a certain number of tokens in circulation to maintain the efficiency of the tokens. Money's not, yeah, and it's Jet Red. Money's not exchanging if one has any, and it's all going to fuel and rent. Yeah, so this is actually what's caused inflation in the current economy. Is the problem that you have a very small minority of super wealthy people circulating large sums of money within very specific industries that are like hyper luxury industries and markets, trading, and things that actually have no actual tangible increase on efficiency. They're fictional markets, and also it's a separate economy from the bulk of the economy that most people in the society are using. So what's happened is they've had deflation, but their activities have inflated, caused inflation for the people that aren't being paid enough and your average economic worker. And so for money as a token to operate properly, and for capitalism and capital to work properly, you need to make sure those tokens are distributed as much as possible equally through society based off of the value that a person, ideally, this would be the capitalist view of things, that the person that's providing the most objective value is getting more of the tokens to be able to allow them to produce more of that objective value. Objective value is normally the increase in efficiency is generally what objective value relates to. The problem is the economy is based and built on people not doing stuff of objective value and not doing stuff that increases efficiency. And there's a lack of tokens for the people that are actually doing the stuff that does actually have objective value. And yeah, so that's why it's all completely broken. And until a government, which is the only power and entity that's in the position to command this, changes the law or forces the law to redistribute that wealth, be that through, they don't have to take the money off rich people. They can literally, the government could just do projects, and that creates efficiency, which by virtue of them commanding it, by making this a law that you just have to do it or you're building it, they can do whatever they want. They're the government. They're put in power by the majority of people, so that's why they're in power. By them doing that then recirculates the money to the majority of the population, the majority of people using it, and increases the efficiency of a company, which decreases inflation, but also decreases it for everyone, not just the hyper wealthy people. The hyper wealthy people are using jet planes, crazy expensive methods of travel. They're totally it's a totally separate economy, so they're not using the trains or bog standard road travel a lot of the time. It's like, the problem is, Liz Truss didn't get us in this mess. Labour, Tories, the last 40, 50 years of completely moronic neoliberalism combined with God knows what Conservatives do, that's what got us in this mess. Along with a lot of propaganda. No, all Liz Truss did was drastically change the law on bonds, was it? Spontaneously, without actually prepping the markets beforehand, and also ignoring basic financial advice, and then immediately changing her mind under pressure from the party. So the issue with Liz Truss might not even have been what she wanted to do or what she might have set out to do. That might not have been the issue. The issue is if you shock the market with a sudden change, the market is going to respond in very unpredictable and ways in which maybe the government can't exploit. The market's going to be in a better position to profit off that shock change because they're going to be closer to what's going on in the market. So that's more. I think that's more the issue with what happened with Liz Truss. I'm pretty sure what she wanted to do is probably idiotic as well, but it's more it's shocking the market. That's my understanding of it, but I'm not a mathematician or an economist, so I'm sure someone in chat that is could explain it better than me. Life's depressing enough. Well, it doesn't have to be depressing. I think the sad thing is, if you're like lucky like me, I'm doing what I enjoy doing. I get to talk bollocks on the internet to people, get to play driving sims. I'm pretty comfortable. It's all right for me. The sad thing is for people that have to wake up and do a shit job they don't want to do, just to make enough to live in a shit place. And then they're going to be unhealthy generally because they're trying to offset how unhappy they are. That's the depressing thing. So the moral is become a full-time YouTuber. But, yeah, you know. It was that simple all along, guys. MX-5. Need a setup for this.
Okay.
Hello, Srolio. Yeah, we've been good actually, thanks. Yeah, it's been nice. We've just been complaining about politics. We tried new race room update. I tidied up. I didn't get to sleep till like 6 in the morning yesterday, because I was cleaning and doing stuff. But yeah, it's been all right. It's been nice stream. People have become clockwork oranges. You get your juices so others can squeeze them out, and then free time you rewind so you can squeeze some more. Gee, mate, let's have the Lib Dems have a go. Can't be much worse than the other. Well, so I actually, back when Labour were in power, and that election, I would have, I would have probably been more for Lib Dem back then. Was it Nick Clegg? And then they proceeded to basically enable the Tories to become and enact what, you know, they basically made things worse by just existing. And that's how I see the Lib Dems. They're basically like a slightly left, slightly centrist, neoliberal, but change their views based off some arbitrary in-between that doesn't actually progress anything in either direction whilst pretending to be the virtuous party. They are awful. They just make it less likely that a more left or more right-wing party would get elected. And I think they're also largely responsible for the how bad the Tory party became and were, because they enabled them to stay in power longer. And it would have been way better to have a hung parliament on that election, and to then potentially, if no one formed a government there, if they didn't form a coalition, maybe you would have had a situation where they'd have gone, okay, well, look, the electoral system doesn't work. We need to have a first past the post. So, yeah, I actually blame Lib Dems. They're not the same party now anyway than they were in the past. Now, as I say, they're sort of weird centrist, neoliberal, slightly right-wing, you know. But I think they're just naive. I don't think, from my impression of Nick Clegg and the Lib Dems at that time, I don't think they were particularly bad people. I just think they were stupidly naive. And, you know, I think they were just so monumentally naive. KHMP1. See? I sold a book. Thanks, KHMP1. You don't need to lie and tell him that you bought the book because of me. Yeah, well, I expect you to win every race now. Starmer is the Nick Clegg of the Labour... Yeah, in a sense. Although I feel like... So to me, Starmer comes across as... kind of... it just comes across as, like, untrustworthy and really shifty. Like Barack Obama in many ways. In the sense that... I'm sure I'd actually agree with a lot of policy, and I definitely think he's definitely a much better politician than many other politicians. But I kind of don't feel like he actually has any solid ethical foundation for or principles for what he would actually do. Like, I feel like he would always, basically, pure politician everything. He comes across as a bit of a sociopath. So, like, my prediction would be Starmer would basically be a slightly more right-wing Tony Blair, which would be better than Tories. But yeah, he just feels like a pure politician. Not interested in addressing the fundamental problems that need to be solved that would actually make Britain a much better country for most people in it. That's the issue. Yeah, well, so on the side of... So politics is always a total mess, and countries are always a total mess, and often, this is one of the things with dictatorships and stuff, often, even if you have a government that's complete shite, if they are stable and not a total mess and consistent, at least then you have something that you can work around and deal with, especially when it comes to like really complex, large systems. So in that sense, it could be better. You basically open the door to effectively go back to worse Tories. Yeah, obviously the big problem with someone like Starmer is he completely reneged on his mandate and stuff. He got into power in the Labour Party by tricking people and lying his way to the top, to the position of power, and then removed all the actual further left-wing part of the Labour Party. Personally, I'm not saying I actually am in favour of a lot of the left-wing parts of the Labour Party. I'm sure there's a bunch of them that are completely mental and would be useless in any conversation, so I'm not defending them. But, you know, it's pretty obvious that that's what he's basically turned the Labour Party into a more conservative New Labour. That's the best we get. But like, look, that's fine. But the problem I have is the pretense of it not being that. The pretense of going, oh, it's Labour Party. Oh, we care about workers. Oh, we care about education and healthcare. It's like, no, you don't. You're another neoliberal that just has bought into the economics that the West has been following for the past 50 years that clearly doesn't work properly. Only works due to monstrous bailouts every now and again, which is essentially taking money off workers and giving it to a minority of people at the top. What a great system! Well, I've told you, when I'm in government, it would be a DD wheel for everybody. No child left behind without a DD. I would be really aggressive in house building, and actually, I would have so if I was going to run in politics, right? If I was going to be in a political party or whatever, it would be a single issue party, and it would be a party specifically about the voting system, because I don't think you can have a real democracy in the UK until you have like a not necessarily alternative vote, but do you know what I mean? Like a, what's it called? The one where you can say, so on a ballot paper, you say, I want this one. This would be my first choice. This would be my second. This would be my third. This would be my fourth. What's that? Is that alternative vote, or is that ranked voting or something? I don't know what it's called. None of them are perfect, but that's a much better system than we currently have. That would be what I'd run for government for. And what I said would be irrelevant. I would just be like, that is our policy. That's the... As soon as this is enacted, and that's what we do, we'll have an election using that process. Ranked elections, yeah, whatever. Ranked racing. Everything comes back to ranking with me. And a force feedback wheel for everyone. That'd be it. That'd be my only policy. I think everything else is irrelevant. I don't want to do any of the other governance stuff. I mean, obviously, I'd like critical thinking in education, a focus on the sciences and stuff, well, just critical thinking. And as I said, what I said earlier about having restructuring education and just doing stuff that was being established 50 years ago is a good way of doing things. But, yeah, the primary policy would be changing the the voting system. That'd be it. Well, here we go. I don't know how much fuel we need. Ways that people frame it that if you have like multiple parties in power or split democracy, they make out that's a bad thing. But I'd say, well, is it really? If you would then have voting in the House of Parliament, I mean, I guess you argue you need enough votes to pass a certain threshold, but yeah, the problem is if you do a full reset of governments, it just makes things unstable, and then a populist arse gets in. This is the issue. It always gets worse. It never gets better. I've got 15 litres. I don't know. Woo! Oh, it's snowing. MX-5 is pretty fuel efficient. We'll be fine. No worries. The snow's landing on my sim rig, which is warm and it's melting. Oh, sorry that my snow's badly looped. Do you want to donate to the snow graphic department? I think from my understanding with German politics, Germany's geographically and politically spread out. Bloody hell, he's sending it. Spread out quite different to the UK. So the UK, you have a much more even distribution in the sense you have London as a very specific region, which is not, which is mental, and then you have the other big cities, Leeds, Exeter, Newcastle, not Newcastle, like all the sort of Leicester, Birmingham, that are sort of actually fairly similar in many ways as they are, like economically. And then the northeast is quite separate. But whereas in Germany, there seems to be, from people I've talked to, there seems to be a big divide between Munich and the rest of Germany in terms of where the wealth is, and then culturally as well. It seems like most Germans that aren't Bavarian hate Bavarians. It's really weird. Yeah. This is WWF MX5 wrestling. I think this is split one. It's alright, it's good fun. It's quite easy to avoid crashes in AC as long as someone doesn't drive into you. Well, London's weird in that within London you have so you've got like London City and the London, which is effectively a separate country. So London City and the way the banking and all the stuff there works, and insurance companies and all their service industry, is actually completely separate politically and financially. Oh, you cockhead. And to the rest of London, Greater London, and even Central London. So it's really weird. What is this guy's lagging so hard? Most of London, the vast majority of London in terms of population, is really, really diverse and also very left-leaning. But obviously the financial institutions are not. People don't understand. You guys, you need to watch like a documentary on the city of London. It's insane. But people that go on about, you had all these people that were like, "Ow, rights and Brexit and democratic representation and all this stuff," which is fine. I don't disagree with the principle of that. But those people would not, if they also understood how the city of London operates, they would have a breakdown. It's so weird how that this is the greatest trick in British history, that the establishment wealthy people, part of the establishment, one half of the establishment wealthy people, managed to fool peasants into thinking that they were on their side. So dumb. So monumentally stupid. Because the vast majority of people that voted for Brexit were voting under those principles. Like, they weren't voting because they felt that the UK should be more left-leaning or that neoliberalism has problems. They genuinely thought that those wealthy people weren't doing Brexit for the sake of tax avoidance. This is how you know where the money and stuff is in countries, because no one talks about it, because they're not allowed to. Like, that's how you know. Like, no one the BBC does not really do anything, or the Channel 4 or newspapers, conservative right-wing newspapers, don't really cover or mention anything about the City of London or those components of wealth within the UK. They just don't bring it up at all. It's all focused on like other components that like, well, let's don't look at that. Well, we don't use fractional reserve banking anymore. So a lot. I saw on TikTok that you get video. Well, no, there was that thing, wasn't there, recently with Joe Rogan, and then someone was talking to Joe Rogan as if they'd just discovered that fractional reserve banking existed. But banks don't use fractional reserve banking anymore like that. It doesn't operate like that. Like parts of banks do. Parts of banks have a specific amount of cash on hand and whatever. But there's certain components of banking that do operate like that. But that's not how money in the monetary system operates, or how the banking system at large operates. Banks can just issue money out of thin air. Like they don't even have to have it on the ledger properly. Like well, they do, but it's not fractional reserve banking. Basically, that's how it was like 30, 40 years ago. But GM bank when? You're not allowed to create a bank in no, not yeah, well, partly with the gold standard was, but like it's even beyond that. So I don't know what it's called. What's the modern banking system called? The way that banks can just create credit, because they're not actually money. There's no money going between people. Imagine, there's no. It's yeah. I don't really intuitively understand it. I just know that it's not fractional reserve banking. No, no reserve banking. No, I don't know what the rule. I think you have to get in with the club. Why are people so different pace in AC? Like, either people are absolutely on it, or they're massively off it. It's like that in real motorsport. You have like a very small group of people that are absolutely on it, fighting over a few tenths. And then most people are like dawdling a few seconds off. Yeah, I guess people. What really helps is when people have learnt the tracks in a given simulator. That really helps draw people together. So I think that's actually really helped in iRacing, is that there's a lot of people that aren't particularly good drivers, but they've just done a lot of races at X track, so they're up, even though they are slow learners like me, they've got to a level where they could drive that given track, like they know the lines and stuff. You get that in real life as well, actually. At go-kart tracks, you have people that live near a specific go-kart track that are mental quick at that one go-kart track. I don't know that from my personal experience. That's just what I've been told that by a few other people that do that have done go-karting at a competitive level. But as you guys know, this is my first time driving Brands Hatch, so I'm doing pretty well for my first ever race here. Yeah, exactly. Even exact. Oh my God, curbing. Good catch by myself there. Yeah, bright candle. As towards the end of the week, people are way more consistent. Can't believe we caught that. Day girl. Yeah, but you can drive pretty competitively in AC with shitty equipment. Don't use the equipment excuse. I used to be really fast with the G25, so. I was actually faster with the G25 than I was with load cell pedals for ages. Because it's just what I got used to. It's a lot. I find it a lot easier to drive with a DD wheel. That was a nice, good overtake. Well, for me, it was going from a Momo black wheel to a G25. That was the biggest upgrade. Club Sport DD's out already. Pretty sure some people have them. What do you mean, when am I going to get one to review? Probably not for a while. Maybe sometime next year. Oh, mate, come on. You can't just send it through Druids up the inside and miss the break point. Mate. Well, RC can only drive Alfa Romeo, so it's not a surprise. Yeah, the TCRs are awesome in AC. Really, really good. They do ping pong off each other a bit, but the damage is a lot lower. So, in a sense, the initial car contact is less forgiving than iRacing with TCR. For some reason, iRacing's a lot more forgiving with TCRs than its other cars on it. It's not that fast; they're quite planted. But yeah, the driving of the TCR Gundam in AC is fantastic. Really good fun. They're way more oversteery in AC compared to iRacing and a lot more nimble. I mean, this layout of Brands Hatch is so bad. It's sacrilege to use this layout instead of the full track. The the forest section of Brands Hatch is the most fun part of the circuit. Sheen Curve, I mean. I'm a second off that. We seem to be on 52 sixes. Oh no! 52.597. I think we could do a 51. I've not driven the track. I've not done a perfect lap yet. I think we could do a 51.9. They don't always have shipping issues, but they have had stock issues and stuff. Yeah. Fanatec have different shipping regions and different stock and things, so that can cause issues at times for different areas. Oh, look at this, 0.03. Small tracks are quite fun for trying to beat your time. I thought I was going to get punted there by the car behind us. We're lapping very consistently though. No, but you get setup exchange from in the game. Okay, just stay in third gear is better through that. You get setup exchange, and then okay, third gear is probably better. Just apply the setups that are there. I think I might start sharing a setup. I like to maybe tweak the good one, or just so people know it's a good setup. Although, I mean, normally someone has a good setup, but oh dear. Slight problem. Oh no. We were like 2 litres too short. My 1 litre probably would have done it. Does anyone want to push me to the finish? Ah. Can a back marker push me if they're watching? Won't that cause yeah, well, I just needed 1 more litre. Well, 17 litres. Oh, well. I Dom GTR'd it. Classic Dom GTR driving there. Jesus Christ. Right, do we do another Road America? I think we should do it. It's good fun. Bloody hell. Yeah, Dom GTR Classic, that. Let's put some music on as well. Why's the music stopped? Okay, I hope everyone's having a nice time, though. Happy 19th of December. Since the last 34 minutes. That's how clocks work. Well, we'll be so depressed. You're always depressed, though, either way, so... I mean, we could do a TCR. How many people are in that? 13 versus 20. Well, we'll do LMP3. And we'll have it. I'll get a drink. I'll get a yogurt. Get a yogi. Did you guys notice how clean the room is? How it's like clean in here. It's really nice. All you can see is that corner. But I had a decoration. Well, I had a cleaning sesh. The whole room's been tidied. Last night after the stream, spent 3 hours cleaning. Yeah, this is like something you guys need to get. This oh, where have I put it? Here, look. This thing. It's so good. It's like a back to front Hoover, but it's amazing. They're about 30 quid using my Amazon affiliate link. Put a Game of Muscle sticker on it. It just blows really hard. 500 watt, and then you Hoover at the same time, and you're sorted. You can it's well good for getting dust off stuff. Yeah, it was me that ran out of fuel. It's got a little brush on it as well, so it's yeah, it's so good. Like if you've got a sim rig for cleaning T-slot, like you know you get like dust stuck in the T-slot. This is honestly the best tool for cleaning a sim rig. Actually, it might have been like 50 quid. I think they might be more expensive than 30 quid, but 500 watt air blower. So good. It's good for cleaning keyboards as well. Basically, I think it's probably better for the environment than compressed air cans as well. Maybe not, but I'd imagine it is. Because the vacuum doesn't suck as much as this can blow, and so you can blow stuff out with this and then suck up the dust. Also, if you're cleaning a keyboard and stuff, if you put the Hoover over it, it'll pull the keys off, whereas this will push them down. So, well, yeah, you can vacuum next to it as you blow, and it will dislodge everything because it's much more focused jet of air compared to a vacuum. Well, no, because it blows it out into the air, but you hold the vacuum nearby. Don't know why is this so hard for you guys to understand? Trust me, this is the best way to clean a dust off electric devices, because that's why people use compressed air cans. It's amazing. It's just an electronic compressed air can. It's not hard to understand. We have a debate on everything here. God, everything's a bloody debate. You could describe it as some kind of large debate with lots of people. I mean, it could be a word to describe that. Don't know what word you'd use. Well, okay. Let's agree to disagree. Right, I'm just getting a yogurt. We signed up to the LMP3. Cleaning's amazing, because especially when you're lazy like me, so you let it get really bad. I think The mistake people make is they clean all the time, so they never appreciate the cleanliness. If you let it get really bad through like mild depression and laziness, then when you clean it, you're like, oh wow, that's better. That's so much nicer. or like you when when a girl's coming over, you clean it and then to give the false impression that you're a tidy, organised person. Then you can enjoy that, the fact that you've deceived someone. It's amazing. Whereas if you're always tidy, where's the fun in that? It's boring. Gotta keep them on the toes. Zick Shift, cheers man. Saw your name on the sign up and wanted to run in the same MX5 lobby as you. What happened? I ran out of fuel, yeah. I was 1 litre short. I was like, oh, Zick Swift has signed up to this race and he's such a cool guy. Subscribes to the channel. Do you know what I'll do? I will run out of... I'll put not enough fuel in on purpose so we can let him win but make him feel like he won it fair and square by not having enough fuel so he didn't feel bad. Because that's the type of guy I am. I'm so... I'm such a guy. What a legend. And so, yeah, that's what we all can remember. The logic of a demented mind. Oh no, my shower's always nice and clean. My bathroom's always clean. Alfred Wayne, you lifted over the line on the second to last lap thinking it was a final lap. I've never done that. I never make mistakes like that. I've never pulled over thinking the race had finished only to have all the cars drive past me. Only an idiot would do that. Right, we're going to do the LMP3 car. I'm just going to get a yogurt first now. Back in a minute, guys. Hello. Oh. Randy Magruder. It will detect in G920 compatibility mode. If you can't detect a popular brand's latest, greatest DD wheel, what are you on about? What are you on about? What's this? Hang on. North Streamer. Is all this about aliens and stuff like that? Is it over in the USA? Like here in Norway, there was a lot of news about the UFO whistleblower thing. Oh, that was all just a load of bollocks. I don't know what that was to cover up. Because there was nothing new out there. There's a bunch of conspiracy people going on about UFOs constantly. but it's weird. Yeah, well, it's like press have used it to like get views on something that's literally nothing. Like no one has presented anything that's new from anything that's been presented since the 90s, because I was like a conspiracy theory hobbyist type person as a kid. I'd get all like the conspiracy books, read all about Area 51, you know, all this stuff. Yeah, there's nothing new. And then they have these like the footage that pilots.
The pace car is out of
It's
control.
like, well, yeah, of course. There's loads of like aerial phenomena and then stuff on cameras that's picked up that looks weird and you can't tell what it is. But it's like, okay. I feel like the most likely thing with UFOs, and I'm pretty sure this has been done since like the 50s, is if you've got an airbase and you're testing military planes that can maneuver in ways that other militaries don't know and you've kept secret, you just say, oh, it's UFOs, that leaked video, oh, UFOs, or what, do you know what I mean? Or you drum up the idea of UFOs. Like, what's more likely? Actual, literal aliens, which would mean that somehow we haven't detected them through all the other means that are available for detection. Or it's something totally explainable. What's more likely?
Mind the gap.
Also, right, let's say you had legit aliens, UFO, like interesting X-File type aliens, right? They clearly haven't killed all people or gone to war with us or done anything because nothing's happened, has it? So why even worry about it? Why would you be like, oh, okay. Yeah, but okay, so if you're saying UFOs are just natural phenomena, fine. But that's nothing new. That's like ball lightning and other stuff. You'd just be like, oh, I'll just study it. Do you know what I mean? That's not even like a conspiracy thing. It's like, oh, okay. And it pretty much universally, from all the stuff I've seen with these footages of stuff moving around and stuff, it can all be explained by like artifacting on low quality or even high quality cameras. There's weird artifacts you get from lenses, processing, a whole bunch of stuff. Like, people assume because someone's in the military that somehow makes them an expert on optics. It's like, no, pilots are often morons. They're just someone that's gone through the pilot process. Like, they're very good at flying a plane. They understand weather. They understand physics for the plane, what's pertinent to that. But they're often complete morons. They don't have any critical thinking skills necessarily. Sometimes they do. But just because someone's flying a fighter plane doesn't mean that they inherently understand stuff like... They might not even know about pareidolia. Or they might not know... like, critical thinking is so low. I mean, to be honest, if you're really good at critical thinking, generally speaking, you probably wouldn't be in the military. You'd be like, oh, I'm going to have to blow up some children with my missiles. I'm like, I don't want to do that. Yeah, but okay, Bright Candle. You've got that. Okay, you've got one guy. Right, who's this guy? Let's listen to what he says. But you have one guy, and okay, let's say he's actually. So this is what I'm saying. If that guy is specifically in the military and is specifically high up, who would you use to cover up maybe an accidental leak of an actual experimental American military plane? What would you do? Well, maybe you would try and conflate CGI, rando footage, natural phenomena, a whole bunch of stuff, lump it all together so no one can tell which bit of footage was actually really useful footage for a enemy military to look at and analyse and know the capacity of what the other military can do. Do you know what I mean? No. Bright Candle, you're just repeating what one person said. How do you know that that guy hasn't had a mental breakdown? How do you know that guy doesn't have like a tumour and is suddenly... How do you know? Like, no, I'm being exactly as critical with other stuff. You're just regurgitating. I've seen that guy talk. I've seen some of the stuff. You are literally just regurgitating and taking one person on their on their word. It's like someone. It's like when their Bob Lazar stuff
The pace car is out of control.
first came out, what, like in the 2000s or 90s, where loads of people were like, "Oh, did you hear about that guy that worked at Area 51 who said he saw alien technology? He worked at Area 51. Did you know? He's really he was in a science position and he's revealed all the secrets." And that's what people would say. They'd be like, "Oh, I heard him talking." And then the more you look into it, you're like, "Oh, actually, he's not said anything of actual value. There's no evidence." So it could be, yeah, person could be right, but you don't know because there's no evidence. So why would you even hype it up? Like, put it this way. Let's say you were in the military and you saw the government was, some part of the government, some part of the military was covering up actual UFOs. Why would you, if you wanted to expose it, you would need evidence, actual evidence, to expose it. Otherwise, you wouldn't bother because you'd be like, well, everyone's going to think I'm mental, and also no one can believe me anyway because I don't have any evidence. So you just wouldn't say anything until you had evidence, or you found a way to make sure you definitely had evidence. Guys, I was in the military. Take my word for it. I've seen aliens. Also, the way it works in the military. Yeah, and as I just explained, that is not actual. That's not evidence of anything different than what's already been seen. That's not new evidence. There's phenomena like ball lightning or other things that occur, but it's all presented as if it's intelligent life forms, or some like super secret intelligent life form or something, whatever, not even necessarily from space. I mean, come on, you be a bit critical. What? There is a lot of things about Bob Lazar. It's a small thing. They had a hand scanner in the 1970s that was top secret and didn't show it in the web before 2010. And he talked about that hand scanner, and it got confirmed that the specific hand scanner was only used in Area 51. What who? Eh? Right, okay, right. How would you confirm that? How would you know that's not bollocks? How do you even know what you meant by what? Like, it's such like an obtuse, unable to be proven, ridiculous selection of things. Yeah, is that what you're going on about? Was that what people were saying? Right, we can have a look at it on stream. I get everything gets demonetized whenever I look at stupid stuff. From everything I've seen of all the recent, you know, like, we got footage from these fighter jets of this object that's moving and changing direction, or like whatever. That was the most recent thing that's video evidence. Anything else is just people saying, "Oh, I saw this, I saw that," which you can't. You can't trust what people see because people are fucking stupid. Like, people hallucinate, people are tired, people misremember stuff. Like, I mean, they could have seen it. You can't rely on it at all. Like, you need actual evidence. So, and that video can be explained by a multitude of possible things, or like you just can't, or you just can't explain it until there was more evidence. So, hang on. I think the best explanation is just that it's some form of very obvious lens artifacting. This is the Pentagon UFO videos. Here we go. The Pentagon UFO videos are a select visual recordings of FLIR targeting from the US Navy from 2004, 2014 and 2015, with additional footage taken from Navy personnel in 2019. What was the name? What was the name of the guy? What was the name of the guy that's just supposedly the ex-military guy? What's the name of the military guy? Colonel Sanders. Yeah, that's the one. Bob Lazar hand scanner. Close Encounters. No, Bob Lazar is exactly the same as this other guy. Like, the way it's presented and the way that what they do, the way these people talk is not the way that you would talk if you actually just wanted to distribute information that you knew. They always like talk in a way that alludes to something that makes an audience go, "Oh, I think they're trying to say this, but they can't say it." It's so stupid. It's like me going, "Oh yeah, guys. So I worked actually in a side research department for the British Air Force actually on some VR devices, and we were doing this project. And there's a bunch of other secret stuff that happens nearby." And we were shown this really advanced technology, and one of the scanners lets you see stuff that you can't normally see, and you'd be amazed, guys, with the details that you can see. And I mean, I can't really talk about it, you know. I really shouldn't talk about it, but yeah, they had really good, they had really advanced technology. It's way better than what we've got. That's how they talk, like that. And then so people listening would be like, "Oh, wow, it's better than what we've got. Oh, wow, it's really, well, I wonder what they can see. Oh." It's so stupid. It's so stupid. Oh, this guy clearly has been told something because he's saying he can't talk about it. So he's clearly been told something that he can't talk about. This guy, wow, he has really good access to stuff. Ah, dear. It's the same thing with all of it. It's like the Bigfoot people as well. They're like, I saw Bigfoot, but I didn't catch any. We haven't got any evidence, but he was big and he smelt funny. The smell. Oh, I really noticed the smell. Yeah, but the other thing is with the military or whatever, with those UAPs or UFOs, it doesn't really matter what word you use. even that implies that it's not just some phenomena that's from the detective, like a lens artifacting, or, you know, not even something that's actually necessarily happening in reality. It could literally just be an artifact. So already assuming that it's an aerial phenomena is a stretch. That's what's so dumb about it. Like, there's no evidence that it even exists. So you just say, yeah, it's like it's more likely to be an artifact than an actual physical. You know, like an actual physical thing. Yeah, they're definitely demonic. That's the most logical thing. Oh, I don't think the server's working. A huge error. Hang on, how can it be lens artifact when multiple pilots and planes saw it, ship's radar detected it, and also saw... Right, did they, though? Did they? So, from what I've seen, there's been different people... No. You guys have actually just jumped to a conclusion there. There's been lots of separate reported incidents over the last 50 years of pilots saying they've seen various aerial phenomena. The specific captured video footage, I know there's an interview with like 3 pilots saying that they saw certain things, but did they actually see it with their eyes, or were they looking at the screen and saw it on the screen because it was too far away to even see with your eyes? Like, the assumptions that people make are mental. But, like, stretching stuff based off, like, the way it's presented is insane. Do you not think as well, like, if you genuinely actually had pretty good evidence, people would actually just immediately point out the really good evidence? It wouldn't be like this sort of wish-washy... They said, he said, oh, here's a blurred video. Do you not think that if you actually have... So, like, contrast it with when someone finds a new species of animal that they thought was extinct, or, like, a new deep-sea creature, or a new, like, a bit of something gets washed up on the beach that's genuinely, like, an actual creature that's not... like oarfish or something... like, really quickly from when oarfish were washed up on beaches and they hadn't been filmed in the wild, it was like, oh, you know, it was really, oh, that's interesting. That's definitely a type of animal we've not really looked at. It's another, you know. Well, no, this is bollocks. Like, honestly, right, Bright Candle. We will look, for, like, link me to the actual... specific sources for those claims. Link me to those specific sources, and I bet you we go through them and you will see what I mean by how, like, disconnected it all is. And again, let's take people on their word at total face value. At best, you have some kind of, like, probably natural phenomena like ball lightning or some kind of, like, static thing. Or, you know, do you know what I mean? Just some, like, kind of weird... yeah, just some kind of, like, weird natural artifact. That would be the most logical thing, which would be really interesting. Don't get me wrong. But, like, that would be the most likely thing. To then jump to... I mean, actually, the most likely thing would be the absolute... In a military context, if it's all military pilots that we're seeing stuff, the most likely thing would be UAVs, American government UAVs that are being tested by a separate department using the other American pilots and jets as a wargaming scenario to see if their UAVs are detected. That would be, like, the most... obvious. Like, how would you test UAV? Right, how would you test drones that are hyper advanced drones that are like 50 years ahead of current technology, which is where the US military typically is, how would you test them? Well, you're not going to test them on enemy, are you? You're going to get them to do random war games without letting people that are in lower military departments who don't need to know. Wow. Oh. Yeah, well, as I say, the most likely thing would be well, if it wasn't some kind of weird natural phenomena, it would just be military drone technology. Well, the most likely thing would be some kind of artifact. The next most likely thing would be probably military drone technology. And the next likely thing would be some natural phenomena that's quite rare, but you could detect it if you're in planes with like really advanced camera equipment and stuff. But either way, until there was more evidence, you couldn't assume one or the other. So you'd be like, oh. And the conversation started, I'll have to remind you, the conversation started on bloody aliens here. This is where people are pushing it. And then as soon as you call them out on it, they're like, oh no, we didn't say that. We didn't say extraterrestrials. Nord Stream. Now, it's an interesting topic. The interesting part is how much people want to believe in aliens with such limited. What annoys me is just those interviews with the pilots and that guy talking, and the fact they don't say anything, and then you have people like Joe Rogan and things going, oh. It's just when really it should be, what's the evidence? And then all that, as you said, all those UFO conspiracy promotional stuff. No, I'm not trusting the government or anyone. I'm trusting what is the evidence. Are you mental? I just call me weird, but unless I've seen actual evidence for something, I'm not going to believe it. No! It's an alien. I'm not actually driving. They should put UFOs in driving sims for the lols. Oh, there's one! It's a UA Goodyear blimp. They didn't steal this map from iRacing. The geometry in iRacing is really different. If this was from anything, it would be from AMS2 or I don't know what this mesh would be from. It's not. You can tell it's not like an iRacing mesh. Like the scale of it's different. Daniel Gray's just a grumpy Australian, and I'm a grumpy Brit. Together, if me and Daniel Gray are in the same room, the grump causes the space-time continuum to collapse. Perpetual ranting is achieved. to. He's in the wrong side of the planet. Oh, do you know what else is absolutely moronic? The that guy that talks about ancient civilizations, the whole what's his name? The guy that talks about, he goes, there's evidence that this was made by a it's so dumb, it's so stupid, and then he presents it like, the modern, the mainstream science is ignoring what could be, and it's like, no, they're not. What they're doing is a scientific process, which is, unless there's evidence that you know for sure, like actual evidence, you can't just assume that, no actual scientist is saying that it wasn't possible that there have been giant, massive civilizations in different places. That's entirely possible. But you can't just guess. You'd have to go, we've actually done an archaeological dig here, and this is what we've actually found. We can't just go, well, we think there's something bigger under this mountain that, and geophys shows it's potentially there. And from that, we're going to just assume that it was made by some super mega advanced civilization. It's like, well, you don't know, so you can't say it. And then Graham Hancock or whatever is like, wow, we just need to dig here and we'll find this. Oh, we found this soil here that proves that they were doing this farming. It's like, there might have been. It's so dumb. So stupid, and it undermines like actual established stuff that's boring, but at least you can go, there's actually quite a lot of different bits of evidence to support that this thing happened here, or these people existed. I think a lot of the support for the like ancient civilizations and stuff, and when you watch those programs, you see him make repeated logical fallacy after logical fallacy constantly, and I think people that have critical thinking, basic critical thinking skills, identify it straight away, and they're like, you can't assume this, you can't assume that doesn't make any sense. But people that don't understand those concepts...
I am the champion of the ninjas.
Oh, thank you! They just absorb it. Hang on, I can't see who that was. Can you tell me you subscribe? Oh, there you go. No streamer, thank you very much. Would you like a rocket? The two... Oh, yeah, right. Those mummified aliens... Right, this is a really similar thing to the UFO thing that happened recently. The mummified aliens was presented exactly like that UAP military stuff, where this expert that's got these credentials has said that we found mummified aliens in the Mexican desert and it's being covered up and they just need to be analysed by DNA testing. And then you just do a tiny bit of research. Like, it took me 5 minutes of research to discover that these Mexican little aliens are a really common thing, where they're composed out of they're like taxidermy novelties that are just that people have done for fun, and then they've been this specific video and the specific thing in the case that was brought up early this year had already been debunked 10 years ago very clearly as like an back to front alpaca skull. And like it didn't, and you could see from the X-rays, you could see that it was like stuck together in a weird, like, I mean, maybe you need to understand basic anatomy, but you could really see that it was the wrong bones in the wrong place. So it was so obvious to the point where you're like, hang on, why did the media push it forwards when it's been so, like, it took 5 minutes of research? So that was actually really similar to the UFO stuff that you see. It's like, no, if you actually spend 5 minutes just doing really basic research, you can see that it's evidently stupid. I mean, they were conceptually quite cool, but like the worrying thing is how the media just pushed it. Use your critical thinking to tell us whether COVID-19 came from a bat in a market or a laboratory close by that was doing research. Yeah, well, you can use critical thinking for that, in that we don't know for sure. I think there's some evidence to suggest that it could have come from a research facility. That wouldn't be unreasonable. I'm not against that. I think you could quite reasonably say there could be someone would work at a research facility. They don't have correct safety standards. They catch whatever it is they're working on, and then they go about their lives and spread that thing. The actual conspiracy on that more is that it was released by the government intentionally as a weapon, or that the research facility was researching it for weapons. You don't know, but yeah, that's entirely possible. So you can tell from the evidence that I've seen that it wasn't a man-made coronavirus, and you can tell that by looking at the structure of the virus and how it operates and what it's related to other stuff. So it wasn't a man-made thing, but yes, it's entirely reasonable that COVID-19 was from a virus that exists in the wild, that was being studied in a research facility, and they messed up. So that's the actual critical thinking view of it. So I'm not assuming that it's government created. I'm not saying there's any intention. That's just that from all the evidence I've seen, that seems like a pretty reasonable. You know, I would expect it to happen again as well. Do you know what I mean? And not even necessarily it's not even because it's Chinese. It could happen in the UK. Yeah. So those crossover events can happen. Like there's been cases as well where scientists have been studying, gone into wild locations, studying stuff, and got sick, and unfortunately not spread it to anyone else, but just died themselves. This is why I would say, I don't know what the actual, so it'd be interesting to know what the actual danger and risk is, but you would think like just drilling ice cores and defrosting them and potentially discovering diseases and viruses and things, and they duplicate, would see, maybe that's something to be a bit careful of. So yeah, so what was your point? Are you happy with my critical thinking on that, on the Wuhan lab thing then? Because I you know, think that I don't think you could disagree with what I've just said. I don't think anyone could really. As for if it's more likely if it came from the wet market directly or from a research facility, I don't know. You would intuitively, from the evidence I've seen, you would think it would be like more likely to have come from the specific research facility that's a mile away from the wet market than the wet market. You know, I mean, not that it could have just come from the wet market, but you know, do you know what I mean? Right, here we go. Why fast boy? Hello, Brazil. Yeah, I think the risk with bats is, I think a lot of animals have specific viruses that are really crazy viruses for those animals. In the same way that Westerners, when they first went to the Americas, had loads of viruses that were really dangerous to other people. The thing with bats in particular, I could be wrong about this, but a bat is relatively close to humans as a mammal. So it means it's more likely for the crossover to occur than some other animal. I think that's the danger specifically with bats, as far as I understand. It'd be the same with like rats as well, I think, or yeah. Well, I imagine there's certain animals that are similar enough to humans, but have been in isolation, that they've got their own like antiviral properties and things that they've developed. I don't know. I think if you're in close proximity to any animal, there's a risk, though. I don't know what the actual data on that is or how that fully operates. Yeah, the bird flu thing seems to have happened. So this is the thing with COVID, for example. The danger of it, or stuff similar to it, is more that it's actually not that bad. Like, it's bad enough to kill a lot of people. Hello. Every time. But it's not. So something like Ebola, like, kills people relatively quickly, but also, like, it's very obvious. Like, they're bleeding out of every single hole, and their eyes are bloodshot, and they're sweating, and do you know what I mean? It's like a really, really obvious thing. When someone's got Ebola, which is, I think it is one of the most easily transmissible things that you can get when someone's transmissible. Oh, hello, where's he going? But it's really obvious when someone's sick from it, so it really stops it spreading. Yeah, and it also kills people quickly. So the thing with something like, not necessarily COVID, but diseases where it takes 2 weeks or something to really have symptoms, and then let's say 90% of the population it doesn't affect, but let's say it only affects children, and it affects them fatally with a 2 week delay. That's the thing that's really dangerous. Yeah, and then if you have like a large percentage of people that are completely asymptomatic, so like the Westerners go into America. Yeah, I was watching another. I don't know why I watch stuff on rabies, because it's mental. But yeah, you see like how people die from rabies. If rabies spread or was like easily caught from person to person, like as an oral disease or something. So like, imagine if rabies was like how tuberculosis spreads, or how typhoid or something. Is it typhoid, typhus? It's crazy, and that could happen. Well, the other thing with the rabies things, you have that what's it called, the something protocol, where you put someone in a coma and you freeze them, and the idea is it allows their immune system enough time to get rid of it. The Milwaukee principle. Yeah. Anyway, the problem is there's been a lot of scientific research on that, and they've determined that actually it didn't actually do anything, like, statistically, over just leaving someone. So actually, no, there's still absolutely nothing you can do if you get other than if you get bitten by something, you need to get checked straight away. But if you don't take the antivirals within 2 or 3 days, that's it. Game over. 2 week terrible death. The scientific research I'm quoting. Well, I didn't quote anything, but I'm pretty sure like the latest thing is that the Milwaukee protocol, there's no evidence to suggest that actually statistically works over people that just die, because there's only, even with that Milwaukee protocol, only 3 people have done that, I think, or 5. It's not many, and even in those scenarios they were left like absolutely messed up.
Okay, let's go.
So we can have a look at it, but either way it doesn't seem that that's a viable thing regardless. On the bright side, at least dying from rabies is less worse than watching a Game of Muscle live stream. So, you know. Yeah, I think there's been like 2 people or something that have survived rabies. Oh, £30? What the fuck?
Alien Guy hier. Wie also dos im Racing. Bei a beer. Sing all need one after all this alien shit.
Thank you very much. A beer? Do you live in Norway or something? That's £30 is a Norwegian half pint. £30 is like, that's London prices. A kebab and a beer. That's a German doner and a beer. That's like 2 beers and a German doner. That's a night out for me. 30 quid. That's a whole Lidl shop, mate. that is a full Lidl shop for me. I went to Lidl's today and it was like £30 and I bought 6 cans of non-alcoholic beer, 6 litres of milk, some breakfast cereal, a pizza, and found out that one of the women that was on the till, shop girl, she has a daughter that's 30, and I thought she was like 40. This girl in the woman in the shop. So I don't know what's going on there. Makes me feel old. Yeah, well, no, well, yeah, she obviously must have had the kid when she was young. So I was like, oh, she's like, what are you doing at Christmas? I'm like, oh, family. And then, and I was like, oh, are you visiting your parents? And she's like, no, they're dead. And I was like, oh, shit. Mayday, mayday. Abort conversation. And she was like, oh, hang on. What's this? Thanks, North Stream.
Bag of chips with the beers.
Ah, bag of chips for the beer. Thank you very much. Really appreciate that. Yeah, no. So this woman that works at Lidl's, she was like, originally she was always like really, really grumpy when serving me. Like, I think she says she's from. What's that island near Ukraine that Russia took over? The one that the bridge connects to? What's it called? I forgot what it's called. What's that island called? Yeah, I really appreciate the donation. Crimea, yeah. So I think she's from Crimea, and then she's moved to the UK. Oh, dear. Oh no!
Shit. I forgot the subscription for Netflix. So you can watch Bob Plaza.
Thank you very much. You literally just give me like 40 quid. Bloody hell. Oh, car behind almost killed us. With Bob Lazar coming up my arse. Thank you very much. Really do appreciate that. Appreciate the support. Oh dear. What's wrong with people? So what I was saying, yeah, so she's from there originally and then come to the UK. But she was always like really grumpy serving me. And then, like randomly, was like super friendly. I don't know what happened. Really random. Now she always tries to talk to me. So I quite like really grumpy shop people though. Like I find it quite funny when someone's like angry at you for, oh, how did it crash there? Someone's angry for you for doing your shopping. I find it hilarious. It's like, well, what? Like, why? You know what I mean? I'm just doing my shopping. Ow. You know, like when shop workers are really unhappy with their job. Like, I'd rather they had a job that they enjoyed. Like, so I feel sorry for them, but. when you have people doing a job and they're just really grumpy at their job, as a customer, I find it really funny. Like when I'm, you know, I don't know, anywhere when people are like that, I try and cheer them up. Maybe that's why she was being nice to me, because she was grumpy, and then I tried to cheer her up. Yeah. Well, so she decided to be friendly. Damn it. Yeah, and then I'm going to... That'll work. That'll keep me away. Paul Git's come here to ruin my day. If only it was... I've told you this before. There was... I've not seen her again. There's an absolutely stunning girl that works at Tesco's, or did do. I saw her once, and she was like, she was a 10 out of 10. She must be like 30. Oh Jesus! What are you doing? Is this like fake money?
People asking for that.
Why?
Just order it, Mate.
That's
This
too
should be
much.
enough.
That's too much. I hope you're not using a stolen credit card, because I'm the one that has to pay fees on that. Jesus Christ. I hope you're... Are you like rich or something? If you're rich, I don't have to feel guilty. Please tell me you're like rich and you don't care. That in which are you like a Saudi prince or something? That's fine. But yeah, if you're not rich, please don't send me any more money. And as I say, if you're using a stolen credit card, please don't, because I don't want to pay the fees. But thank you very much. It's mental. Why would you donate that much money to a streamer? Like, what's the point? Like, that could have gone to like a... I really appreciate it, but that could have gone to like a well or something. Now you're putting the ethical burden on me to to be responsible with money, but all I spend my money on is tea bags and harassing shop girls, apparently. Yeah. Thank you. Do you realise how many biscuits that is? Also, you make me look like a right arse, because other people watching the stream, they see it and they're like, oh, look at this streamer getting given all this money. Like a 100 quid is like a day's wages for a lot of people. So, you know. But I do appreciate it. It is super generous. I'll try and spend the money responsibly. Probably won't. Well, yeah. I don't know the next thing I'm buying that's irresponsible. Probably, I'm hoping to get the AverMedia capture card for free, so we can try even high quality streaming for no reason at all. No, £100 donations is an indictment of the problem of capitalism. Proof of aliens? Okay, well, I really appreciate it. But yeah, I don't expect people to donate shitloads of money. What I really like is when, as I say, lots of different people donate like £1 or something, like, you know, some inconsequential amount of money, or they become like a member or something, which is actually still quite a lot of money. Like £5 a month is a lot of money. I think it is. So I obviously do really appreciate when people donate a lot, but I'd rather it be distributed. Well, look, we live in a capitalist society, so I don't have a choice. Well, he clearly has brain damage, doesn't he? You don't donate £100 with a functioning brain to this channel. So, what was the bribe for? What do you want me to say? ACC has the best force feedback. What am I compromising on? Buy that kebab, I will do. I'll do a kebab stream after Christmas. I'll do a kebab special. I'll go to London and we'll do a live stream from London. Well, the thing is, I would take my clothes off, but I'm already naked in body paint, so I can't just peel it off. I'm not being hard on myself. I'm just the aliens told me so. It's not being hard. It's just realistic, isn't it? Like, people do normal. I enjoy what I'm doing, so it's. Yeah, I'm ambivalent either way. Like, so I really appreciate it. Oh, Pete Jarram. Look at that. Do you want to... Here we go, guys. Get your cameras out. DD girl with a DD wheel. What a babe, what a beauty, what a sexy lady. It's a DD girl with a DD wheel. She's got perfectly formed servo motors for her legs. It's a DD girl with a DD wheel. AccuForce, SimuCube, Fanatec Thrustmaster. It's a DD girl with a DD wheel. Beautiful servo babe. Everybody needs a DD girl. Put a DD girl in your sim rig. Her body's so strong, she can carry all the servos all night long. Yes, it's true. DD girl with a DD wheel, rotating at 500 Newton meters per hour. DD girl with a DD wheel. She's rumbling Pete Jarram's bed tonight. DD girl, perfect Eastern European babe. DD girl, put her on top of your Christmas tree. There she goes again, disappearing off into the sunset. She likes to hide in a nuclear-prepped war bunker from the 1980s. Thank you very much, Pete Jarram, for being a member. How do you rotate at 500 Newton meters per hour? Have you not seen that film? What's it called? Interstellar. That's how you do it. Pretty sure that was the point of that film. Oh, we got a little bit slower there. We lost a bit of performance, but we got a DD girl in there. Thank you very much. Pete Jarram and Norseman. The lesson I've learned from this stream is that we should take the piss out of UFOs and aliens. Oh God. Bonk. Ah, Sadaba Sadadu. Eh. Nane. What a battle. Oh, this is well good. Oh. Come in, we're going to come back at him. You ready? We've got a full draft. Up my tires are a little bit. Oh, he's back again. This is well good. It's like having a fight with a wasp. It's not over yet. Yeah, it's like being on holiday with a wasp caught in your tent. I think he's got more downforce, so that's why he's not struggling through the corners as much as me. But he's struggling on the straights. Can we have a refuel? We need to get back and forth here. We've got 10 minutes. The tyres are a little bit worn out. Well, they're non-alcoholic beers because I don't drink alcohol, but just 2. They're not very good though. It's non-alcoholic Heineken. They're not that good. I can't remember what the one we get from Lidl normally. I wouldn't recommend the Heineken. What was the one that everyone was saying I need to try? Beaver Town or something? Beaver Crotch? Hairy Beaver? Nice beaver. Thank you. I had it stuffed recently. Christmas this year, guys. Leslie Nielsen. Why don't we have anything like that now? Like, if I was ever going to direct a film, I want to do that kind of stuff. Nice beaver. Thank you. I had it stuffed recently. That's so stupid. Oh, Rhino's Race Room's throwing money at us. Thank you very much. Rhino's, again, right, I hope you have lots of spare money because you donated a lot over this last few months as well. Thank you very much. I'd quite like to get a beaver for the live stream. Shall I try and get a taxidermied beaver? For the sim rig? Should we get a beaver for the sim rig? Like a realistic beaver? Just so we can go, nice beaver. Oh dear. Yeah, we have fish, so we might as well have a full... Oh, he's messed up there. Huge error. Oh, thank you. Stop donating. Thank you very much.
Have you tried Carlsberg alcoholic free? That's what I'm drinking.
No. No. Or have I? Is that in the can? Hang on. What is the one I've been having in the can? It's Is it Carlsberg? No, Carlsberg's a lager, right? What's the one I've been having? It's not fizzy. What is it? It's not fizzy beer. It's like what's the flat beer that's quite a rich. What is it? No! Okay. Oh my god, stop. Man, seriously.
It's in our glass.
Thank you very much. Well, yeah, the best non-alcoholic beer I personally find are the Punk AF Brewdog. Is that alcohol free, young Daz? I really like Left, but the Left Blonde alcohol free version is terrible. But my favourite beer, like alcoholic when I used to drink alcohol, was Left Blonde. Yeah, I can't drink alcohol because it Well, first of all, when I drink, I just want to keep drinking. But also, I get hangovers straight away, and then I feel sick before I feel particularly drunk. So, and it makes I have some mild issues with fatigue. Like, not extreme issues, but it seems to trigger it off. So, like, if I had like 2 pints, or even if I had a pint of not like 3% beer, the next 4 days, I feel as if I've like done a bloody marathon or something, and I just feel ill. So I think it's a combination of fatigue that I have, and it makes that worse. But then I think there's just some. I'm not very tolerant to alcohol for whatever reason. My body doesn't process it very well, at least, or the sides of it that make you unwell. No, I get a chair transplant. I don't think I would, you know. I don't think I'd bother. Because I don't think it matters. Like, what I found... So this is the thing. Why would you get... Like, okay, let's say you like how you look with hair yourself. So for yourself, I totally get it. I understand people doing that. And if I cared particularly how I looked as a priority, I totally get it. So I'm not knocking people that get hair transplants. If that's what they want to do, I totally get it. Fine. But I'm perfectly happy being bald. Like I'm kind of ambivalent to how I look for the most part, outside of what's interesting. So I'd like to be muscular for a month.
I am the champion of the ninjas.
Mark Bez, just out of curiosity. Not because I want to look muscular or for other people. Like just purely out of curiosity. A month of that would be enough. But like with the hair thing, I've had hair, so I don't feel like and actually when I did have hair, I shaved it off out of curiosity to see what I looked like bald. so the other thing, you'd be like, oh, women don't. What about women and stuff? And my experience has been, if you're bold and you're confident, having a beard as well, if you can make stupid jokes. Being bold and standing out is so much better than not being bold. From my personal experience with women. So I'm perfectly happy being bold, to be honest. But yeah, I mean, I guess if I didn't have, if I was trying to just, I don't know. Yeah, I just don't really. It would seem like a lot of money to spend on your hair. That's the other thing. I'd rather spend it on something else. Well, also, I found being bold puts people at ease as well. Because people notice that you're bold, right? And so it's a really obvious thing. It's not a bad thing, but it's something that people initially feel like, oh, you might be uncomfortable about being bold because it's so obvious and not everyone's bold, right? So I've found, this is with anyone, if you then show that you're comfortable with taking the piss out of yourself and saying, oh, you know, making a joke about not having any hair or looking like an egg or something, it really puts other people to ease at no expense of anyone else, and not an expense to yourself because it doesn't matter. So it's good for that as well. But I do, I do understand, you know, people when they go bold when they're younger and none of their other friends are bold. And definitely, if you don't shave your head and you try and hide the boldness, it can look. I think it can look really bad. So I totally appreciate why a lot of guys are really anxious about it and insecure about it. Because it's just something that you're not born bald. Well, you are born bald, lol. But I totally get why it would be a difficult thing for a lot of guys. So I'm not knocking them either. You know. Yeah, I think it's the shock of like, oh, you're going, like, so for me, because I'm only bald here. Like, if I grow my hair out, it does grow. It's just bald at the front and sort of in the middle. And so there was that point where I was like, oh, I was like, oh no, why it's thin and like, yeah, you know. So you're like, oh, and then you're like, oh, and then shaving it off does make you look different. So it's a bit of adjusting to like, oh. And then also, you go bald at maybe, a lot of people, if you go bald when you're younger, it's at an age where you're maybe a bit insecure and you're maybe not secure in being able to pull women or something. So it's more of an issue because you think it's more important than it is. I would like to have hair though as a way to choose though. So that I definitely do think it's better having hair because you can shave it off if you want to. So I do regret, as I said this before, I regret the lack of being able to choose. I'm jealous of Red Eye Warrior, I'll be honest. He's got epic hair. And Jimmy Broadbent, Red Eye Warrior. Who else has got good hair? Red Eye Warrior's got the best hair. Who else do you guys know in sim racing? It's got good hair. Jimmy Broadbent's got good hair. Steve's got good hair. Bloody hell, they've all got good hair. Oh, Swolio's got amazing hair. What a bastard. Who else? All of them do. They all have good hair. Ah, goodbye. Lol, that's on the last corner. Oh, I'll take that from you. 4th place. Thank you very much. Yeah, Random Corsine's got good hair, yeah. Dave Cam's lovely long hair. Yeah, Random Corsine's hairy all over. He's like a Brillo pad. I've seen Random Corsine naked. I've been in a bed with Random Corsine. I've been in a bed with Random Corsine and his wife. Oh, dear. Yeah, who hasn't? Or was that a dream? No, that did happen for real. It did happen for real. We've stayed in hotel rooms together. We've shared hotel rooms. Multiple times. That was good racing. Yeah, a few drinks and Random Corsine. You can't tell the difference between a hot European babe and Random Corsine. All it takes is a pint of beer. And I'm like, oh, right, they will do. Come here, Random. Oh, Ricardo. Oh. That's all it takes. Half a pint. It's not because you're drunk. You just need an excuse to cover it up afterwards. That's all it is. It's just to get out. It's just so you can explain it to his wife. Oh, we were really drunk. Oh, okay, we won't get a divorce then. Oh, dear. Right. Thanks, guys, for all the donations and the support and subscribing. I've got to do another race. We can't finish now after all this. After all this hot... Hang on, we got Random Corsine here, look. It's a virtual simulated experience. Are you off, North Streamer? He's going. He's run out of money. He's got to go back to the coal mine. Look at that Look at that body. Oh, look at that G25 as well. Wow. Wow. Yeah, pretty hot. It's the G25 that turns us all on the most, let's be honest. I mean, Ricardo's pretty hunky, but the G25 is... it's the sound of a G25 rolling on the floor. Nothing more erotic than that. Conk. Conk. I told this story before, but I used to share a flat with 2 nurses. And one of them's mum was a psychic, and she believed in ghosts. The daughter who I lived with, and I would leave my G25 on the floor, and Windows does Windows Update right sometimes, so it reboots the PC when I would be at an office or at uni or whatever. Well, not uni. I had an office on the university campus, and so the G25 the computer would reboot, because I just leave it on all the time, downloading and things. It would reboot, and the wheel would go rolling along the floor, banging into furniture, and then she's in the room next door thinking that there's a poltergeist in the bedroom, and she's just like having a breakdown. So stupid. Haunting by G25. It's basically a comedy sketch written for me. Perfect. Yeah, it was really weird actually, because she knew that I was a total skeptic, and she was like, "Oh no, my mum's really," and her mum was actually really nice, but genuinely believed in. Let's do another MX-5. That she was psychic. She wasn't like a scammer. She was one of those people that, like, all she was doing was like cold reading, but not realizing that's what she was doing, and just making stuff up that felt intuitive. But then she perceived it as being psychic. So, yeah, it's understandable. Oh, what was your message? What was your message? Hang on, let me load up Streamlabs. You sent more money? What? Stop sending money. Hang on, you're in Norway. Are you in Norway? You are actually in Norway, right? Norwegian, because you're sending Norwegian Corona, right? So I knew it, because like only a Norwegian would be like mental to donate that much and be like, oh, £30 is a kebab. I called it. I totally called you out on it. I knew it. I've been to Oslo, and it was £6 for a half pint of beer, £2.50 for a Mars bar, which is actually how much it costs in the UK now. Let me get this to play. Thank you very much.
Out of money. Would you look at this amount of money?
Well, so how much? Thank you very much. Really do appreciate it. How much is a pint of beer in like a normal pub in Norway now? Like, say, let's say not like a city centre one. Are you near Oslo or something, or like in a smaller town? Let's say you went to a normal like restaurant or pub. How much would you spend in let's say euros? Well, so when someone says Norse, I assume that they're Swedish or Danish. £15 apparently. Yeah, I'm a detective, Novotny. I'm a detective. Shut up! Look, I'm so dyslexic, I didn't associate Norse with that. Just get out. You thought he was from Norwich? I thought he was from Pakistan, actually. I thought he was from Bangladesh. I thought he was Chinese. Yeah, those famous Chinese Vikings. Jesus Christ. Did it say my brain works very well, alright? When the dots are connected somewhat erratically. Oh, here we go. It's loading the server. Norway isn't very affordable. Why is it expensive to live in Scandinavian countries? Because they're not. Ah, no. Hang on, how would you make that joke work? Because they're not affordable to live in? Oh, I don't know. It's unaffordable to live there. It's just stupid. Oh dear. Is this what we get at 2 in the morning? Is jokes like this? This is. Are you drunk or something? Like.
This is what a beer cost in most bars. Some it cost more, some less.
So that is more expensive. That's more expensive than UK. Thank you again. Please don't. Unless you're rich. Like if you're rich, I don't mind. I mean, I'd still think like spending money on one person is a bit silly.
I am the champion of the ninjas.
Phil Bite, thank you for subscribing. But please don't donate if you're not. If you don't have a lot of disposable income. Or if you're someone that's compulsive to doing the opposite of what people say, do donate. I'll be updating the list, the cult members list, before we go to Christmas, and then have that all up to date. I didn't do it yesterday when I should have. Crypto tech. Yeah, this is not an investment. This is burning money. Right, here we go. Join the server. Bit of MX5 time again. Oh, this is a nice screenshot. Look at that. Oh, it's gone. That was nice, and it's gone. Oh man, I want a bowl of cereal. How long we got? 8 minutes. Oh, I'll have it after we're finished. So hungry. Crypto's going up again. Crypto's so stupid. Like, I mean, it's just outright gambling, but also the crypto bros.
The pace car is out of
It
control.
is so bad. Like, okay, so first of all, fine if you're just treating it as gambling, whatever. You could gamble on horse. I guess it's probably better to gamble on crypto than fixed odds gambling. Like, I'm really anti-gambling. I like poker and stuff, but fixed odds gambling and betting is just stupid. So, but there's a load of people that think of crypto as an investment outside of, oh, you've already got a normal investment portfolio and you've allocated a tiny percentage for shits and giggles with, like, you know, like, I could totally understand you might have a few bits of crypto in case something massively exploded, but not as an actual, you know, moving money in and out, you know, day trading crypto. It's mental, and yet it's promoted so much because the people will make a lot of money out of it. But it's not tied into Steph Demet, nice one. It's good racing. Smoking Tires, hello. The annoying thing, I'm just bitter though, because I have like a Bitcoin or two on a hard drive. I don't know what the password is. It's probably like it's had its own like £8,000 or something, but still, that's a lot of money. Exactly, Twitcher, yeah. Well, at least you sold it. But I mean, you don't. There's always stuff you can make and lose money on. But yeah, the crypto thing that's stupid is like acting as if it's an investment. Like, if you have money and you invest in, I'm not a financial advisor, so what I'm saying is probably bollocks, but my view would be long term, 10-15 year investment, boring as, just make sure you get interest that compounds, that you can reinvest, and that ideally it's above inflation. So it's basically savings, compounding interest, avoid inflation, and tax efficient. There you go. It's not sexy. It's not exciting. The worst thing you would ever want with trading is for it to be exciting. Like, why would you want to get excitement from trading? Do you know what I mean? Like, why? Like, if you're looking for excitement, why would you want it from something so erratic? Smoking Tires, thank you. We've got more songs coming. I can't believe the like Formula 1 and stuff was like promoting crypto. And it's so obviously a scam. Yeah, it is just a form of gambling. But I mean, as I say, it's not as bad as putting money in a fruit machine. But it's not far off, really. Alright, you off Smoking Tires? Well, have a good night. Right, let's try and get an okay lap here. I don't know what will happen with trading in terms of... So at the moment, there's a lot of like robo-managed accounts, and all they do is they move... At best, they move money from one boring account to another just to get the best bog standard rates. You know, it's like low risk accounts. And that seems to be like the bulk of what sensible trading is. Like, you don't really need a person to do that. So I wonder how AI and stuff will affect that. And like, you'd think like stuff like Forex could all be done. You'd think that could probably be solved to some extent. Oh yeah, well that's Novotny, yeah. Well, that's why you became a GP, wasn't it? Oh dear, yes dear. You want to sign me into your will? Oh no, it looks like they've taken too much and they've passed away in their sleep. Oh look, they've bequeathed everything they own to me. The Novotny, the Harold Novotny Shipman method. Oh man, that Harold Shipman thing is insane. And right, for sure, that has happened other times and they've got away with it. Like, if you were a total... Like, as a serial killer, there will be... So, normally the serial killers that get caught are, like, the stupid ones. So, there will totally have been other Dr. Shipmans that didn't get caught. Imagine what it's like in other countries. I mean, there's quite a few historical cases in America going back, but, like... crazy. It's absolutely mental. It's like how those who is that, like Dahmer, who's the American one where he just he murdered like lonely black kid. Well, they weren't kids, were they? Like young adults, but they were like gay young adults. This is back in the 70s in an area of America where, yeah, and so because they were, and I think there's been quite a few cases in America where people have murdered like people that are. Oh, it's happened in the UK as well, hasn't it? Where they would pick up like rent boys and stuff, and then murder, like no one cared about them, or homeless people. It's insane. And they get away with it because no one cares about the people that have gone missing. What are you talking about, Novotny? Are you on about mining? Oh no, North Stream is on about mining. What have you bought? What are you mining? I get it as a hobby. You have that's where all the 2070s have gone. That's where they've all bloody gone. He's actually powering all of Norway. There's like one patch of Norway with no snow. It's not. It's North Streamer's garage. There's a circle around his house of melted snow. Like in the UK where they fly helicopters over houses to look for cannabis farms, and they look for the windows that have heat coming out of them because no one else can afford to have electricity on. Yeah, it's just him. He's putting out all the output of the entirety of Europe, but from a single garage. Yeah, I can get it I can understand the mining thing as a hobby. I did a little bit of it with bitcoins early on, just a basic on a system. So I get that. I think, as I say, like hang on, how much? It was 18 litres, wasn't it? Let's put 19 in to be safe. I totally get it when people do the crypto thing and they know it is just gambling. That's fine. And like, if you've already got surplus income and invested in other stuff, it's the thing that I have a problem with is the really aggressive marketing to people that it's trading. And it's like, well, okay. And then you see those videos with the candlesticks, the market going up and down, and then you have people analysing it going, oh, well, you can see that the previous thing that happened here means that it's going to go up here. And it's like, no, that's not how, really, that's not how you do actual day trading. The actual way to do day trading is you research... You understand certain markets. You research those businesses. You see which businesses look like they're more healthy because of the staff hires and the area that they're operating in, and you see that industry is a growth industry. And then you go to like trade shows and you just research really carefully which businesses look like they're in the growth position. So like, no, let's say Fanatec, for example. You could have seen that they were doing new partnerships with things, or that they were releasing they were doing the DD wheels for PlayStation or something, or Logitech are going into this part of the market, or let's say Thrustmaster just did a new deal with Argos or some mainstream thing, or do you know what I mean? That's how you would trade on those kind of things reliably.
Okay, let's go.
Minus 25 and your garage's t-shirt warm. Minus 25C. Let's go out for a walk. It's minus 20. Jesus Christ. I mean, I as I say, I've been to Oslo and it was cold. It was in winter and it was cold. That's the only time I've peed outside and the pee's frozen on the floor. That's how cold it was. Woo! Yeah, so my basement typically stays at least 10 degrees. Normally it's around about 12 degrees when it's really hot or really cold. When I got my computer on, it gets to about 25 degrees centigrade down here, which is quite a nice temperature. Well, I do. Most of it does go into the house. Seven. I don't know. I'm happy from about from like 16 to 24 is my sweet spot, I'd say. Like actually 22 degrees is a really nice temperature. It's basically Spanish summer at like 7 in the morning. That's perfect. Perfect weather, perfect temperature. Or if it's like 26 degrees, but you have access to like the Mediterranean Sea to swim in. Perfect. We're not too high humidity. Well, if you like cold water, you should go for a swim in Croatia. In the sea. Because it's cold. So cold. Like, I was on holiday. I've told this story a million times before, but I was on holiday. I'm like, oh, I'm at the sea. And it's hot. And I jump in the ocean. I thought I was going to die of hypothermia. I almost drowned from... Had to avoid that. Almost drowned from the shock of how cold it was. I mean, I've swum in rivers in the UK, and they're never that cold. Even the Channel's not that cold, so I don't know what was going on. Yeah. So that's something I would personally, if I was going to invest in a technology in the UK, what I think is going to be a really big growth industry is air conditioning and companies that can fit air conditioning, especially companies that can fit it on older houses reliably, like Victorian Terrace or something. Because for sure, as global warming and weather gets more erratic, British houses cannot, they don't work when it gets to above 30°C in the UK. The houses don't function. They just don't work properly. Like, you can't physically sleep in a British house because they work back to front. They like heat up in the day. Yeah, well, that's the point. That's why I say that's why I say Doofer. It's not, the point is they're not designed for it, but people are going to still want aircon for rooms to cool them down. So what happens is the bricks get heated in the day, and then at night they radiate all the heat into the house as if you've got like a space heater. So, and an aircon in a room just blowing cold air into the room, it might not be, it's not an efficient way of using aircon, but it's the only thing you can do unless you want to rebuild the house. And you can do it for a few grand. You can get an external aircon unit for like £600 or even less than that. You can get the piping put in and the internal units, basically 2.5–3 grand. You can have aircon done nicely in a terraced house, and it makes your house livable. So I personally use a portable air conditioning unit, and it's absolutely transformed the comfort of living. What a battle. And you know, is that why you're always so grumpy? I wondered what it was. Is it when you get too warm, Novotny, do you tend to make really bad decisions in Counter-Strike? Is that what's happening? It all makes sense now. His brain overheats. He needs to sellotape a Cooler Master heatsink to his forehead. Well, you know. Always with the Counter-Strike. Is it expensive on the electricity? Well, so a portable aircon uses about 1,200 watts in terms of actual draw. Sometimes 2,000 watts, but like let's say 1,500 watts, which is about 40p an hour at current rates. Yeah, you probably have a small aircon. I have a beast. As I say, we have like 2,000 watts worth of equipment down here, so. Mate, that is not. It's not how you do it. I was very naughty. I must have a really good safety rate. Oh, hello. Oh, no. It must be well late. Oh, no. It's only 2:30. Red Eye Warrior, the Venus.
Venus, master. Man of the Venus. Master disaster. Venus in your face. Venus in space. Red Eye Warrior. Here he is.
Both me and Red Eye Warrior like to get good use out of our Go XLRs. How's it going, man? Thanks for the raid. Really appreciate that. What, you must have been playing Farm Sim or something again? Was he farming? Oh, he was. Was he on his tractor pooing out bales of hay?
Oh, hello. It's Mr. Red Eye Warrior here on farm. Pooing out lawn grass. I've been mowing lawn since 1912. We bought a new tractor and it's really out with mowing lawn.
Milking. Does he know that you don't need to use your mouth to milk the cow? Or does he? He's still in his stream. Oh, no.
Still in his stream, very confused.
Guys, go and follow Red Eye Warrior if you haven't. He's got one of the best, if not the best sim rigs in all sim racing and flight sim land. Check it out. He's got a really good stream setup, and he's got enough hair for me and himself, and yet he keeps it all to himself. Typical selfish hairy person. Typical selfish long-haired man. They're all like this. Growing their hair long, waving it around, not sharing it. just dangling it in their face, zooming close up of the air every live stream. I'll be asleep at night and I feel hair brush on my face, and then I wake up and I'm like, what was that? And it was Red Eye Warrior. He comes around my house and puts his hair in my face and then disappears. It's really creepy. Don't know why he does that. It's a really strange thing that he does, but you know. Oh, thank you. Thanks for driving into me. Stuffing it into pillows. Murdering pensioners by strangling them with his hair. The usual thing that long-haired people do. You have to watch out. I don't trust him. Can you trust anyone with long hair? I don't think you can. Oh. He sent that guy off to the gulag.
The pace car is out of control.
Name one person with long hair that's trustworthy. I bet you can't. What shampoo do you use, Red? Yeah, I've not seen a photo of Jesus. People just drawn long hair on him to try and cover up the evil that long-haired people are. All long-haired people meet up for a special, like, burning of the burning of the hair ceremony. Einstein, it was a wig, wasn't real. Stevie Wonder, wasn't he blind? He couldn't see his long hair, so it doesn't count. He didn't know he had long hair. He was just very confused. Next. Chi and Chong, they were stoned. They didn't know they had long hair. Doesn't count. Next. See, I told you. Oh. The dude's a fictional character, doesn't count. Same as Jesus. There you go. Thanks for following Wowding set. Ozzy Osbourne, drugs. I'm telling you, they're not real or they're on drugs. That's it. Coincidence? I don't think so. I have a very warm room and the snow's evaporating immediately and then clouds are forming and it's snowing again. Do you know how hard it was for me to set that up, to get the environmental conditions just right for that to occur in this room? It was such an effort. Red Eye Warriors off. Have a good night. Red Eye Warrior. On the motorway in his car. From the Midlands. Surely they're the most trustworthy people. Because they're in the middle of the land. So they're the most average Brit. They represent... people from the Midlands basically represent British the most. They're the most British you can get. They're not northern, they're not southern, they're perfect. They're the perfect mix of angry, miserable southerner and overly friendly but somewhat dim northerner. Ah, the northerners are dim meme. Poor northerners. I mean, at the end of the day, though, northerners are not as dim as people from Cornwall. So, you know, fair play, fair enough, mate. You're a back marker. What on earth are you doing? Looks like you've just blocked us. Brian. In UK insulted, check. The only people I trust in the UK mainland are the Scottish. Well, they have to be careful because they're not wearing any underwear and their genitals are exposed. So a swift kick in the ghoulies is going to do a lot of damage to a Scot. So they have to be particularly careful. That's what makes them nice and friendly. Upside down, Mark. Do I ever sleep? Not as much as I'd like to. And unfortunately, unlike Red Eye Warrior, I actually I do need sleep. He seems to be able to operate on like no sleep at all. Don't know what he's on. Wow. I'll have some of what he's having then. We're in glorious 7th here. Holding off the guys behind. The Scottish don't trust the Scottish. Woohee, didn't he? I like Scotland. I hope next year I'm going to... hello, Martin Hall. I think I might walk across Scotland next year. When it starts getting warm. I've never walked to the top of the volcano in Edinburgh either. I'd quite like to do that. Wow, I've got worse at this. What was my best lap time? 52.5. And this race we've done a 53.1. Huge error. Thanks for that. I like to drift that corner. Called a bump drift. Oh, he's off the track. 6th place. Yeah, well, I caught it. That's all that matters. It's 0.7 litres a lap. Oh, we've got 2 laps to go. So we're good. People are always walking the streets trying car doors. Oh, I don't know. Near me, they just smash the window and drive the car off. The key is to have a shit car. There's like not even a boy racer would be seen dead driving, like a grotty Skoda Citigo. Or like what's that French car with the square like front on it? Did you see that video where these youths they stole a London bus? Oh no! Oh, okay. Not sure what happened there. My screen went blank just as I was entering into the corner. It's all fine, just a little blackout. What on earth? Never seen that happen before. Fixed itself though, no problem. What on earth? That must have been my repeater box. You got tools. People try and steal me as I walk down the high street because I'm a bit of a tool. Hang on, did we finish in fourth? No, they must have quit. Oh, what are you doing? The race, you idiots. Why would you do that? The race is finished. Now we lose safety rating that I've so carefully saved up. You morons. Let's have a look at the results. That's pretty good. 6th place. Right, I'm going to have a look on Low Fuel Motorsport and see what we're on. You have a tool that cuts doors without taking it out of the frame. Oh, like car doors.
The pace car is out of control.
Devil's crazy. Thanks for following. Welcome along. Right, we got... yeah, see, our safety rating... I drive really safe. I'm only hit by people that do really dumb stuff. I don't think I've actually hit into anyone myself recently. We're on A1 license. What's the best license? Yeah, A1's the second to best. The SR needs to be... I know my SR's gone down to 8.5 because someone punted me. Ah, come on. That was all from them punting me in that race. We were on... We're at A2 now. Ah, idiots. I mean, that's unacceptable. 8.7. People don't understand it at all. Let's just have a message from our sponsors. 1 second, guys.
This video is sponsored by the 3DFX Voodoo 2 graphics card. 8 megabytes of RAM, 100 megahertz of processing power, 600 maximum supported resolution, SLI for double the speed. Your PC won't ever need more power. The Voodoo 2. No longer available.
There you go. That was beautiful, wasn't it? Time to upgrade, everyone. Well, I need to do more commercials for like stuff that you can no longer buy. It comes with a free copy of Virtua Soccer 2 and Forsaken and Shadow Man discount codes, and you also comes with an SLI cable, so you can buy another one. By the way, guys, we have a Game of Muscle mug if you ever wanted to get a mug to put drinks in. And we also have a shirt. Oh, that's SimStaff. Check out SimStaff if you want to get a job doing sim racing equipment. You know, like, let's say you know about computer hardware, you know about load cell pedals, you know about setting up force feedback, and you want to get involved with esports, or you want to do events with sim racing equipment and help setting up stuff, and you want a job, and you're based in Europe or internationally or whatever, check out simstaff.net. And then, what else do we have? No, not BC. No. There it is. We have a shirt modelled by Lino Bellino. We sell shirts for men and women. They're unisex, like a unicycle. Anyone can sit on it. Yeah, I want to do a Game of Muscle plank of wood with my logo so people can bang themselves on the forehead. Can't find anyone to make that though.
Sell it bang and the dirt's gone.
Right. But I think I'm going to call it a night because it's 2:30 and pretty pooped. It's poop 30. 2:30. It's when you go to the dentist. We need to raid someone though. It's been a fun stream though. We checked out Race Room. We did some driving. No, I can't because then I won't get to sleep till like 6 and I need to go to bed and get up early. I need to sort some stuff out. Might stream tomorrow. Might be able to squeeze a bit of a stream in tomorrow. But yeah, it was good fun. It was a nice 7-hour live stream. Pretty decent. Pretty happy with that. Pretty good stream performance there. Thanks for all the support again. We need to find someone to raid here. We had very generous donations from a bunch of people and new members that we'll put on the list. Raids from Red Eyed Warrior. We could send you to Daniel Gray. Yoshimin Yoshimayan. It's my favourite Japanese streamer. She just walks around. She's cooking now. Dan Gray's driving Bathurst in their 3 car. That looks good. That looks fun, actually. Let's see. Zero Bandwidth is on. What's he playing? Zero Bandwidth is one of our viewers, and he's got 1 viewer. I think we should. What field of view? He's playing AC. He's doing oval in AC with a ludicrous field of view. Right. I think we should raid Zero Bandwidth because he has 1 viewer. Yeah. Let's all harass Zero Bandwidth. And click like on his channel. There we go. That'd be awesome. Thanks for watching, guys. Really appreciate all the support as I say on both YouTube and Twitch. There we go. Let's try and get you to Zero Bandwidth. You ready? Bye, guys. Bye, Twitch. Well, actually, we have to wait until it's going to take some time.
Let's go.
Okay, let's go. Tell him off for using the wrong field of view. See you guys. Thank you. Bye. Order. Right, goodbye, YouTube. Night. Take care. Go to Zero Bandwidth's channel as well. On Twitch. Just confuse him.